Hey, new people, did you know on July 8th, 99% of the world's population will have sunlight or daylight? There you go. I posted it for you.
But, sir, that would be impossible on a globe. How is that possible?
Oh, because the Earth is flat.
Really? Maybe somebody else will come in and ask you to tell them more. Let's hope.
Two of them couldn't deal with it, and they ran away and then went into side chat. Well, now there's only one left.
I am curious. I'll go ahead and speak out a little bit. Curious why a scenario like this would, I guess, what's the best word to describe it? I feel like debunk might be a strong word here, but why would this 99% daylight thing debunk the globe Earth?
9% of what?
Well, 99% of the human population.
You still there, Rabwin, or you got a Jedi?
No, Jedi. Jedi can take it. The July 8th, 99% of the population thing, every July 8th.
Okay, so in and of itself, that doesn't necessarily say too much. But what it does do is it leads you into asking this question: how much of the surface of the Earth should be at any one time be illuminated by the sun? Now, what we're going to have is 50%, right? 50% of a spherical surface with one light source is going to be illuminated by that light source. Let's look at the moon, for example, right? That story that we're told. When we look into how much sunlight coverage there is on the Earth at any one time, we understand that it varies throughout the seasons, right? In the north and in the south. Problem is, sometimes it appears to be over 65% of the surface of the Earth is covered in sun. Now, that's a bit of a problem when you've got a sphere that's supposed to be illuminated by one light source that should only really have 50% illuminated by that light source. At times, it's over 65%. So yeah, there are anomalies like almost 99% of the Earth's population are going to have sunlight pretty much at exactly the same bloody time. But yeah, that leads you to the question of, well, how much of the Earth's surface is illuminated by the sun? And we get values of around 65% at times. Problems.
Ooh, 65, a lot of times, that's more than 50%.
Shit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would. Yeah, 65 sounds large. I might want to look into it myself and see if that sounds accurate. But I probably would say, even on the globe Earth model, I would expect, like, if you include twilight areas, I don't know if you're including twilight areas, but if you do include those, I would suspect even on a globe, you would get at least a bit more than 50%.
It says daylight. That's from timeanddate.com. Daylight, whatever that means.
Yeah, I guess I would have to look at what their definition of daylight is for measuring that, because twilight does cover a fair amount of the Earth's surface at any given point.
Yeah, there's lots of different areas around the world that have different types of variations where the supposed terminal line is, right? We've got civil twilight, we've got marine twilight. I think there's a variations at celestial twilight as well. Yeah, there's a few of them. So it's very poignant that you bring that up. It's, important to be accurate, but it's interesting when you start looking into it. 65% of it's in daylight. You can chop that daylight up, I guess, if you want, but it's daylight. But yeah, please look into it, dude.
Thank you for sharing.
Well, I mean, since it is July, we're going to have to push it for 3 more days. Fatty, don't be shy. I saw you typing. You can just ask away. I think people don't ask the things. They just come in here in hopes that they don't ask because they don't want to really know. Who's having a hard time?
Oh, I see. What I'm assuming are like pictures of this that you're posting. I guess like I'm thinking it's the impossible eclipse that a lot of these photos are referring to.
Yep.
Like especially the last one that last image that was posted seems to be the impossible Selenalian eclipse.
That's
Why is it
correct.
impossible?
I am planning to witness this myself if I'm able to.
You got hours
because
to
there
kill
is
like that?
Huh?
If you got hours to kill, do a time lapse.
Oh yeah. I'm very eager to capture a video of it. At the very least, be able to confirm that I'll see both the sun and the moon at the same time. Because it just so happens I'm in an area where I suspect it's possible if I can get to a high enough elevation, I should be able to see it. I have to be pretty lucky. I don't know. I just was looking through some like data on the lunar eclipse predictions coming up soon. There's one coming in September, and all of the numbers are lining up just right for my area to be in a place where I don't know if it's going to be the impossible one. I don't know if I'll get the upside down. I think it might be a little bit slanted, but pretty close to the upside down one.
Yeah, you shouldn't get any curved shadow on it at all. Curves on curves don't make curved shadows.
So I'm eager to give it a shot. I won't even have to travel
I mean,
far.
they make curved shadows, but they're all wacky. It's not like a ball shape. No, it's like whatever kind of wacky curve. So if you don't see a wacky curve, it's not two balls.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Ross? What do you think about like if you get a ball, like if you get a light source and then you get a ball and another ball, right? You can't replicate what we see during the eclipse with two balls when you try to do it on a smaller scale, right? It makes like a sine wave, like sort of shaped shadow. Like it doesn't make what we.
Oh, okay. So if you got a point source of light and then line up one ball to cast a shadow on another ball, is that what you're trying to illustrate for me?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people try to like replicate that, right? And it never looks anything like what we see during an eclipse. I haven't tried it. I've just seen some videos, and the videos I've seen done, admittedly, aren't that great either in the setup. But
okay, yeah. I mean, yeah. I wonder if I could try to replicate that myself. I would need a pretty because I think one of the problems is like trying to get a point source of light, because a lot of like light bulbs are typically have a pretty large angular size compared to what the sun is. So I'd have to get pretty far away from the light source to get it to a similar angular size, and then
so sun rays are not parallel.
Not exactly.
So, well, no, wait a second. They either are or they are not.
They're not.
Perfect. Oh. You're now geeks. You're really getting yourself into a corner, but that's okay. Take your pictures.
Who was the Greek? Aristosthenes. What did he assume? Parallel light rays.
Yeah, he assumed parallel lines. The thing is, even though I acknowledge they're not exactly parallel, they are. I would say that, using the numbers that are used for the distances of the sun and the size of the sun, the rays are. I actually worked out the math just the other day. I'm trying to remember what the number was for how much they deviated. I think it was like maybe a third of a degree at most. And that's looking at like how the sun shines on like complete opposite ends of the globe Earth. Like the rays hitting like one end of the Earth would be a third of a degree different from the rays hitting the opposite end of the Earth. If you're standing in a fairly local area of the Earth and you're just looking at that, I suspect the angle would be even smaller.
Okay. What about the light from the moon? Is that light parallel or is it divergent, being it is a curved surface that's reflecting light, according to you?
I would suspect they would diverge a little bit more than the ones from the sun. Actually, I'm not.
Do you think that we could do
if I were, again, to consider opposite ends of the Earth, yeah, it would diverge more, but I think in a more localized area of the Earth, they might appear just about the same level of parallelness as from the sun.
Because we can do the Eratosthenes experiment. We can just swap the sun for the moon. Same result.
That would be interesting. I don't recall. I don't think I've ever been in an area of like low enough light pollution to observe my moon shadow. I don't think I've ever experienced the shadow from light cast by the moon.
Yes,
really
you have.
Really got to wait for a full moon till that happens, and you're only going to get about 3 days. So yeah, it's hard to get those conditions, but it can be achieved. I've done it.
Yeah, I suspect I would have to go to a pretty dimly lit area at a full moon.
Light pollution, the better, of course. But the same thing applies, right? Light in the sky, measure the shadow from the light in the sky of a stick. We've got parallel light rays, we've got divergent light rays. Basically, all we're just doing is measuring the elevation angle to the thing in question. Sun and moon should, if the light rays are different, parallel and divergent, obviously cause something different to happen, but we get the same result. But yeah, man, keep measuring those angles to the stars.
And then explain how the ground position of that star is down around the ball when you're measuring it from a flat surface. So since you're going to do this eclipse thing, go and you should, I would imagine, you're going to be at night. You're going to be at night when it starts. So you should get a moon shadow. Make sure you take your laser thermal tester like I have, and you can go ahead and check shade versus no shade, and you'll see the difference.
Actually, I'm going to catch it on the other end of the eclipse. I'm going to catch it at sunset.
Okay. So I'm not sure if you. Yeah, I'm not sure if you get that during sunset.
I'm gonna try. I don't have any source confirming that a stellennial would be possible here in Dublin. I just kind of looked at the data as to like the predicted like altitudes and timing of like where the sun and moon would be at my location at a very specific time during the eclipse, and they look like they're gonna be like right at the horizon at like I forget what it was, 8:15 I think p.m. Like precisely at that time in my local time, there's going to be the predicted, there's going to be the lunar eclipse happening, and at the same time, I'm going to have a vantage point where both the sun and the moon are almost right at the horizon. So I'm hoping if I get maybe a little bit of altitude, and I look out, I'm hoping I'll just be able to see it.
So take a thermal laser with you, so you can anytime when you just pick one up, $20. Like I have mine for work. It's a good one, but so shoot the moonlight and shoot the moon shadow, and it's going to be colder in the moonlight. I don't know why, but it is. And it's not just something somebody put on YouTube. I went and did it myself. Facts are facts. I'll do it again. I actually shot a video. I can't find it. I was on a device I didn't back up and it got wiped.
Have you guys gone over the main key point here is that when the globalists say all this stuff in the sky, perfectly predicted by NASSholes, except it's not. No one predicted, even though they had records of a selenium eclipse going back to like the 1600s, they still have yet to have an explanation for why it happens. They have yet to be able to predict them. They have yet to even offer some reason for why they don't have this stuff. Their current model is a non-working, non-functional exposition of the hubris of mankind. And the best thing they can say is that their best answer is just to throw in massive amounts of refraction that only say why it was visible. They still yet to even say why it's upside down.
Wait, did you say you haven't heard an explanation for why this Selenalian eclipse is upside down?
Yeah, they give you an explanation for why you would see it, and that's called refraction. That both the sun and the moon are refracted up over and around the curvature of the Earth, but they have yet to give any explanation for why it's upside down.
I mean, I visualize it in my head how that works. Although when I have like worked out the math and like what.
Oh, you did draw a diagram. Sorry to come in hot. Draw a diagram. I want to see it.
Actually, I didn't. Well, I drew like a very quick diagram. I could actually no. You know what? Let me show because I drew a diagram like the other day and I shared it with y'all. It kind of got laughed at because I don't know. Maybe I'm just really bad at drawing what I have in my head.
You're missing it. This observation is not possible in heliocentric, and they had to try to destroy human history. That people had to look into it and try to find out when was it first observed, when it was first written down, and they tried to say it was a one-off event. It'll never happen again. Something weird, something errant. And now that they do happen, and they do happen at a regular basis, they have to, instead of explaining why their model failed to predict, they just start throwing in refraction, endless amounts of copium refraction that never address the point. Why is it even visible in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, I created a better diagram on, some software that can draw better than I can. I haven't drawn. Okay, I didn't use this to draw the lines of refraction, but let's see. Let's see if I can get a.
Let me find another song. Hey guys.
Hopefully, I can illustrate it better with this diagram.
Yeah, I think. I'm recording you guys. Oh, this is public indecency. Is your Mama? Baba? Oh, shit. Baba, are you gonna go now? Are you going now?
Hey, you're hot micing. Whoever that is.
What does hot micing mean?
Means we can hear you just talking to everybody.
Donuts would be, what's that number? 796 million.
You're doing it again. Stop it.
400 calories. So probably, if you ate all the donuts you stacked up, you'd get diabetes.
Stop hot making it.
I think you get that from the Globe.
It's like I hate having to tab in to just mute some idiot who's hot micing. I mean, seriously, Is it that hard? Is it really that hard to use Discord?
They did mute themselves, then they unmuted to start talking again. So Fadi said that timeanddate.com is a liar because ChatGPT said so. So I fed it to ChatGPT and it just debunked the globe. I don't know what's going on with ChatGPT, but mine seems to think that it even said reality check and daylight doesn't curve. What do you think of that?
Oh, hold on. What's this? I think the settings in the chat have changed. I don't think I'm able to post images on the chat in the side chat anymore.
Really?
What?
Hang on, let me try again. Maybe I just didn't hit copy.
Yeah, you got stream mute
Oh, okay, yeah.
media.
Okay. Yeah, something just went wrong. I fixed it. I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, here's my new I have the sun. I actually drew the sun in my diagram, but if I zoom out far enough to actually see it, then you won't see the Earth and the Moon. So I just wrote the word sun out onto the left side, so you know it's like way out into the distance on the left side. But yeah, that larger one on the left that you see there is the Earth. The smaller one on the right is the Moon, and I have drawn this to scale, at least very close to it. So and then those lines, those dotted lines, are like the path of the light that would like serve as the boundary between what would be illuminated and what's under the Earth's shadow. So I placed the Moon squarely in between those lines, which is what the like a total lunar eclipse would be. Now I can move where the Moon is on the path, like let's say here. I'm going to take another screenshot. All right, and then this is, and then oh yeah, I drew a red dot on top of the Earth because I'm trying to represent where the observer is that's observing the eclipse. Where would they would have to be to view the Selenalian? So yeah, here's a second picture. I've moved the Moon down, so it's like in a different location in its orbit, you could say, and it's like right on the border of where you have sunlight and where you have the Earth's shadow. So this is where the Moon would be. It's where it would have to be for the impossible upside down Selenalian to be if we assume the globe Earth is accurate. That is where the Moon would have to be for this to occur.
So you need to look down. So now you need to look down, not up in the sky.
And that's the problem. It's below the geometric horizon.
Yeah, you messed up.
So we have to look up in the sky at it. So what did you draw?
Yeah, you also messed up too. That would be looking into the night sky. This was morning. This was daytime. The observer would be looking the other direction. It was the sun was coming up. This was at the very end. This wasn't the middle of the night. This person would be looking down, and that would be the night sky. The daytime sky would be behind them. You still got it wrong.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what the right when you can view both the sun and the moon. This is what it would have to look like. But you're looking behind you. It would have to be the sun.
The sun is rising for them. The morning sky. It's not quite morning. It's almost morning for them. This is telling you that you're going into the night sky. That would be the start of night, not the start of morning. Your observation is 12 hours off.
I No, I mean, I could mirror this image upside down if that helps you visualize it. It would.
Well, if you do it the right way, let's start there. So do it the right way first.
like to flip it the
Do it the
right way
right.
from your
Do it the
perspective. I
right
just have to
way.
make a mirror image of this up and down.
No, it's not the right perspective. It can't be the right perspective 12 hours in the wrong direction. That's not the right perspective. You can't say, hey, so this is the observation at noon and it's midnight. You feel me?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Because the orientation
yeah,
of the sun and the moon and you are going to have a different relationship. So just go fix it. Mirror, do whatever you think you got to do.
no,
And
this is the correct.
So then mirror it, and then I want to see your name on it so that we can critique that. Go ahead, do that.
You want me to mirror it and put my name on it?
Not put your name on it. Just post it. Just do it.
Oh, okay. Here, okay, I'll mirror it. If I mean the angles are gonna be the same, but I will do it. Let's see. Because yeah, I mean I do want to point out. Let's see. How do I flip this? Up. Flip. Vertical. Select. Copy. I mean, does this work better for you? So okay, so the thing is,
are you about to say the same thing? Like, so the observer is still looking down. So it's the same problem, Chris. Just
right? Yeah. So the
no, not
right, I do
right.
acknowledge that's a problem.
No.
What I'm trying to get at is refraction
Oh my
would
God.
account for
You're wrong
some of
twice.
the.
You're wrong and wrong mirrored. You're wrong and wrong mirrored.
And
Think I've
now
mirrored
he
it the
wants
wrong
to
way.
claim refraction. So now what we're looking at is not actually ever there. So now we can't go to the moon. We can't do anything because of refraction. Do you see what kind of hole you're digging?
No, I don't. Because refraction would have its greatest effect toward when objects are viewed near the horizon. But unfortunately, like refraction can only take you so far here because it's typically about half of a degree. Whereas I've actually done the math on this diagram here, which is drawn to scale, and you actually would need, I think, at least a whole degree of refraction for this to be viewable. So at least from the surface of the Earth, which is why I've kind of. I remember I was talking to some of y'all the other day, and I said, "Oh, a Selenalian, like the impossible Selenalian, should be visible at every lunar eclipse." And I do want to actually backtrack on that. I want to apologize for anybody that I tried to insist that upon, because I now think that it does require you to have a pretty decent elevation, so that it's not just refraction that is needed to bring this up. You would also need a dip to the horizon, like a pretty significant one. So yeah, that's why my new stance is really like you need to be in the right place where both where the sun and the moon are, in opposite directions at the horizon, and you also need a decent enough elevation to get the dip to the horizon needed, because refraction is not enough to fix the issues with the observations here.
So when I show you the time lapse of the eclipse, you're going to tell, and I show you a time lapse of refraction, where you're going to tell me where the moon is starting to go wibbly wobbly, squishy squashy, and all that in order to claim refraction. So you're done with that.
Right, where it goes squishy, squashy, and wobbly. Yeah, I mean, I do believe that refraction is causing that.
Oh, so, right. So when I show you a solenoidal eclipse that doesn't do that, you can't claim refraction, correct?
Well, I mean, I don't believe refraction always would cause that. I think that's where there's like maybe more turbulent.
So do you say that the shadow, it's just upside down image now? We're just seeing everything upside down?
I mean, it's not like the image is getting flipped upside down. I think the image is being preserved. We're just seeing it upside down because we're looking at where the moon is so.
It's being like shot up in the air like 45 degrees for us to see it.
So
maybe 60 degrees, about 60 degrees for us to see that upside down shadow. So it's not really there. So theoretically, we can't use the moon for anything because it's not there, unless you're going to claim the sun is not there also.
Oh shit, that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would claim is that the sun and the moon are shifted, like the image of the 60 sun.
60 degrees, about 60 degrees, right? About 60 degrees, maybe more, 75.
No, I would never say that they would get shifted by that much. Only half of a degree.
Ooh,
at most
near the horizon. That's out. Then you're out.
Yeah.
But like that's where the selenalian, like the impossible selenalian, would occur is near the horizon. I'm not aware of any selenalian observation where the moon is more than like a degree above the horizon.
Oh, a degree above the horizon? No, it's more than a degree above the horizon. I saw one in June, July of 2019 in the UK. So selenalian eclipse, the shadow was upside down, and it was much more than the degree off the horizon. I'll give you probably about 15.
Yeah, honestly, I would be surprised if it was 15 degrees above the horizon.
Dude,
I might have to.
Man,
you don't have the image anymore, do you?
No, I know it's on the old server somewhere. I'll see if it's probably under bloody moon or something.
I can't find it. I looked for it, but you probably know what you're looking for more.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, 10, 15 degrees above the horizon. I remember the picture. It's not just skirting the horizon. No way.
Wasn't it like over a parking lot or out of a park?
Yeah.
Something like that.
It's above some trees over a parking lot where the sun's just starting to go down. So it's about, I think it was coming up to 10 o'clock in the evening, so definitely sun going down. But yeah, it was in the evening. It's like freaked the life out of me because the shadow was, I've never seen a shadow on the moon like that before, and I say shadow loosely, right? It looked like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. It looked like that smile. Now, if the thing that I'm standing on is supposed to be causing the shadow, then the shadow should be on the underside of the object, right? Because it's coming from behind the earth, like somebody coming from around the corner. You're going to illuminate the top portion that appears first, not keep that top portion that appears in darkness and illuminate the still hidden portion. That's ridiculous. But that's what the selenalian demonstrates. It's upside down. Yeah, it freaked the life out of me when I saw it. I'll see if I can find the picture. Sorry for rambling.
Yeah. And I do want to be clear. Like, I do believe an eclipse is viewable at above 15 degrees, but only when both the moon and the sun are above the horizon simultaneously. I would think that the angle would have to be pretty small above the horizon. I couldn't give like an exact number, but I would guess about no more than 1 degree.
Or it's not balls in space.
This moon was well above house roofs and stuff. So well above the horizon, dude. Well, for me, when I saw it, it was above the roofs of houses. In the image that somebody else took it from another part of the UK, it was well above like a forest or some trees. So yeah, it was high, dude. I'm not saying it was 45 degrees or 30 degrees, but it was more than one. I think, if I remember correctly, the moon had actually been up for about 2 hours. So yeah, I think it was well above the horizon. Again, that's why it freaked me out. Sorry to keep rambling on, but I saw the full moon earlier in the evening, and then when I looked out my window, half of it was bloody missing. So I knew it wasn't like a phase of the moon. No.
Well, that won't happen on a globe, so. Did you know you were getting an eclipse that day?
No, didn't know at all. It was actually, I was on Discord at that time talking to Alpha and whatnot, as you probably know, and it was the first time I'd ever witnessed an eclipse like that. I'd never seen a Selenian partial eclipse, so it freaked me out. I definitely didn't know it was coming. I thought it was, like I said, it confused me because the phase of the moon was like full. It has to be, right, for a lunar eclipse to happen. So when it was like almost like a half crescent, it's like moon phases don't change like halfway through the night. That's ridiculous. So yeah, freaked me out.
It's interesting, though, to be able to get a global to talk about their contradictions. So, I mean, this is at least a breath of fresh air. You know, normally they'll come here and freak out. Like, what's the moon? What's the sun? No clue what any of these things are. Then tell you to explain their exposition. And you're like, and meanwhile, you're like, well, sure. How do you show a full moon during the day? How do you see a crescent moon at night? How do you see the impossible eclipse? How were you able to predict these things? And they run from it. They run from their own model because somehow, like, well, unless flat earthers can explain their shit, like the globe shit, explain the globe shit to the globalist, then the globalist is right because you're in the same boat. Not even close. You have yet to show curvature in the first instance. All these things about the sky, okay, yeah, great. Okay, great. Now, curve. Where's the curve of the Earth? Where's that at?
I mean, yeah, the best I've ever seen to show what you're looking for is, like it's something I've heard talked about on here before, and so I already know how like that gets explained away on your side. But yeah, I mean, the best things I've seen is the an apparent horizon does appear to cover up the bottoms of things like boats, buildings.
Listen, it's not explained away. If that's listen, if we're not saying that the horizon is not Earth curvature, and you're saying it is Earth curvature because it blocks boats, buildings, and etc., then you have to validate that. If I say nothing at all, that's not me dismissing anything. You have to validate it beyond seeing a horizon and saying that's the curvature of the Earth, because in that case, you would only be affirming the consequence. If you can do something besides just say the horizon, due to the curvature of the Earth, blocks boats and buildings, if you could actually validate that, then that would be cool. That's why we're like, okay, well, if it was a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon should be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. I'm sure you've seen all of this. So if you're saying, well, refraction doesn't allow me to make that claim, then you don't have a claim other than the affirming the consequence? Like, don't you guys say, well, how could you flat earthers say it's flat because it looks flat? And that's what you're doing with the horizon. It's a globe because I look at the horizon and I see it cut stuff off. It's not proof that the earth is a sphere. You don't even have a dimension to it to make that claim.
I understand, and yeah, I'd agree. Like we don't of all the like these horizon observations. There's no. I haven't seen anyone actually like try to measure how far that horizon is.
Well, you want to start with Nat Geo because they did. I mean, but maybe you're not finding it because you're not looking before 2020 when we introduced the Black Swan. There's a million videos about the horizon's distance. The problem is, it's not true.
I mean, I've seen the images of that black swan, and like I've also seen images, like I've seen various images of like supposedly the same vantage point at different times. Yeah, and there are times where it looks like it's
you know that doesn't matter, right?
You know, the horizon's behind it, and
You know
other
that
times it
doesn't
looks
matter.
like the horizon's
You know that. Listen. You're giving me one cherry picked example because that would be a true cherry pick. You saying, well, here's the situation where the same guy does this, that, and I don't give a fuck about that. I did the same thing at Coney Island Beach. And there's there's nothing anybody can say to me. Jersey Shore is only 6 miles away, and the horizon is always beyond it, adjacent to the side of it. Always. Unless it's a really foggy day and I can't even see that far. In which case I wouldn't even be on the beach. So there's that, and then there's my example of Nat Geo. What you did is went to this example where the information is unclear. But consistently, I've debunked it personally. Other people have debunked it personally. It's not just some argument where you stick to one location and you're like, well, here's the problem with it. Go to a beach. It's not reasonable to come up with these arguments against something. Listen, either you have validation that there's a distance to the horizon like they've been claiming before 2020, because that's what I said. So that's what we were talking about. Or you don't. I don't know why people can't just go, well, that's not the case. That's not possible. I don't know why they said that before, but I don't believe that now. That would be honest.
Guys, I have a question, if I can ask.
Yeah, fire away.
Okay, so you know the map like you sent in the chat? Wait, I will ping it. This one.
Can you repeat that?
This one that I pinged in chat here. The map. The map about like the sunlight and
That's a projection, not a map. You don't use this as a map, it's a projection.
Yeah, the projection like. So my question is like, if the earth like was flat, why don't like people on Australia see the sun?
It's too far away from that location.
Because they are upside downers, that's why.
Sun is too far away from that location.
Which one
you think it's too far away?
Oh, right here, a time and
Yeah. We're gonna fix that for you and get you back on track. That it's too far away.
So when it's dark in Australia, right? It's nighttime. The sun is somewhere else. Right? It's daytime for someone else. So this distance is too far for people in Australia to be able to see the sun, just based on how we view the world and the heavens above. So it's out of our field of view. Doesn't cast its light there. It has moved somewhere else. Cast.
But like, if you think about it like a flashlight in a room,
What about it?
Like if
You
you
do it
like
that way.
How big's the room? How big's the flashlight? What's the ratio between the size of the floor and the distance to the light? Because eventually you're going to end up with a ratio where the light doesn't illuminate the entire portion of the surface of the floor if the surface is big enough. Right? That's kind of obvious.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a very good. Doesn't sound like a very good plan to take a map, a Mercator projection, then ask why Australia doesn't see it, and then say, "Here's a flashlight in a room."
I mean, guys, like if there is like a big ball, big shiny ball, that's called illuminate like
It's not.
half the
Yeah,
planet.
it's not. It's definitely not a big shiny ball illuminating. You know that right from the very beginning.
How big do you think the sun is, dude?
I mean, guys, like in dark, like if you put like a fire,
No?
you're
Okay.
gonna see it miles away.
Yeah, he ran
I'll
away.
just ignore your next question then, I guess, if that's how we're going to play it.
How big? Answer.
did you ask me
How
a
big
question?
is? You said the Earth, the sun is a big ball of light. Okay, quantitative that. How big? Doesn't know.
Bigger
Doesn't-
than Earth.
Because why? Why is it bigger than Earth?
I don't know why.
Someone told you so? Did you see it on TV?
And what do you think? What's the size of it?
About the same size as the moon.
And how did you know that?
Because I can look up and see that they're about the same size. If that's the moon in front of the sun during a solar eclipse, if you assume that, if you just blanketly assume that it's the moon in front of the sun, they are about the same size. And if you don't assume that, they're both about 0.5 degrees of in the sky. So
You know,
two
also-
ways of getting to some sort of idea that they're about the same size. They're about the
It's
same
also
distance
about-
away too.
It's also about distance, bro. It's not about.
Yeah, size and distance. They're about the same size and same distance away.
What was your question, Jedi? You asked me something.
Yeah, you said you don't know. That's fine. It's okay to say you don't know.
I think you asked me something and I didn't hear it.
Yeah, you
Yes,
said
you
you didn't know
big-
the size of the sun. I asked you how big the sun was. I was trying to get a grasp of when you're asking this question of the sun should illuminate the all of the Earth. I'm asking, do you think that the
No,
sun's bigger than the Earth or something, or have you got a preconceived idea? That's all.
Okay, it's not like illuminates out the earth. I'm saying like, you know, like if everything is dark and you light like a fire, everyone is gonna see it like miles away.
Yeah.
You know the effect? It will
Yeah.
illuminate like 2-3 meters, but
Yeah.
people who are like miles away are gonna see it.
Well, it
It's not
depends if
gonna
that
illuminate
peak
them.
is on top of a mountain. We use lighting fires to communicate. We just use trains of light. But eventually that light is going to
Right.
extinguish through the atmosphere because the atmosphere isn't completely transparent.
Yeah, I'm saying why does like the same thing happen to the sun?
What
For
happens
people
with
who
the
are
sun?
far away. Like listen, like the fire illuminates a place. And people who are 2 miles and 3 miles away are gonna see it.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why like the same effect doesn't happen with the sun? It illuminates a
Because
place.
if you go 4 or 5 miles away, you won't see the light anymore. You seem to have got to this distance, right? These people 2 miles away, they can still see the light. So why is the Earth not in? Because if you move the light closer to someone, they're going to see it, and if you move the light far enough away, eventually they won't see it. It's an obvious concept to understand.
I'm saying that on Earth we're only seeing like the like the sun illuminating stuff. We've never
Yes.
seen it like from far away, like you see fire. We've never seen like dark and only the sun's shining, like a star.
No, I understand what you're saying. No, I've never been to space and seen the sun, or gone up high enough and seen
No,
the
no,
sun illuminating another portion of the Earth while the bit I'm in is in darkness.
No. Yeah, you do. In less humid areas. Yeah, you do see the sunset like that, where you can still see the sun, but it's dark as fuck outside. Yeah, you do.
Can you? I've never seen that. I'd love to see that, dude.
You know, like in the desert.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it does get very dark and you can still see the sun very small on the horizon. Yeah, you're not wrong. Why is my brain not working today? Sorry, dude. Yeah, 100%.
Hey, Fadi, is the sun a fireball?
I don't know.
I'm glad to hear that.
I'm just giving an example.
I know you don't know. You don't want to say, because that's fine. That's the best way to be. Because at this point, you don't know. And that's whatever the stories you were told, they don't know either. They're just stories.
Hey, when it's a smart scientist, best educated guess, that doesn't count for anything. Come on, man.
But guys, like, is there like something we could do to make this final? Like an experiment or something?
Yeah.
To make it to everybody, like who
show
is
a
new.
curve. Show the curve of the Earth.
We did have a final experiment a couple in December or something like that. They went and did a final experiment and they measured angles to the sun and they proved the Earth was flat. That was it. We don't have to do it anymore.
So what's this new final experiment? I'm interested. What's it going to prove?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I didn't say new, like something like solid.
So the answer was yes.
So it will not
and
be
it's by
question.
way of, and it's,
You know?
and the answer is yes, and it's by way of measurement. The example Rabin gave was elevation angles. There's other ways, but again, there's no argument around here's this elevation angle. There's no argument. That's so that's the answer to your question.
Earth is flat.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
I agree. They say the Earth is flat. Good job. You know, the globe has been falsified in so many ways now. It's just a matter of getting people to acknowledge and recognize it. But that's the difficult part, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People just don't want to accept the obvious truth. I mean, I get it.
Yeah, there's too large a percentage of the population that wants their story replaced, you know. You can't take away my sky story if you don't have another one to give me. So I'm just going to stick with my sky story. So here you go.
It's not a story, bro. That's what scientists say. I mean,
Hello?
Hello?
So you are here proving the Earth is flat?
Yeah, all the time.
Can you prove it to me?
Yeah. You understand that 70% of the surface of the Earth, we're told, is water, right?
Yeah.
Cool. And you understand that Water, when at rest and contained, takes a horizontal surface, right?
So when it's rest and
Yeah,
contained,
when it's not moving. So a container of water on the surface, like a swimming pool, is horizontal upon the surface. It's flat, right?
okay.
Cool. So being as 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and water is observed, measured, and used as a horizontal reference datum, then the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
But since there is a gravity pulling everything together, then how would the water escape?
What do you mean the water escape? What do you mean by gravity? It's got nothing to do with the surface description of water.
Yeah, this is what I believe. This is what keeps water stuck to the surface of the earth.
Okay, but that would mean that that surface of water would curve, right? Because it's on a sphere, right?
Yeah, it would take the shape of the earth. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, but when we observe, look at, measure with tools, and practically use for like construction, aviation, all of these different types of things, the water isn't curved, it's horizontal. You understand that measurement's an empirical standard, right? If you measure something's distance and orientation, that's going to be its distance and orientation, right? There might be some accuracy within millimeters or however defined your unit's going to be, but ultimately, if it's a measurement, it's going to be an empirical standard. So when we measure the Earth measures flat.
I didn't quite get it. So you mean when we put some water in glass, it will be like will not take like the shape of ball, right? Or
It'll take the shape of the glass, but it'll be level upon the surface. And that glass, the same as a swimming pool, the same as a lake, say 10, 20 miles across, same as a sea, and same as an ocean. The water's horizontal upon the surface.
but the ocean is like it appears to you is horizontal, but if you can get high enough, then you will see that it's curved. Like
Really? What's curved?
It's curved, like it will. You will see like something like curve.
Like on the horizon.
Yeah, you will see. Like it's...
Have you seen that then?
Sorry.
Have you seen that?
Yeah, I seen also more like I think proves that the Earth is a sphere more than the water. Let me tell you what is the thing that once I saw like two mountains, and the one of them, because if is far away and there are some mountains in the front of it, and there is one that I am beside it. So this one has a lot of not that much snow, but it has snow. But the one that far away, it looks away like lower than the mountain that near me. But it still has so much snow. And I was thinking, what's wrong with this? Then I could conclude that because it's far away and the Earth is curved or sphere, then that appears to me is lower.
Okay, so the mountain that's far away appeared to be lower. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, you understand that if you were to look down a corridor, the ceiling that's above your head, when you look down the corridor, the ceiling appears to go downwards and get closer to the floor. Much like the floor that's beneath your eye line, with distance when you look down the corridor, appears to ramp upwards. So the reason why the mountain in the distance appears to descend downwards is because it's changed in angular size. That's just perspective. Have you ever looked down a street at night and noticed the street lights as you look down the road appear to get closer to the floor? They're not actually descending in height. They just look that way because of how the human eye works.
it's not the same for the one mountain. Like I didn't see.
Why? You said it was lower in the
same thing happened
distance.
Sorry.
You said it was lower in the distance. That's
Yeah, it was
perspective.
farther, but and with the Earth curving, then it appeared like that for me. But for the corridor and the home or the street, I didn't experience the same view.
We're talking about, my friend, things above your eye line appearing to go downwards. So the mountain that's massive compared to your height, with distance, it appears to get smaller in angular size. So the top is going to appear to go downwards. That's just perspective.
I cannot I don't have scientific proofs for this. Maybe you have, but I experienced. I am telling you what I
The angular
experienced.
resolution limit of the human eye.
When you also travel with the airplane, you will see like Earth is like curved, something like that.
No. So again, this is just perspective or distortion in the lens or the window that you're looking through. Because if you were to turn around and measure the declination angle from your eye level to the horizon, you'd get the same angular degree measurement. Let's say the descent is 1 degree. You can turn around and make this observation 4 times, and you don't measure the curvature of the horizon. The horizon is just a 360-degree limitation of view for an observer when you turn round, when you look across a horizontal surface. So it's a circle around you, but your limit of vision.
So how do you think we can, like 100%, get that the Earth is flat or not?
By measuring it. By measuring it. So we can, for example, pass lasers. Oh, no, okay.
I'm sorry, because I just told him that. That was the first thing he asked. I answered it. If you had questions, why didn't you ask then? Because clearly you didn't understand. But like Jedi said, measurement. So go ahead. I don't just
measurement. What? I didn't get what your point. But anyway, so I am saying that then if I let's say I go straight to the end of the Earth, let's say, so I would just fall down, or like I will not come back like on the opposite side, right? Because if in the spheric shape you will go and make around the world, right? But if it's flat, then you will fall down and go into the space or whatever.
Sorry, why would you fall down into space? What are you talking about?
Flat, right? It's like
yeah,
a coin,
it's flat.
Right?
So why would it's flat, but why would you fall off into space?
I mean, then what will happen then? I will stuck.
I don't know. This is your idea about some edge that you can fall. I don't have this idea, mate. So I don't know. I don't know how to explain something to you that I've got no first-hand experience of.
So what would happen? Like if I keep going straight, so what would happen?
I don't know.
How was that?
I've not done this. Gone straight. Apparently, it's something that you think you can do, and you're asking me what would happen when you go straight. I don't know.
If you already said you have calculations, then your
calculations measurements of the surface of water. That doesn't mean I know what's at the edge of reality.
بس بقى دودي
Yeah, excuse, hey Matador, what's going on, man? You're interrupting a conversation. Did you want to ask a question? You can after we're finished speaking to Liv over here. Yeah, man. It sounds to me like you want to know what's going on with the water and what happens if you travel beyond what the map shows, right? And yeah, we know water seeks containment, so we know that the water has to be contained by something. So best guess would be that you would reach a shoreline of some sort if you kept traveling in a straight line. But that would be speculation if you haven't been there before, right? What we can confirm is that there is no curvature. so you're not on a sphere.
So you can confirm.
Yes, we can confirm. Correct. We can confirm that. You don't have any measurable curvature over distance. You would need drop over distance to have curvature. Really appreciate you coming in and asking questions. Anybody who's new to the room, we're having a conversation right now. But if you do want to ask a question, don't hesitate to introduce yourself and say, when that you'd like to ask a question in the
That
text
one
chat.
got left.
I mean, what do you say about all these technologies and these things built up on the sphere, as like the shape of Earth being sphere, and those satellites, etc. You know, like all these things were.
The images. All the images that show
everything was built in this way. Like they didn't. Did they taught you in the school or in the university that the Earth is a sphere or something?
Well, they based that all on a radius of 3,959 miles sphere, and that leaves us with an equation that would show drop over distance based on that sphere. And once you do not find any drop over distance, let alone the drop over distance that would confirm that sphere, then you could basically throw all the other stuff out the window, because if they were right about the radius, they'd be right about some drop over distance, right? So if they're not being honest about the radius and the drop over distance, you could basically infer that they're not being forthcoming with the goods, with the real data. As high as we send weather balloons, we don't see any drop over distance. So
I don't. I am not like. I am not that much. Like I didn't go to this field of studying Earth, etc. But what so far, like what they are teaching so far, nothing about the flat Earth. This is what I know. Like,
yeah, they started teaching the globe Earth in the 1950s. Up until that point, education systems around the world, some of them were still teaching the flat Earth cosmology. But yeah, it changed in the 1950s.
Yeah, and I mean, you could put it to the test yourself, Liv. You could look up and see what all the space agencies are telling you, right? They're telling you the Earth is a certain size, and if it's that size, you could use some pretty good math, and you could figure out exactly how much curvature you're supposed to see. And then when you go out to your different locations across the map, you'll find that there's zero measurable curvature over these distances. And at that point, you're left between a rock and a hard place, right? Because now you have, on one hand, you have your educators giving you this data, and on the other hand, you have your real life experience showing you that there's no curvature. What do you do at that point, right? Say, well, my real life experience tells me there's no curvature, but these pictures from the government agencies tell me there is curvature. What do? You know, that's up to you, how you reconcile that.
so basically, it needs from me to invest time and maybe money as well, in order to know for sure. And maybe I can invest time, but money, I don't think so.
Yeah, well, if you have a mirror in your house, you could just take that mirror with you, grab a friend, go to a distance that's pretty flat, like a lake or something that's over 10 miles long, and have your buddy go on the one side of the lake, and you stay on the other side, and see if you could flash that mirror at you. You know what I mean? That'd be a great way to do it. You could take your phone, take a picture. Yeah, because the light wouldn't be able to reach your eyes. You'd have 66 feet of curvature between you and your buddy. So that's one way to do it.
But you said a lake, so a lake will not be that far enough to prove that, right?
You could go to a plain, right? A level field, right? A level stretch of land. Plenty farmland.
A lake's not big enough to do it. Right, it sounds like a silly question. How big is a lake?
I mean, you need so far, like you need far distance.
How far?
I don't know. So like.
Okay, so you don't know. Right, so 10 miles, 66 foot. You need at least 10 miles over a stretch of to measure 66 foot of descent. He's just told you.
In miles?
Yeah, miles. That's like about 15, 16, 17 kilometers.
Maybe 10 miles.
So if we can do 20 miles or even 25, 30 miles, the curvature that we should measure should be exponential. It's 8 inches or 7.98 inches per mile squared. That's 8 inches after the 1 mile. Eventually you're going to get to the 66 foot after 10. You said the lake isn't big enough. Shit, if you've got a 10-mile lake from one side to the other, you're well within the realms of being able to measure the curvature based on the radius value of the Earth, which we're told of 3,950.
Or we cannot say that better. I can maybe use some telescope or something that then I can stand on some tall mountain. Then that means I can see the other tall mountain. Like I can this way see all the mountains or from the other side of the world, right? At least if that mountain is big enough to.
What are you talking about? Do you think if you climbed Everest, you should be able to see the entirety of the Earth or something?
Sorry?
Sorry, I do apologise. Are you saying that if you climbed a mountain, you should be able to see every other mountain?
Yeah, I should see like everything unless that mountain is big enough to cover what is behind it.
You understand angular size, right? I tried to explain this to you earlier. You understand things appear to get smaller in the distance. So even if you did climb a mountain, the angular size of objects well in the distance with just your human eye are going to be unresolvable to you. This is why you get out technology.
With telescope.
Yeah, this is why I was just about to say if you get out technology, you'll be able to see further, but the limiting factor should be the curvature of the Earth. It isn't when you get your technology out and you start seeing further.
Oh, you mean I will not be able to see it?
What are you talking about now?
I didn't quite get it.
So what did you say?
Sorry?
I'm asking you what you said.
I said I will not be able to see it with a telescope, right?
No, because it'll be too far away. The angular size will be too small, and eventually, about 250, 300 miles, the atmosphere, which isn't transparent, is going to cause the light to diffuse. Right? You've been out in a foggy day. Now imagine you're looking through hundreds, if not thousands of miles of gas with particulates in the atmosphere, with moisture, with density, with temperature, with weather. You're not going to be able to see light pass all the way through that non-transparent substance. You can't see down to the bottom of the deep ocean because the light can't pass that far down, because the water isn't transparent. Same with the gas that we breathe. So eventually, it doesn't matter the technology that you use, you're going to reach a limitation of the gas that we're looking through.
Yeah, that could be a thing. And how would I mean? So basically, I need to make calculations and go to the some like the idea you suggested, and maybe that way I can.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, start small. If you've got a body of water, or if you want to get up high and you've got binoculars or a telescope, just see how far you can see. You'll notice that it'll be the limitation of the technology and the weather conditions. It won't be the curvature of the Earth.
Could be. Then I may reconsider some stuff and some more researches. Okay, it was nice to talk to you. I think I need to go and check things again.
Yeah, man. No worries. Good talking to you. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you. See you.
But the silence or anyone else new on here got any questions? Feel free to ask. We just try to help you think critically about the world around you. Back to you guys.
Joka, the globe is a joke.
Uh,
Uh,
I'm Abdur Namakhashev from Dagestan.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
24/7. Wow.
Welcome.
Thank you, bro. So
The Earth is flat and level.
can I have one question for you?
Shoot from the hip.
No. We want one second silence for Diego Jota.
Gravity is not a force.
No, he is a fucking die.
So what about the shape of the Earth? Have you ever thought about this before?
I'm from Russia, so my accent is not good.
Do they have a flat Earth community in Russia?
So you know who is Khabib
Please try to
Nurmagomedov?
remain civilized and cordial.
Do you have flat earthers in Russia? Have you ever met a flat earther before?
Silent, please listen.
I'm asking you a
Control
question,
yourself,
brother.
Or someone else will control you.
Brother, can you turn down the music? You don't seem to be able to hear me.
What is it? Is it drinking time 30 over there?
Let's see if we can try again with him. John, I don't know if you want to lead. I tried to unmute him. I wasn't quick enough.
Yeah, he ran off. Yeah, he was definitely trying to lead the conversation, telling us that we need to be silent and all that. So it's not usually a good start. They come in trying to steer the ship, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a couple other things that he did that was just way off. No, that conversation wasn't going to get any better. So I put him on server mute and disconnected him. And when you joined back in, you were about to unmute him. He ran away.
Yeah, I think he was listening to music or something in the background. He wasn't listening.
I think he was trying to. Well, I don't know if that music's copyrighted, and both the bots are here, so I don't care what he was doing, but that had to go. The disconnect was just for good measure because he seemed like a cheeky asshole to me.
Yeah, you know, everyone has their right to be who they are, you know. Just like you said, the most important thing is the copyright stuff, so it's most important to catch that stuff before. So
No, I think he came here to troll this whole channel, really. I don't think that he was being serious about much of anything he was saying. He was just yapping.
we may never know. We may never know.
I hope he comes.
I'll be back. He came for a yappuccino. Oh, John, are you at home, by the way?
No.
I've been meaning to ask. Not yet. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm actually heading
The other
out
John.
to work.
The other John. Sorry. In fact, I should stop calling him John. His name's Ethagress.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Beans is your John, and you're around a lot now. I should be mindful of that.
Oh yeah. Well, in high school it was all one word, John Luna. That's why I put it like that. No one called me John. They would just be like, John Luna, what's up, man? Here in the States, that was one word.
John Luna reminds me of John Zerka.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on in politics. It was like kind of dead over there.
Just needs a couple of us to get it started, really. It'll soon be busy. Suppose we should move one or two, or maybe one of the bots over there. That usually gets people in as well. So, John, you were about to tell me you weren't at home. What are you up to today? Without doxing yourself. I guess you're busy. Hey, Joker. You fancy getting on the mic, having a chat?
Oh, I'm sorry about that, dude. I thought I was unmuted. I'm sitting here talking to you, and my mic's freaking muted. But no, I got to go to a client's house. I'm about to be doing some grading, some land grading. So it's going to be a little loud. So I won't be able to really chat while I'm doing that portion of it. But yeah, just some random stuff I got to go do for a client. Yeah, and I don't mind doxing myself because none to be ashamed of here. So it's all good.
Yes, sir. Got to make that money. Got to do what you got to do. Welcome, Bardex. No, Badrex.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome to the channel.
Welcome.
Thank you.
What brings you into the 24/7 Flat Earth room?
Randomly, dude.
Very good.
Yeah, that was random.
Have you ever spoken with a flat earther before? Have you looked into it?
Not really, dude.
Nice. Okay, so you've never been exposed to a flat earther or flat earth content before. That's interesting. Where have you been? Hiding under a rock?
No, I'm just like not interested in this topic itself.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So, so what do you want to talk about? I mean, we tend to speak about flat earth in here as a kind of general rule. Do you have any questions or anything?
Not really. I'm just here to listen to the discussion itself. I mean,
well, if you're up for a chat, I'm happy to tell you what flat earth isn't and what it is, if you want to hear it. That's why it's always worth checking first. Hey, Joker, come on the mic. We're not joking. Flat Earth is no joke. It is the observable reality that we all experience. We treat the Earth as flat. We observe the Earth as flat. We treat the Earth as motionless. We observe the Earth as motionless. So where do we go from here? Yeah, Joker, can you come on your microphone? Welcome.
You still there, Rhodes? My mic working?
Yes, sir. What's up, Dave?
Was listening on YouTube. What's going on, man? And I'd like to hear you tell us what flat Earth is and what it is not. Go ahead.
Yeah, happy to do that. I think it's better to start with what flat Earth isn't, because sometimes people don't listen to what it is when they have an idea of what it is themselves. Flat Earth is not an idea or a replacement cosmology with a disk in space. That idea is ridiculous and is usually connected to anti-flat Earth material. They want you to think, we believe the Earth is a disk in space. Incorrect. What flat Earth is a bunch of people who have come to the conclusions and have realized that the Earth is not a spinning ball with a radius of 3959 and a circumference of 25,000 miles. That's what we are. That's what flat Earth is. And in order to get rid of the idea of the ball, you only need to apply logic and empiricism.
I'd say that's a pretty good summary of the main gist of the issue. Good job, Bert. Anybody new here?
I was trying to get Joker on the mic, but he says not now. Yeah, I find a lot of the flat earthers, they really struggle with the subject because they think flat earth is a cosmology.
Yeah, to put it crudely, we're not here to replace any of the unverified stories about the sky or anything. You know, we're just pointing out that the Earth doesn't measure any curvature, right?
Or motion.
Yeah, that's a good one too. I've never felt the Earth move personally. If anyone here thinks they have, besides an earthquake, I don't want to hear about earthquakes. But is the Earth actually in motion, or did they just tell you a story? Think about it.
Yeah, big story. Big story with several motions.
You know, the problem, Roach, a lot of people come in here and say, if you can't replace my story about everything in existence, I don't even want to listen to you. And they never get past that, you know?
Well, that's it. We grow up listening to stories, don't we? We're told the nursery stories. We're told the history stories. We're told the science stories. That's how we learn. And I think that's part of the process of school. They indoctrinate you into believing stories. They tell you stories. And then as soon as you actually start embarking on your own research and you do your own learning, you're no longer learning stories. You're just learning what is and what isn't. And I think that's what's very hard. It takes a very long time to adjust.
Yeah, it's been said many times, but I reiterate it that we're indoctrinated or educated, whatever you want to use the word, to think that men have all this stuff figured out that they really don't. But they give you this assumption that we figured out all this stuff about the sky and blah blah blah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got guys like Just Ross here who believe in the heliocentric model. They don't believe in observed curvature. They don't believe in measurable anything to do with the globe. I believe that the globe Earth, what's Ross said here, I believe that the globe Earth heliocentric model is able to explain observed phenomena. That's great, Ross. That's great. But there are also flat Earth models that can explain phenomena, and the globe Earth doesn't explain everything, especially not anything empirical.
Yeah, we're still waiting on them to explain why they can't actually measure drop over distance anywhere. I mean, that's kind of the whole crux of the issue, right?
Yeah. And, I'll give it to Ross. Ross has basically admitted that it's a belief. It's the basis. The model is the basis of his belief, and I think that's fair. But we're also fair to say, that we don't want to be believers. We want to know something, and what we know is that this globe Earth idea is not within nature, is not anything we can verify. So the globe Earth is like a religion. And that's not to put anyone down, Ross. I'm not putting you down. We just want that distinguished. We just want that upfront, honest, because most people don't know it's a religion. They tricked you into thinking it's science, and now people walk around saying science says.
Yeah, trust the sign. That's all you got to do. Trust the sign. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that, Dave. Good day to you, by the way. Yeah, so I was listening to that, and yeah, when you're talking about the education system telling stories, one of the other things they're infamous for, in my opinion, is muddying the waters of information and overcomplicating things to kind of distract the mind. And one of the ones I think is most like a clear cut example of this is the notion of gravity, right? You have so many students and people who've made it through the education system that have a mixed idea of what gravity is. They have like this hybrid version of gravity in their mind, which is part Newtonian gravity, part Einsteinian gravity. But yeah, none of the critiques, right? None of the anomalies with these theories are really pushed and taught in school or in higher education. So people are still basing their formulas on these equations that are based off of assumptions, and here they are thinking they're believing in a law of nature. So I think that's one of the things that kind of slides through the cracks of the scrutiny that you would normally like utilize against any idea that's being brought to the table. Somebody brings you a new theory, you're going to scrutinize it, you're going to be skeptical of it, right? Because it's new. But they kind of slid this one in by overcomplicating it and then keeping some of the developments in the scrutiny like under the table, keeping it swept under the rug. And so we have a lot of people walking around thinking that it's a known fact, or that all the kinks have been worked out. When here we are believing it's something imaginary as dark matter that's never been proven or observed, but is necessary for the equation to live on. So I think that's important to shout from the rooftops at this point in our journey as a civilization, really.
I honestly think some of the problem is the use of language. I think the truth is hidden within the language, and I think the way that they've turned relative density and given it a synonym of specific gravity. Now they can just say, yeah, things go down because of gravity, and we've encompassed relative density, and if you look, they call density, relative density, specific gravity. So I think they have ways of changing words, making it sound and seem like it's, it's science, it's provable, it's obvious, it's self-evident, when in reality the opposite is true. And like they say, the best lies are hidden within elements of truth. So I think the use of language and the changing of definitions is how they've done it. The average person doesn't care about, etymology, or doesn't care about the meaning of words as much and enough to figure this out without being told. That's very clever. It's very clever, and especially when it's built off a backwards engineered model from what we see in reality. So now you're backwards engineering your phenomena, your natural phenomena, and then linking it into bigger ideas that aren't even, you don't even have a natural phenomena in the beginning. So yeah, it's very clever. Or are we very dumb? That's the question nowadays. Maybe not dumb.
Building a theory to explain away the observed effects, right?
Yeah, maybe dumb's not the right word. I think the better word would be trusting, gullible. These are better words. When it's not about intelligence, it's probably more about emotional intelligence.
Yeah, I wouldn't say dumb, Roach, you're correct, but with the education system that most through, the large percentage of the population is just kind of just got told a story and they just believe it. Whatever word you want to put to that. But nobody wants to actually just try to verify anything,
Well, stories are great, aren't they? They're very convincing when you're a kid, especially if they have the traditional start, beginning, middle, end, with a hero's journey, right? Oh, you get a good hero's journey story, and it's believable. Yeah, we had a few people join. I didn't see the names, but welcome.
Isn't that what the globe is stacked with? Like superheroes saving the globe, and if you go against the planet, the globe, you are the villain. So it's in the subconscious of people when they watch too much Hollywood cartoons. The heroes are always saving the globe, saving the planet. Oh, here comes the evil, anti-no globe believers. Those are the villains.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It is a good story is the same format every single time, and yeah, that's exactly what it is. I think the twist. Every good story has a twist. The twist is they're playing the other side. They're able to sort of switch it and backwards engineer the story. That's why it's clever. Now the good guys are the bad guys, right? And I think that's what happens over time. Maybe it was inevitable. A big lie like this was going to sort of take hold of humanity, because as time passes, as things happen, everything gets covered. We do everything, right? So now we are in an era of movies and stories where now the good guys are the bad guys. We've got the anti-hero. We had Superman, Superdog, Supercat, Supergirl. We got nothing left. Now the bad guys have got to be the good guys. Yeah, welcome to the new joiners. Jackie Dung. Oh, they're gone. That really is the play, Gemsy. Turning the good guys to the bad guys. They're making us the bad guys. We're destroying the world, right? With our normal, everyday activity.
Yeah, they zoom in. They first give you the imagery. They zoom in. They show you the landscapes, the forest, the beauty, the trees, the animals. So beautiful. And then they show you the globe. All of that beauty is on the globe. All of that good people. Everything good is on the globe. So if you try to take the globe again away, the planet, you're a villain.
Yeah,
Don't take
and
the planet away.
yeah, the important thing to look at too is how, like I said, I bring it up all the time, is the amount of mental energy and hours spent doing useless thought experiments. Also watching deep space documentaries about different telescopes that are peering into hundreds of thousands of light years away, and people trying to wrap their heads around quantifying these vast distances of light years and what that actually means compared to distances here. So yeah, I was just watching, like, I'm a member of a few different Discord channels that are more geared towards like higher spirituality, levels of spirituality, where people are trying to connect to source or whatever, some type of thing like that. But yeah, most of them are globe believers, and they believe in outer space. They believe in the planets as these large either bodies of rock or gas, and they believe in all these nebulas and all this different stuff that's all linked to this model. And it's hard for people to really wrap their heads around how new this information and these ideas really are. They think that this has been common knowledge for thousands of years, and that everyone's been a globe believer for a long period of time, with the exception of a small group of people who believed the Earth was flat and stationary. So, I mean, I can't help but sympathize for these people. But I was in one of these other forums, just spreading some kindness and some encouragement. And yeah, I noticed somebody had posted a video about James Webb Telescope that was like, I don't know, maybe a few hours long, and they're talking about all the different things that they're seeing with this telescope and stuff, and just how into the weeds people are when they're watching it. So I went ahead and I clicked on the link just to just kind of peruse through the video and see, like, where's everybody at and what kind of nonsense are they spewing to the masses, and really just making my way through the comments section, just seeing how people are just enamored with the idea of these vast distances. And some people are even Christians, and they're sitting there thinking about the Creator, and oh wow, amazing what God's creation and stuff like that. And you have the science, the creationist deniers that are like, oh, putting their own spin on that, maybe even saying some demeaning things to the creationists. So yeah, it's such a complex issue, and you can't help but feel for the individuals who are just like I said, just so far into the weeds with this stuff. It's like what these ideas spurn, it's it's sad, because if they were to think about things critically and not be so trusting of the ones giving them data, they might never entertain such ridiculous notions of trillions and trillions and trillions of miles in all directions, and how this telescope can go ahead and give them these secrets. It's just it's pretty deep.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the the ones who really can't get their head around it. Definitely, I don't feel sorry for the ones though who are just don't have the balls or the courage to take that step, question the foundations, and ask, how do I know things? How do I know this to be true? I feel like some people do need a kick up the bum just to get the point right.
Yeah, well, if you're already in that mindset that's like, well, no, I just learned about, what the James Webb just discovered last week, and you're so invested. There's a gentleman in here who was like server muted, I think, in a couple of our different guest rooms, and I think DJ had asked me, he's like, hey, do you want me to unmute this guy? You want to try and have a discussion with him? And yesterday we were talking with him. We were speaking with him, and he was invested in the fact that he wanted to become an aerospace engineer. And he was already like willing to even like say like, okay, well, maybe the reason why our surface measurements or our long distance observations are taking place is because the radius is off, but it still has to be a sphere, right? And then we were getting into the weeds about like just what it means, right? And how outer space can't be 100% verifiable, and all the data that he was basing.
That's where the evil kicks in, taking away his dreams. But remember, aerospace engineering has nothing to do with the globe in the realist level, because you could have the real version of that, like aircraft that travel across the air, and then there is the fantasy version that nobody gets to do, which is the globe stuff. But if someone is gonna, go aerospace, develop themselves as an aerospace engineer, they can develop whatever aircraft engines and technology to develop aircraft. That's real stuff. But in the back of their mind, they're thinking they might one day be developing stuff for outer space, and that's where the fantasy kicks in. And if you're telling them that doesn't exist, that fantasy place doesn't exist, that's you're the evil one. You're kind of like fighting against their dreams of some sort. Aerospace engineering, there is a realist level of that. Let's not go too far on that one. There is aircraft that goes across the medium.
Oh yeah, I'm not getting
aerospace.
Yeah, I wasn't getting that. Like basically what I was getting at was different alloys, melting temperatures, different gaskets, and different materials that these gaskets would need to be comprised of, different polymers, all of this stuff. And then I think it was Gen CBR1 was the one who was like posting stuff about how things would, what was the gassing effect of on different materials, right? So a list of different materials that would not be able to survive the conditions of a near perfect vacuum, that couldn't even survive in the weak vacuums that we would be able to generate here. So yeah, so there's just like a lot of back and forth with that type of data, and just the unverifiable nature of the claims of the conditions, right? The claimed conditions that outer space would have to be, right? So it's like you can't test the data, but you have to go on faith, right? And then you're sitting here basing equations off of this data, this base data. So it's just like how far into the weeds we are. And, we have really bright minds basically doing like fruitless thought experiments due to trust, right? And faith in the ones providing them with the base data. And, what a fruitless endeavor it has become. So that's all. Yeah, I mean, there's great designs and stuff, right? But there's been great designers designing these types of or engineering these different capsules and stuff. Like I posted at least twice in the past few days different videos about Auguste Piccard and his capsule and his ballooning inventions that took him up to set the first world record of highest altitude achieved by a man before NASA in the 1930s and stuff. So yeah, there's a paper trail for those who seek, the information. But in this day and age, it's very easy to compartmentalize all that data and hide it behind an algorithm, right? So you want to go and type in your Chat GPT or type into your Google search engine or your preferred search engine of choice. You're going to get biased data, It's just the way it goes. Certain search engines are better than others, though.
You'll get that gravity data. Because the Globers, they're not able to sort of look at this data in the same way a logical mind would and say, okay, this data doesn't match. They'll say, oh, no, that's obviously due to gravity. They get distracted by gravity, because remember, gravity can do anything. So if any data's out, it's because of gravity. Yeah, gravity is the real problem here. The idea, the misunderstanding of gravity, the assumption of gravity. This is the problem. It's mass attracting mass. It's the warping and bending of space-time. It pulls things together, but it's not technically a force, so it's not measurable. But also it can create orbits, so it doesn't always pull things together. So basically this thing can do whatever it likes when it likes. No natural
never once
phenomena.
has a theory. Yeah, never once has a theory been so convenient, right? Everything explained away. Oh, it could do that too. Oh, yeah, it could do that too. It's almost like it has a mind of its own.
Exactly.
Almost like magical bendy light that
Yeah.
just bends enough just to make
It's
it
like
all
one
look
of the-
flat, right?
It's a catch-all phrase. So whenever something is happening, they just use this one word explanation. It's not even an explanation, but they think it is. So when we ask them, about aircraft, how does the aircraft land on a spinning runway? Oh, they say gravity causes what is it called? I don't know, an equalization of motion, or I forget the word they use. Forgive me. Conservation of energy. And then we'll ask them about what is the conservation of energy? Oh, it's caused by gravity, right? Is that what they say? I could be wrong. I don't know if they have all these little phrases that they have no explanation or.
You're talking about. Sorry,
Yeah.
you're talking about conservation of momentum?
Conservation of energy is the word they say. That's what they say. They say that because the air is spinning around with the earth, which that makes no sense at all, because we know gases are unbonded. They're inhomogeneous. So there's no gases rotating around on well, of course, we know the earth is not in motion anyway. But for the Atmo to be Velcroed somehow to the surface of a rotating body, they really have no explanation for that. They try to say gravity. Oh, gravity. Okay, so how does the aircraft move then from one place to another? If the air is moving, so that means if the aircraft is traveling and the air is connected to the rotating earth, then how does the aircraft go from one place to another then? It makes no sense. Let alone land on a spinning runway at different angles to the rotation. Yeah. Other thing that kind of come up in my mind was, real quickly, is about the millions and billions of miles away, like with a telescope. So that's why they asked the question, why can't we see to Paris from New York? But then they'll say, oh, why can't we see forever? But then they say, oh, a boat is disappearing bottom up. What? You just said we could see you think you can see from New York to Paris. How does the ship it doesn't make any sense, man. They say that, I know the caveat is, okay, why, if Earth was flat, they always use that. If Earth was flat, why can't we see that far? but yet they're saying the boats are disappearing bottom up at a certain, they don't even say a certain distance. You notice that? They never say what that distance is. They say, oh, it disappears. They have a vacuous claim with no definition. So like whenever they say the boat is disappearing bottom up and we ask them how far it is, they don't have an answer for that. But they're willing to go along with that the Earth is curving, even though after the ship disappears bottom up with the naked eye, and we pull out a camera, any kind of zoom lens, and you can zoom back into the ship, they stop talking. And you could ask them. And I've never really gotten an answer once I asked this question. Are zoom cameras zooming in around a curve edge? Because if that were the case, yeah, if that were the case, then if you put your finger on top of a basketball and put your finger around the other side on the opposite side where it disappeared, then if that were the case, you could take a zoom camera right to the surface of the basketball, and then you could see your finger on the other side of a ball. So anyway.
Yeah, it's like fallacy stacking. They've got and you covered it actually. So my point will follow on because you covered the end of gravity, Coriolis, and basically perspective. They always use these three arguments. It's always gravity, refraction, and relativity. And they just have that holy trinity of bullshit. So they've got a bag of refraction effects that they can just draw from whenever they want, so they can invoke terrestrial refraction. They've got a bag of gravity arguments that they can pull out, whether it's specific gravity, Einsteinian gravity, or Newtonian gravity. All three of their relativistic argument is just the most flexible argument ever. You don't have to know or see or believe or test anything. It just could be true due to relativity. So they're all extremely flexible. It is the holy trinity of nutter.
Yeah.
It's the goalpost that can never be in one place. It's like that. It's like that significant other that tells you, "Oh yeah, we'll work out as long as you, start working out, or as long as you make some more money, or it's like that same concept of just like, yeah, no matter what, it's never going to be enough. You're always going to be looking to, find the actual aim, but the actual aim can never be achieved because it's a moving target that is so elusive that as soon as you have it in your crosshairs, it's already somewhere else. So, and the movement is so sporadic, you can't figure out where it's going to be in the future. So, yeah, it's pretty ridiculous on its face that someone would consider that empirical.
But it's a complex tool, this trinity of refraction, gravity, and relativity, because the arguments are so complex and so bullshit. Most of these globers can't wield these arguments correctly, so they'll end up using the wrong arguments for a lot of these debates, and that's where the fun comes in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some people find it fun to point out the ignorance of the one presenting the argument, but at the end of the day, it's like it's not constructive, for either side of the argument, right? When the common goal is to find some truth, right, that can be agreed upon. But yeah, these foundations are so shaky.
I beg to differ. I think it is constructive. Exposition is always constructive. It helps the person realize that their position is empty. So what we do here is exposition. So we don't think about it, man. They go away. They're empty-handed. They're upset. They might be getting, in their feelings about it. But in reality, they're going to go away licking their wounds like, oh, man, that was messed up. How come I didn't have an answer for that? And the audience will hear that, too. It's beneficial.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, AV. The only thing I'd add to that is sometimes, it's the correct tool for the job. You know, if you imagine every conversation as a different job, well, every type of job will have a different tool, you know, and I think that tool, the exposition tool, is great to help somebody realize that their argument is flawed. Because remember, they've got a holy trinity of bullshit here. They can be completely flexible with how they approach their nuh-uh. So we also need to be flexible on how we approach their ability to flex.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're not enjoying what you do, then this is just like a straight up job. It's gonna tire you out. The reason why people are here is because they enjoy it. Yeah, and they have friends that walk alongside them, and you know, this walk of truth. So that's what we do. That's why you get up in the morning. You get up every morning, and you know you're gonna speak truth, and some people rebut it, and you expose them. They don't have truth within them. And those who want to have a civil conversation, you expose their minds to the fact that the earth is not a globe in a very different way that you expose the other guy. So exposition is always the case, always. Number one. And we enjoy it doing it too, so.
Well, it's the number one tool in the right environment, right? This is the environment for that tool. I agree.
Yeah.
But I also have fun kicking it with somebody who genuinely is on the journey or on the fence, and you know, just having that general conversation can be fun as well.
Yeah, I was more or less speaking to the ones who already have their minds made up. No matter what you say, they'll just dismiss it with one, something unprovable, right? And then just walk away.
Yeah, but who cares about them, John? Like, who cares about them? Like, they're the ones that are gonna.
A lot of people do.
At the well, you might, but that's just you're sympathizing with them. But the problem is, a lot of people don't realize that this information isn't true. We're not here to soothe them and enable them. We're here to actually expose them that there is no evidence that the Earth is a globe and it's just a giant myth. It's a fantasy. Whether or not you feel bad, like for them, that's on you. You want to soothe them and go in the DMs with them and tell them it's going to be all right. You do that. Everybody here is like, truth is not something people want to hear. How about that? Right? If you tell somebody, I'm going to tell you the truth, what kind of reaction are they going to give you? It doesn't matter what it is. It could be the flat earth, could be, maybe that their dog perished, a car ran over it. Like, when you say I'm going to tell you the truth, it shocks people just saying those words. So, yeah, I mean, some people they want to fall around. Oh, come on, man. I mean, they don't need to be exposed like that. I mean, the truth, just let's have like 5 sessions until they can realize, that they come to the truth. No, dude, the truth is what it is. Yeah, the earth is a planar surface.
Yeah,
and
right.
It makes people upset. I mean, what else do you want to do? Oh, well, ease into it. Let's just, what do you think? Come on, dude. Like, that's.
It's true. It's true. People don't want to hear the truth, even the smallest of truths. If somebody said to you, listen, dude, I'm going to tell you the truth, a lot of people are going to be bracing for something they don't want to hear.
Exactly. They're not going to be normal. Like, yeah. And I don't care how you try to soften that, it's never going to be softened once you get to the crescendo. It'll always be something they don't want to hear. So just tell them. Speak plainly, be concise.
Expect them to push back.
That's obvious. And, just everyone's on different levels with that, pushing back. They might be really aggressive. Some might just be like, oh, well, I don't really care anyway. I go to work tomorrow, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, but I mean, you're still going to lay it out for them either way. Yeah, this 24/7 has always been that way, man. Always. We've always given people the truth. We've never been soothers. We don't come around and stroke their hair and, massage their feet. We don't. That's not our job. We're here to just expose them to the truth. That's it. However that comes out, whatever they, You think I'm a meanie, big old meanie? I don't care.
I'd say we got a well stocked panel of different types. You know, we've got the type of people who can do that. We've got the type of people who can deal with those people who are not responsive to that. So for me, I think it's horses for courses, mate.
Yeah, well, that's why people have different methods, right? So maybe I might not reach across to somebody, but you can, Roots, you know, and so on. But just a method. It's still going to be the same truth. It's just the way you do it, you know, will change.
The Earth is flat. I mean, it's
100% for sure.
Objective.
Objective.
I mean, now it's flat because you're not like in the cosmos, or you're not able to see that it's rounded. So now
nobody can take an orthographic view at the Earth and say that. Yeah.
There was a man, independent man who made this investigation, or that sent this whatever that was in the cosmos, and was able to kind of capture that. I mean,
really, who was he?
Some Frenchman or something. He sent the drone.
Somebody somewhere. He sent a drone. How high did his drone go? What's the altitude? Do you know?
It was like you could clearly see that it's flat, that it's rounded. I'm sorry.
You said it right. It's flat,
it was high enough so that you were able to see that it's ball.
Yeah, but this is like either you're wishful thinking or you don't really know the altitude. Which one of this is it?
Yeah, how high?
You don't know the altitude, or is it just wishful thinking?
It's more logical that it's rounded. Why flat?
Not logical. It's illogical, actually.
Why?
Why can't you answer the question? Why can't you answer the question of how high the drone was?
I mean, I forget because I saw that video. I mean, like I don't know, 10 years ago.
Well, then how come is this supporting the information that you think the Earth is a globe, or what is this supporting? Because it doesn't help your case to say there's a drone that actually saw the Earth as a globe, but I don't know the altitude it went. Doesn't help your case, dude.
Does it really matter? I mean,
there's a hole in your argument.
It does. It does. What do you mean it doesn't matter? It matters, dude. Like, if we don't know the altitude, then how can we confirm that it's the Earth curve? Might have just been the lens on the camera.
The latitude was high enough or whatever.
Yeah, well, how high is that? Latitude.
I don't know. Does it really matter? I mean, the
altitude or latitude? What? Yeah, absolutely.
Able to see.
Now, Badia, you have to think about this logically, right? Because you say you like logic, right? Logic. Let's think about it logically. If you don't have any math to the altitude, then how can we know that there's any curvature that's attributed to this drone footage of yours?
Okay, why you are going to the west and you are coming, if you're making this far enough, you're coming from the east? Why?
Okay, so you're asking a different question, or are you presenting information that substantiates the Earth as a globe? What are you doing?
A different question.
Yeah, so you didn't have any. Let's get something.
I mean,
yeah. Well, if you're open, let's get some facts going, right? There's no drone footage that shows the curvature of the Earth. Let's get some facts. If you did, you'd be able to substantiate it. Correct?
I don't know. Not okay. Well, forget about what about this?
Well, yeah. Let's forget about the thing you came in here with, saying that we have drone footage that shows the curvature of the Earth. Now you don't have anything to back it up. So let's forget about it now because you didn't substantiate it.
To back it up. What about this?
That sounds good.
The west are coming from the east.
What about going from east to west? What do you want to know about that?
You're going to west and you're coming to the same place you started the journey.
Okay. How do you know that? How do you know that's ever happened?
I personally.
You what? What'd you say? What did you do? Hello? Did I lose him?
Sounds like he bailed.
Okay. Well, he's still in here,
His
but
audio cut in. Yeah, his audio cut out. It might be a connection thing.
Shit, I thought it was me, dude. Like, well, Discord sometimes is wonky. It's been wonky lately. It's kicked everybody out all at the same time. That's happened a couple of times. Badia. Yep. No evidence, Badia. It's all right. Concessions are
Well, there was that
important,
one
too.
French guy, remember?
What? Oh, the one he's talking about?
Yeah,
The drone
with
footage?
with the unstated height.
Yeah, that one French guy that one time that did that one thing somewhere.
At that height, I can't remember.
At that height? Yeah, at that height and that place. You remember. Okay, let's just say now we know it's logical. Okay.
It's worth mentioning. Yeah.
It's worth mentioning. Yeah. It was far from here, but close to there. You know what I mean?
And it was kind of high, but not that high. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, can you be any more vague? I would hate to get directions from that guy if you wanted to go somewhere. Yeah, so, you go, right? You go this direction, you keep going. There's a stop sign there, but don't stop. You keep going. Like, nothing concise, nothing clear, just...
Yeah, you'll arrive Saturday, near Sunday.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's just a possibility. Well, I'm not saying you will, but if you think about it logically, perhaps. Maybe.
It's possible.
Kinda.
Yeah. Was it, high enough? Oh, how high is that? High enough to see the Earth curve.
Yeah, they always...
Duh.
Hey, do you hear?
Yeah, you're back in. Yeah, we hear you, Badia.
Yeah, so what about that with the poles? You're going to the west, coming...
Yeah, remember I said, have you heard of anybody doing that? What you just said.
Yes, I heard.
Well, who was it?
I forgot, but they were playing...
Oh, shit.
You forgot, huh?
There we go
Somebody
again.
did it, but I forgot. Okay, there goes your evidence. You forgot.
So do you expect me to remember all the names or something?
No, I expect... Here's how it's broken down, Badia. If you make a claim, you gotta substantiate it. You don't have anything to substantiate it, then we can toss it out.
Yeah,
Pretty simple.
It's just like going to story time. Now we're going to story time, and I'm going to tell you a story about long, long ago, far, far away. How long ago? I don't know. How far away? I don't know.
All right, so Badia, yeah, you can't substantiate the claim.
Do you know people? Do you know people who claim that they went to the west and came to the same spot? Do you know them?
No, I don't. Do you? Hello.
I heard somebody say about it.
Yeah, well, really? Well, go ahead. Who said that?
No, I'm asking you. Do you heard somebody say about it? I mean, it's somebody tell you something like that or asked you about it.
What, pole-to-pole navigation?
Yes.
Oh man, I got cut out. I had a phone call. Sorry. Did you say pole-to-pole navigation?
He's still asking about pole-to-pole navigation, but it's the same answer, dude.
He's asking us, Roots.
He's asking if we've heard about it.
Oh yeah, no. Do you have anybody in mind, Badia? Hello? Is your internet cutting out, or are you just not responding?
It's super surface level, man.
Yes. So do you have anybody to substantiate your claim that this has happened?
I don't even mean what substantiate means, man.
That means that prove what you're saying. Do you have anything that proves what you're saying?
I can easily find those people, but I don't need to.
Oh, let's go then. Let's freaking go.
I said
go
I
and
don't
find
need
them.
to. Why?
Well, then that means you can't prove what you're saying. No?
We're also not looking for people. We're looking for facts. People can't
I'm not
prove
looking for
anything
proofs. I'm
around
not-
this.
I don't want to prove anything. I'm asking.
Oh, well
why?
then Well, yeah. Why are you asking? I thought the Earth was automatically a globe. If you're saying that they're doing these things, well, that would prove it, wouldn't it?
No, I'm just asking
No,
why you
that wouldn't prove it. Well,
why you
yeah,
think it's that.
we're actually putting it to you that water is horizontal on its surface, right? And you could scale up to any level. They're saying that there's a lot of this liquid stuff on the Earth. Well, if you got a lot of flat water, then how can the Earth be how can it be a sphere? So go ahead and if you want to, if you want to know what we say, that's what we say. But if you have examples like, pole to pole, circumnavigation, go ahead and tell us who did that.
I mean, gravitation. Do you believe that or not?
Well, do I need to believe it?
I don't know if you need.
Well, you're saying, do I have to go somewhere and find out how I can believe? Are you going to help me believe? What is gravity, Badia?
Logical.
Yeah. What's gravity?
And there's a center. In the center, it's like this power that is pulling things toward it. Right.
Like magical power?
Right, like magnet power, You don't see the magnet power, but they're pulling to each other.
Okay, you got something in the center of what? The center
I don't know.
What? You don't know.
There's this power.
Well, according to you, it's a magnet, right?
Hey, you got a magnet. It's in the center of what?
Magnet.
What is it? What is it in the center of?
In the center of the Earth.
Oh, really? How do we know that?
Because it's like pulling toward it.
That's great. How do we know that?
I don't know. I guess it's just have to dig deep.
You have to dig deep. What are you going to find when you dig deep, Badia?
How deep,
I mean, this
Badia?
power is invisible. It's invisible power.
It's an invisible power. And you can dig deep to find it? Yes?
Of course.
Okay. How far? How far do we have to dig?
I don't know.
But you said it's invisible. How do we know we're going to find it when we get there?
Because the power exists.
It exists? Really? How do you know it exists if it's invisible, Badia?
Because when I throw the rock, it falls to the earth.
Oh, that's great. Well, that we see something happening, but what's the cause for that happening? What's causing it?
Okay, so what's causing the rock to fall, in your opinion?
Well, I don't have an opinion. I want you to tell me what you know about gravity. So what is causing that rock to fall?
Or changing the directions.
Changing what direction? No. I'm asking a question. What's causing that to fall? What's making it fall? Yeah, we see it falling. Yeah, that's the effect.
Okay.
The rock falls to the ground. We see that.
Gravitation, what do you say?
Yeah, but you're just saying a word. You're not describing the cause. I want to know what's causing the rock to fall. You're saying, I see the rock fall. Okay, I see the rock fall too. What's causing it to fall, Badia?
So what do you think it's causing?
Why are you asking me? Are you trying to prove something to me?
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm trying to find out the truth.
The truth is, okay, here's the truth, Badia. You don't know what's causing that rock to fall. You see it fall, but you don't know what's causing it. There's no magical force or magnetic force in the center of the idea that you live on a globe, because first of all, you don't even know if the Earth is a globe or not. This is where we're coming from, Badia. There's no way that you can tell me what's causing that effect. You see something happening. We all do. You drop a rock, we all see it falling down. Yeah? But what's making that rock fall, you don't know. Nobody does. The law of nature. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. But it's not going to the center of anything. You have to first find out how you know that. Who even told you that? How do they know?
I got it from school, first off.
Well, that's great. Did you ask questions? How do you know this, teacher? what
I
they
have
say.
no idea.
Well, see, I mean, right now you can be curious, right? Maybe at school you were just told to learn this information, but now that you're old enough, you can question things. You can be curious about the world around you, which is where all starts. Everybody in here was curious about the world around them. That's why we know now that Earth is not a globe. It's definitely a horizontal plane. It's flat.
I came far beyond that. I mean, now I'm spiritually so I'm spiritually so aware so that I understand that basically deep down on the deep fundamental level, we are all one consciousness, and what we believe to be true is gonna be true for us. So you see,
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
It's true.
No. That statement you made is incorrect. Because I'm going to tell you why.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you why. Yeah, I'm going to tell you why. Because there needs to be a cause and effect relationship when you're describing things, right?
I mean,
no.
For me, it's not true. For me, it's true.
No. So the Earth is either Badia.
If you're not proving that it's wrong,
okay. Are you preaching to us? Are you preaching to us about your beliefs? We don't need that. So we don't need your preaching. Okay. What we need is evidence for the Earth. Okay,
But I
Badia.
believe it's true. What you believe is true for you. That's it.
Yeah, your belief means you're accepting it without any evidence whatsoever. And we don't do that here. We're trying to get to the bottom of why people.
Only from my experience.
Badia, you're going to need to calm down. Wait till I'm done talking. You're over talking me, sir. So, what we're doing. Sir, I'm asking you kindly to stop talking over me.
Scattered, and that's why you say like me is the one, but you are the one who is kind of stressed out.
Yeah, because you're over talking me. I would be because you don't let me finish. Yeah, and no one can hear. You're doing it now, dude. You're doing it now. Do you hear yourself doing it now? I'm gonna have to mute you, Badia. I don't want to. You can stop, right? You can stop.
Stop
all right.
What?
Talking over me, sir, while I'm speaking.
But all you want to do is to prove me wrong.
Yes, I'm going to because you think the Earth is a globe and it definitely is not. That's why.
Yeah, that's true for you.
No, it's not true for me. It's true for every human.
No.
Yes, you do not witness a globe. You can believe a globe exists, but it's not manifest in physical reality. When you go outside, you do not experience a globe whatsoever.
I'm sorry that you don't understand it, but it's kind of we're thinking on a surface level, unfortunately.
What? No, we're thinking of the reality we live in a physical reality, yeah?
To think kind of deeper.
No, we don't. This isn't that deep as you so say it is. No, it's not.
Unfortunately.
What do you mean, unfortunately? Just because you believe it's something doesn't make it so. You have to prove it. We're just talking about what the Earth looks like and measures and is practically used as.
I'm not proving anything to anybody. This is just good for me. I mean, what I believe is true.
No, it's not true. Truth is self-evident. Truth is self-evident. And your idea or belief that the Earth is a globe is not self-evident. So it's not true. Sorry.
Sorry for what?
That the Earth is not a globe. It's not self-evident that it is. So you can't keep going around saying, yeah, it's true for me. You can think of the Earth as flat and it's fine because you're just basing it on a belief. It's not a belief. It's just what the Earth actually is. It's a horizontal plane.
Everything that you're saying is true, and that's 100% true for you. For me, it's another.
No, it's not subjective. This is objective. There's a difference. Subjective means you like something. I might not like it. That's my subjective opinion. This isn't subjective. This is objective. This is nature. It either is or is not what we're saying.
8 billion people and 8 billion opinions on our lives. It's like everybody.
Who cares?
Subjective.
Everybody can say that the Earth is a globe, but if you're not seeing a globe, if you're not measuring a globe, if you're not flying over one or testing it as one, then it's not a globe. Sorry. It doesn't matter what you believe. You can think it's a giant birthday cake. Doesn't make it one. Come on, Badia. This isn't a believe me kind of thing. You don't have to believe me. The Earth is self-evident as a horizontal plane. Stationary, yeah? Yeah, it doesn't work out for anybody just to believe. That's how you got in the mess in the first place. People just believing. Well, it's time to grow up and time to stop believing. It's time to realize the reality that you're in is displaying itself as a horizontal plane. Self-evident. I mean, I could tell you, but you can also go to a beach and observe it for yourself. See the horizon. It's very flat.
That point of view, of course, is going to be true.
Yeah, because it's self-evident. It's objective. When you go out to the beach, you're going to see the same thing I do. It's objective. It's not like, well, I think what I'm looking at looks like a swan. That's my truth. No, it doesn't matter, dude. It either is or is not what we're all seeing it as. And we're testing it. We're measuring it. So, yeah, you could say whatever. It looks like a dinosaur. It looks like an orange. Doesn't matter, dude. It only is what it is.
Why are you trying so hard to prove this to people?
I'm not. I'm just pointing out the fact that it's self-evident. Whether or not you go, you could listen, dude. You can leave this chat and say, "Oh, I still think the Earth's a globe." That's great. You can believe whatever you like, but what it is a horizontal plane. That's what it is.
That's gonna be true for me.
Yeah, you can leave here thinking that, but it will always be a horizontal plane and a flat Earth that you talk about that says that it's something else. You believe it to be whatever you say it is. It doesn't make it that.
Everything's rounded. I mean, the moon, the sun. I mean, everything.
Yeah.
Rounded.
Yeah, so you're saying that because of those things, now we're that way too?
Yes, because it's kind of...
Okay. Kind of what? So when you so when you go to the street and you see a lot of parked cars, are you a parked car too?
A parked car?
Yeah. You know, car, broom, broom, car. When you see them on the street, you see a whole bunch of cars. Do you think you're one too?
No, I don't think, but that's not an
Well, then that's a silly, that's illogical, right? You wouldn't think that. Because you look nothing like a car.
I believe in that which is more of a truth.
Oh, what? More of a truth? No, there's no more of a truth. See, here's the problem, Badia. You're trying to say that there's levels to truth. It either is true or not true. That's it. It's true or not.
You can't prove the Earth is flat either.
Yes, I just did. At the very beginning of our conversation, I said water is horizontal on its surface, and no matter how you extend it, to whatever level you extend it to, it will always be horizontal. While at rest.
Why, if you're looking from the far, it's like kind of rounded. It's not horizontal. It's not flat, but it's like rounded, you see.
Hey, what are you talking about? When you're looking through a forest? What did you say?
That.
When you look through what?
For example, you're in the open ocean or sea, and you can literally see that the Earth is that this rounded.
Really?
It's not flat, rounded.
Okay.
Where?
So have you made this observation yourself?
Yes, I was in the open ocean, so yeah.
Okay, so how much of the curve did you see? Were you on a ship?
I mean, it's more truth that it's rounded than it's flat.
No, it's not more truth. There's no more truth to it. I already told you. It's either is true or not true. There's no more truth.
It is absolutely, because I saw that.
Yeah, what did you see? A curved surface?
I was in the boat, and I saw that it's not flat completely, like 100%. It's like rounded when you see, like, from the far perspective, from the wider perspective.
The wider perspective, from left to right, you saw curvature?
because there is kind of nothing except of water, and you can clearly see around it.
You can clearly see it's rounded. So you're saying that water's curved. Okay, at large bodies. How big of a large body do you think you're going to have to measure this curve? What are we talking about? How many miles? Kilometers? You give me something?
No, I was just looking ahead, forward, and I saw that.
Yeah, you like to see a lot of things, right? Do you see invisible people too? Do you see imaginary unicorns and?
No, but I mean, how this is related to the subject? I mean,
because you like to say you see things that aren't there. There is no curve on the surface of water. Now, if you're saying there's curves on water, you could actually measure curve on water. If you're saying that, right? I saw curve on water.
We'll see also.
What?
You will be there. You'll see also.
No, dude. Like everybody that has been in a boat understands that the water is horizontal. It's not curving like a globe. It's not doing that.
It's
what?
Okay, so you would be able to see from, let's say, from the Turkey. Okay, two different sides of the sea, right? If you would have the binoculars strong enough, which is available nowadays, which is you would be able to see other objects on the other side, even though it's a huge distance. But you're not able because it's rounded and it's kind of hiding that another side.
Okay, so you're making a claim that there's curvature that's hiding something. How do you know that?
I just,
What?
Hiding because people swim there on their boats and they reach.
They swim on their boats or they sail over the water on their boat. Listen.
They sail over
when you that's fine. When you say the Earth is hiding something, how do you know this?
Because it's not visible, tangible.
Oh, yeah. So because something's not visible, the Earth is hiding this. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, what if it's out of your visible range of what you can see? I'll give you an example. Yeah, I think you might be confused. So, you know how like when somebody's really close to you, right, and they walk away from you, it looks like they're getting smaller, right? Not that they're really getting smaller, like tiny, but it looks like they're becoming very small when they move far, far away from you. Do you understand?
Yeah, but still, if you would have strong enough these binoculars or whatever.
Yeah, no. We're not talking about binoculars right now. Just hold on a second. As they move farther away from you, they're going to get really tiny in your vision. There's going to come a point where you cannot see them anymore. Does that mean they went behind a curve, or does that mean that you can't see them because your eyes are not able to be strong enough to see them?
Or because of my eyes, but I'm talking about binoculars.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So let's do this. Now that you Badia, now that you use binoculars, you put your binoculars on and you see them again. Well, you could see them, but do you think that they're going to reach a limit where those binoculars are not going to be able to see them anymore? The binoculars have their own resolution limit. Just like your eyes. Your binoculars are a little bit more stronger than your eyes, but when you use them, you can see farther, but they have their limit too. Just like your eyes.
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay, sailing over water, as you said. They know the exact distance, and so they know the exact distance the binocular is able to reach. So if it's not if it's reached that distance and it doesn't see people, then it means
no, that's wrong. That's wrong.
They are hidden by rounded Earth.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong because that's wrong because you're not factoring in the temperature of the day, which causes distortions in the viewing distance. which means that things in the far distance might be distorted with optical. Dude, you're gonna have to listen, dude. I'm giving you the gracious enough so that you can listen. If you're not here to listen, I'm gonna just have to mute you every time I talk. I don't want to do that. All right. So in the viewing distance, right? People are looking across the.
Then when
here's what we're doing. No, I'll just prove it to you. There you go. It's fine with me. Not gonna have people interrupting just because they're impatient. It's not gonna happen. All right. Does anybody else in here want to talk about how the Earth is a globe? Yeah, I know. But there's a problem. I mean, he wants to hear the information, but when it's something that goes against what he's believing, he's going to want to leave it. We're only demonstrating to the audience that people have a lack of knowledge when it comes to visual range and how they see across the horizontal surface.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
I really like your approach that you don't just believe. You need proof. It's really great. I would say it's scientific approach, yeah?
Exactly.
Scientists don't believe. I really like your approach and would like to, it's interesting. Maybe I say my statement. Science make a lot of stuff and say us from different field, and it's hard to check it indefinitely. For example, I just believe in some way. Of course, some way I not maybe 100%, but with some level. For example, about viruses, bacteria. Personally, I haven't seen it. Never. So I just trust to scientists. Why? Because they made some stuff based on this idea that they say, so based on this we did it, so this drugs will make you feel better. So with this, so from this approach, I really believe in many things that I cannot check to science. And my question to you.
Sometimes you have to do that, but like in cases where you want to know, let's say for instance, Vit is your name, right? Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
So Vit, in some cases, let's say you wanted to know about this information, whatever it is. I'm not really going to go into it because it's a topic that we can't discuss. So, but germ theory, right? The idea that these viruses and germs, all these things, like in order for us to know if something is true or not, we have to test this, right? So if you were, let's say you took the information and you just trust that somebody figured it out, right? But what happens if you wanted to know? Let's say you really wanted to know. Do you think you could find out, or do you think that you cannot find out? Which one of those? You can find out or cannot find out?
I believe, for example, with bacteria, I should buy or find, maybe rent some microscope and can check it. To take water and I have to check. And maybe this globe, I believe by the way, is it, you leave some assumption, maybe with some fact or proof you will accept that Earth are globe, or you just 100% I don't know, sure that Earth is flat.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, but if some new experiment, for example, if you run some, for example, on balloon camera, I don't know.
Right. Whatever you might think.
This experiment can prove for you when you make this experiment by yourself, for example.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. What if something new came out, some new technology or some new thinking, or maybe perhaps the argument was given to us in a way that we never heard before? Perhaps something might change our mind. That's probably what you're saying right now, right? Is that correct?
Yeah. You not just believe in it like I just believe and
yes.
I don't need any proof. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Great.
So
Yeah, super, yeah.
when you test something, Vit, you find out information about the thing you're testing. So you're gonna find out whether or not you were believing something or you know something. You understand what I mean? You're gonna find out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
when you
because,
when you find out something, you're not believing anymore. You know. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So we would say that we're not believing anything we know. People who say the earth is flat in this room would say that they know. Not everybody. Now I wouldn't say 100%. There are some people who believe the earth is flat and they don't know. There are still some of those people. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that's not true. There's still some people like that. But the majority of us in 24/7 will say that the earth is flat 100%. There is nothing to go against it. No new technology, no idea that we're seeing something differently in an argument. I've been doing this for the better part of 10 years, and I've spoken to everybody. I've did many tests, and I already confirmed that the earth is not a globe. No curvature, sir. It's a horizontal plane. 100%. There is nothing that no new technology is going to come out and say we found the curvature or a new argument is going to be brought up. There's no more. It's already at its conclusion. And I'm happy to know the truth, right? And I want to talk to you about it. And so that not only will I tell you, I will have you think about it. And if you wanted to make your own test, you can do so and find out for yourself. It's just that easy, Vit. There's nothing here where you're going to be like, well, some scientist out there is going to come and disprove you guys. It's not ever going to happen. Not even once.
I think about some tests that can prove or disprove how to check, and maybe the only relatively cheap is test. It's running balloon with camera, and of course, maybe. And then I trying to find some videos, some guys running, and they're in different video. It was different results, maybe due to different attitude, maybe different cameras. So
okay, all right. So you're looking for
and my question. What test? What test did you make? It's interesting for me.
Can I talk now?
What test? Yeah. Yes.
All right. What you try to do is get a visual confirmation that the Earth is a globe based on an altitude on a camera on a balloon. That's not going to confirm whether the Earth is or is not a globe. I'm sorry to tell you this, Vic. I'm going to break your heart here. But even if you have pictures from NASA, that's not confirmation that the Earth is a globe. That's not it. Do you want to know why?
Yes, because I see part of Earth. It's not. I cannot see globe. It's just
no. Well, it's part. That could be a part of what I'm going to say, but it's not what I'm going to say. I'm going to tell you that when you use visual observation, that's part of the reason why you're going to make your test. You see something, right? Some people say they see curvature from the beach. Some say from a mountain. Some say from an airplane. Some say they see curvature from NASA pictures. Now, the next step, you say you saw something. Now it's time to test, right? Let's do a test. How can we test what we see, Vit?
Yeah.
How do we know that we have confirmation that the Earth is a curving surface? What test can we do, Vit?
Make a photo and then with ruler to see is it a line or not.
No, that's not the standard. The standard is measurement. We have to measure horizontally across the surface, Now, what that's going to help us understand is that a horizontal plane would be used as a baseline. That means that's going to be what we start with. Either you can think of it as a tangential plane, right, that sits on top of a curved surface, or you can think of it as a tangent plane that extends horizontally with the surface. So with or without the surface, it will still be a tangent plane. Now think about it like this. If you have a board, I'm going to use a board. You have a board and you put it on a basketball, right? You know what a board is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, when you put it on top of a basketball, you know what a basketball is? Sorry, I don't want to stop you, but you're not a native English speaker, so I don't know if your words
basketball
are
ball. Basketball ball. No,
okay, so you put the board on top of the basketball. So what you have is a tangent plane on top of a curved surface. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that tangent plane, or you can have a tangent plane on a flat surface. That would mean it would be parallel with the surface of the Earth. So we have two things, right? A tangent plane that runs parallel to the surface of the Earth, or a tangent plane that deviates from the tangent plane. Two things, right? So we're going to find out with our test if we can find out the tangent plane either deviates or stays parallel. That seems like a fair test. What we're going to do is...
Yes, but what instruments allow us to do this?
No, I'm glad you asked. Okay. So what we're going to use is two instruments that are stuck to your head. They're called eyes, right? Well, with your eyes, you're going to make a long-distance observation. Now, you can see off in the distance, however far you can see. Sometimes you can see, 10 miles or whatever, 15 miles. But you might want to bring out some binoculars too. Who knows? But we're going to do a test with just your eyes first. We're going to see how far the eyes can see across the surface. Now, mind you, we have the tangent plane to work with. That tangent plane is going to be used in a long-distance observation. So what you're going to utilize is mean sea level. That's the baseline. Mean sea level. You know what mean sea level is?
Mean. Yes. Sorry, not me. Sea level.
Sea level.
It's ocean. Yeah, ocean. Yeah.
Yes.
Or
yes.
sea. What I see.
No. Sea as in the ocean.
Oh,
you're right.
Ocean level. Yeah. Ocean level. Yeah.
Yeah. So the ocean level is taken from the average of the rise and fall of tides. Now, here's an interesting factoid. Right. I'm going to give you. The rise and fall of tides over 19 years. So they can get an average for the rise and fall of tides. I don't know if you knew this or not, but the average rise and fall of tides within a 19-year period. So after that, we have what's considered mean sea level. That's the average of the rise and fall of tides within a 19-year period. Are you still with me?
No, so maybe no. Sorry, sorry. You made this test. You describing what you did.
Yes. Long distance observations. Oh. I'm going to get into, but the thing I want you to understand here, it's not very complicated though. Vit, to be honest with you, it's just very simple. I'm describing the way that you can actually do this, so anyone that hears me can do it if they wanted to. So mean sea level, yes. You understand? It's the average. It's ocean sea level. That's probably how you heard about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be the tangent plane. That's the baseline that we're going to use. Now, moving across the surface, it's either going to deviate or it's going to keep true parallel to the surface of the Earth. That means that off in the distance, you're going to have a deviation from the tangent plane, or you're going to have a corresponding parallel plane that goes along with that to be just as it was if the Earth is a horizontal plane. So what you're going to do is you're going to take mean sea level, and you're going to start from there with where mean sea level is. It's the vertical point, and you're going to move off into the horizon. Now the horizon is either going to be the geometric distance at which you cannot see any farther due to the curvature of the Earth, right? So The horizon would be like the curve of the Earth, or it's just going to be the limitation of your eyes or your optic. Either one. It's going to be the limitation because you can't see any farther, or it's going to be the curve of the Earth that's not letting you see what's beyond the curve.
And I believe you mentioned before one more parameter is distortion, deviation due to air was heated.
Yeah.
It's one more parameter we should.
Yeah, but we're not there yet, though. You jumped a step ahead. Yeah. We're not there yet. The reason why is because when you utilize this, then you're going to have to account for it. You understand?
Yeah.
So now we're just talking about the idea of geometry, deviating away from the tangent plane. Okay, you understand that much. So you have the board on top of the basketball. That means that as soon as you go away horizontally on that board, the basketball will start to deviate away from that board. Do you get the example that I'm using? Okay. That's called drop over distance.
Yeah.
Okay, drop over distance is what we're looking for. We're searching for drop over distance. So therefore, the Earth at where we see the horizon would be the limitation of the where the drop over distance begins. That's where it begins. Because beyond the horizon is where the Earth is curving away from us. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Are you with me so far?
Yeah. I believe maybe I read about this kind of experiment. Yeah. Could you proceed?
Okay, so we're gonna establish if the Earth is curving away at 8 inches per mile squared due to the parabola calculations that are used for the Earth being of a certain size. Now, this is important, right? You're going to look at the size of the Earth. It's already stated, I don't know if you know this, right? There's a radius value, diameter, and a circumference. And if you wanted to find these values, all you need to do is look them up on the internet. It'll tell you right away.
Yeah. I am investigated yet. I have found some sites, a calculator even.
That's great. That's great.
It's about 5 kilometers for 2 meters or 5 miles. Maybe I was
a little
wrong.
bit less, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, using kilometers. Yeah. No, you're close. I think you're right. What's the calculator name that you're using? Do you know?
I just Google it. First or second link from Google.
Yeah, you can also try Walter Bisland's Earth Curve Calculator. That's another one that people utilize. They say that one's the best. Okay. Anyway, what you're going to do is you're going to input some values to this Earth Curve Calculator. And according to that, it's going to put out a value at the end of it. When you put all the information, right, like the standard refraction, you're going to use, eye height and all of these things, right? You're going to put the numbers to the size of the Earth, all of this, right? Radius value. And once you have all this information put into there, it's going to put out a value and it's going to tell you how much Earth curve should be blocking the visible distance, how far you should see. And let's say you see 15 miles. But the most important thing, Vid, I think, when we're talking about this long distance observation, what you're going to use is something to put a known distance in between you and something in the water. That could mean either an oil rig that's in the water, or a buoy, or a peninsula, or even the coastline. Let's say you're looking down a coastline, right? Whatever it is.
Yeah.
So long as you can see for miles, and at the very end of your vision, you could see the horizon. That's the only thing you're concerned with right now, is seeing the horizon at the end of your long distance sight test. Okay?
Yes.
So the drop over distance, according to your long distance observations, you're going to be able to say the Earth would be curving at X amount of miles per square, right, in the distance, depending on how far you can see. Now, I don't know what that's going to look like in your test. So you know what I mean? I can't give you a value because you might be able to see 15 miles, you might be able to see 20 miles. I don't know. So I can't tell you what that distance will be, but it'll be in the ballpark, right? It'll be in the ballpark of anywhere from like 10 to like about 30 miles. And sometimes even greater, but it just depends.
It's definitely longer distance that should be according to calculation, yeah?
Well, it's just like, yeah, what we're getting to is that the tangent plane, because there has to be something we're measuring from, which I mentioned before, ocean level, right? So it has to deviate away from that in order for the Earth curve calculator to state that at the visible distance you should see or not see something in the target distance. So let's say, okay, you see a building on the coastline, and that building is supposed to be 20 miles away from you. Well, according to the calculator, it might be hitting from a lot of curvature with the value that you're going to receive, right, from putting it in the calculator. So you don't know that yet because you need to do the test. But once you do, you can calculate the distance between you, the measured distance between you and, let's say, something in the water. It's between you and the horizon. So I don't know if this is getting confusing for you, but so you're the observer standing and looking down a coastline, and then you see something in the water that you have a known distance to, something that you know how far away it is, right? And then beyond that is the horizon, which is what you want to know, how far is the horizon against the thing that you're measuring the known distance to. You follow what I'm saying?
What is main? I'm maybe lost sometimes. A lot of details, but what's the main statement? So you can see on longer distance that you have to see according to calculation, yeah?
Yeah, apparently the Earth curve should be obstructing your view in the distance if the Earth is said to be a globe at the size that they say it is. You get what I mean? So if you see something in the target distance, and it shouldn't be there because it should be behind the Earth in the curve.
I read this experiment, laser experiment, that people can see 30 miles, I believe. I watched this video. I believe it's similar experiment.
We've made many tests. However, this is one that I think is easy enough to do without any expensive equipment. So you can do something like this without having to go to the length of using I'm not saying you can't use a laser, but the laser itself would have to be extremely powerful culminated beam. So the beam itself would have to be intense to work itself over that distance. You know what I mean, right? Because I mean, if you get like a pen laser or something and you try to do it, it's not effective because of the distance that beam will spread out due to the inverse square law of light. So you know what I mean? There'll be a bit of beam spreading out.
I watched this experiment video, and they, of course, I don't believe. I tried to search explanation from scientists, from other. I like to hear both sides and listen proofs. They say that I believe diffraction could explain this diffraction.
Yeah, you're saying it right. What I would say is it's a great way to actually look at what you know, put it against what someone else is saying, against what you know. You're going. So far, you're going along the right path, which is what a critical thinker should do. Somebody who's critically thinking about this should actually think about it in a way that challenges their own worldview, and you're doing the right thing. Yeah. So I can applaud you for that much, right? Because you're doing the right thing and testing this out and trying to work it out in your mind. So,
but I cannot say it's just diffraction. It's just a word. It's don't explain me like you before. It's with critical thinking. Always we should ask why. It's to go deeper in details to understand completely, not just those diffractions. What diffraction?
Yeah, of course,
I understand this effect, but how big influence this effect in this test? It's not clear for me.
Man, now you're getting into the good stuff. So we're gonna use the way light travels across the surface, and depending on what time of day, depending on the ambient air temperature outside, will cause variables, distortions in the viewing distance.
Yeah.
So there's things to take into account, right, when you're making your long distance observation test. You still follow me? Bit?
Yeah. I'm maybe pretty clear with this test. It's I got the idea of this test.
So
thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm just being a bit thorough because I don't want to leave something out. So we have to consider angular resolution, right? The limit to our eyes, how far you can. And I don't know, your vision might be good or not that good, but you have to include that. There has to be the idea that you understand these basic principles, right? Once you do, you're able to apply how vision works across the surface of the Earth, and then you can input all the factors that you would include in the long distance observation test. It's easy to think about, but when you start implementing what you would do as far as your test to be thorough, you got to make sure that you don't leave things out and you document things. If you're going to do this test right, you document things and you record what you can. And then the information that you're going to give us, the data, will be supporting either the Earth being a globe or not a globe. That's what you're going to be doing, Vit. So everybody can do this test. Like you and everybody listening to me right here. You can do this test if you wanted to. See across the surface of the Earth how far you can see. And sometimes it's easier for me because I understand like the mechanics of water with the physics, right? Display that the Earth is a horizontal plane just based on pure physics of water. But for somebody that wants to test this information to be true, well, water will demonstrate itself as in physics over this long distance observation test, meaning that it will keep to a horizontal plane. And
but by the way,
go ahead.
Maybe I try and think critical. What I like it's in your approach. It's thinking critical to whatever. Don't believe. Believe it's taboo word.
Yeah, that's correct.
And maybe one more explanation that came in my mind. Maybe Earth is globe, but much more bigger.
That could be. Listen, I'm not saying you can't think of it like that.
And more flatter. So why you can see more further. Yeah.
Yeah, but think about it like this.
I cannot say it. It's just.
I get what you mean.
Mind.
I get what you mean. Yeah. It could be just a bigger ball. I know what you mean. But the problem we're having here is that when you go through this test and find out it's not the size that they're saying it is, we have a problem. Do you know why? Because the radius value, Vic, for the Earth being a globe is tied into a lot of other things. It could be tied into the cosmic distance ladder. It's also tied into, the orbital mechanics of how rockets work when they reach orbit. There's a lot of things. The R value is also factored into terrestrial refraction. If the R value is not what it is, if it's not 3959 miles to the center of the Earth from where you're standing on the Earth, then that throws everything into question about the Earth being a globe. It doesn't matter if it's a bigger ball. You've just put everything else into question. All things that depended on the R value are not dependent on the R value anymore because you just said it could be a bigger ball. That's a problem. The R value is essential for a lot of these key component things on the Earth being a globe. It's vital to all of it. You take the R value away, you take away the idea that orbital mechanics work the way they do, you take away terrestrial refraction and the way they're calculating standard refraction for it being what it is. You're taking away a lot of what people depend the R value to be for.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, because it should
Right.
be recalculated everything.
Correct.
And
Orbital
I
mechanics
think
goes out the window. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, how GPS is working.
Yeah, here we go. That's you've added an extra
Yeah,
layer of complexity.
I just believe.
Yes, exactly. The problem is that you're using, like, let's say GPS with the spherical coordinate system. Now, the spherical coordinate system of longitude and latitude are also going to be thrown into question once you say the Earth is a bigger ball. So, in fact, the Earth cannot be bigger than what you should measure it as. It needs to be 3959 radius, 24,901 miles circumference, and if it's not these components or attributes, then you've thrown everything into question. Everything. Even if you say it's a bigger ball, then all bets are off for the R value. Everything.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Thank you very much for discussion.
Oh, you're welcome.
I got some ideas to think. Thank you.
Yeah, it sounds like you're ready to think some more. Yeah, but thank you for your opportunity, man.
I like critical thinking, but also critical thinking to both theories and flat Earth and bubble both. It's don't believe. Yeah, thank you.
That's right. That's right. Stay on your journey, Vet.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too, man.
Have a nice day.
Okay, we got some people in here. I'm gonna maybe turn it over to someone else if you want to take over. It was a good conversation. One of the ones that I like having is somebody who's inquisitive. Language barrier to me, it's like we can work through it if the person is willing to, power through and be a critical thinker, for sure. Good conversation.
Yeah, that was great. I think I only came in for the last part, but
So
it
did
seemed like
I.
a really good back and forth.
I missed the part. What was it you were saying about the angular resolution? How far do you want to see?
Yeah, well, we're discussing based on like a long distance observation test. This method is one that was used for the idea that people can see things off in the distance that aren't supposed to be there based on the predicted distance of the Earth's curvature, where it should be, where it's not. So we're doing the test because we went into like, okay, so what would be the standard for how somebody can test the Earth being a globe? Because I told them you can all day long put a camera on a balloon, send it up. I was like, but pictures are not the standard. Just visual confirmation of seeing something is not the standard. The standard is measurement. We have to come back down to the ground and see if we can measure the surface comporting to a globe in the size that they say it is. That is the important part. It's the next step. You just saying, well, I see a globe. I went to a mountaintop. I went on an airplane ride. I went on a rocket ship. Whatever you're saying you saw, NASA's showing me things. Doesn't matter. We got to come back down to the ground and confirm with the measurement over the surface that the Earth is curving at 80 inches per mile squared due to the radius, diameter, and circumference. So that's what I was telling Vit. Vit was at least gracious enough to have a conversation with me about, how we can think about doing a test. And I was like, well, I think he said he saw some laser tests, which is good. I mean, he saw some of the laser tests that are being done online. And one of the main things I told him anyone can do is a long distance observation test where you can go, and observe over water, either a coastline, you're looking for the horizon off in the target distance, but you want to have something that's visually confirmed to be at a specific distance away from you. So just engaging with the whole methodology of like the idea that the black swan is showing that the Earth isn't what it's demonstrated to be, right? So I'm talking about the method. The method simply is just what you do. You're observing over a long distance and using your eyes, talking about the resolution limit, going back to your point, Elbow, of the resolution limit of the eye, how far we can see across the distance. And so that was important to like, everybody's eyes maybe are not 20/20, so we're going to use that and take that into account. And then, talk about the distance of an eye height. Everything is needed to be included, like the factored into like just the whole process, the method. I was talking to him about it, so I don't want to ramble too much more. But yeah, that's what the resolution limit was brought up for.
I always like the why can't I see the Eiffel Tower, yada yada yada.
Yeah, I mean, I think the guy before him had a problem with that. Things get smaller in the distance, and obviously you're not going to be able to. The eye won't be able to resolve something that far away. With it being like shrinking in apparent size as it moves away from you. So
Yeah, I've always liked that question because in order for you to see something that far, let's say 2,000 miles, the thing has to be about 3,000 feet wide, feet high.
yeah, it's good to see everybody in here, man. That's awesome. Glad you guys are joining us. And I think I heard Mary Mom in here. I don't know if she's still here.
It's for the condition. Sorry, am I roboting?
No.
Oh, that's not. That's just having a clear sky, no atmo, interference between weather and all kinds of stuff. That's if
Yeah,
it's got nothing in the air. It's not atmo. Right?
Yeah, because I was laying the foundation for what the tangent plane over the surface and 8 inches per mile squared based on ideal geometry. But then there's the distortion values you're going to have to factor in, which would be the ambient temperature outside. You know what I mean? And then, of course, the temperature of the surface. So that's going to cause distortions right above the surface, such as inferior miraging and heat haze, which causes shimmering. So a lot of good stuff to talk about when in regards to how we see it horizontally across the surface. And I guess the other thing too, it's like I'm not mentioning one specific example. It's just the method I'm talking about. I think that's key. I don't need to talk about one specific example because I want to tell the person how to do this if they go wherever they go, and the multiple things that they can use around them to actually utilize to make this test something that's viable. That's not just.
Yeah, I really liked what you said toward the end there. This has already been decided. It's already been figured out. It's just a matter of whether people get on board with it and can grasp it. And I thought you explained it really well using words, not necessarily using visuals in the chat, which is challenging to do. I like the board and the basketball thing. I haven't heard you do that before. Maybe you have. I like the horizontal of the board. That was a good idea.
I didn't know what other example to use because I know he's not a native English speaker. So I was like, hopefully he gets what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking, maybe if I could imagine. I was imagining like a clear board. It'd be easier if it was a clear board, wouldn't it? Because then you could imagine if you were comparing it. Yeah, I thought that was good. But yeah, I remember AV when I joined the original 24/7 Discord. That was in like 2019, and some of the laser tests had just came out, and Panto, he had me captured there in the VC check-in for like 3 hours, showing me like every single detail about it. But that was his, and I already knew the Earth was flat, but I didn't know about the laser test, right? Because I was reading like older books about it. So I was like very enthused about it. But he presented it to me then, even that way, like, yep, we've done these laser tests. It's confirmed, documented. It's over. Earth is flat. And I think even back then, over 6 years ago, I was like, yeah. Done. We just have to tell the world. You know what I mean? And now I'm like, okay, so here we are. 6 years later, we're still telling the world. But I mean, what can you do? But just keep telling it.
Keep on trucking, huh? Yeah. No, I mean, we I don't know. I like doing it. I mean, it's fun to get people to think about the world around them and challenge what their preconceived notions are by testing things that, they're just beliefs. There's nothing really there with the idea that Earth's a globe. So, I mean, they have a problem. I think once they find out that it's not a globe and it's a horizontal plane, then maybe they can, listen to reason. Right now, as it is, a lot of people do just believe that the Earth is a globe. There's no evidence. So
yeah, and then the other side of that coin is what I've seen in recent times. But yeah, I mean, you do a great job at it, and like so many people here that I've seen, have like over the years, the arguments just keep getting better and better, and you come up with new ones all the time, which is what we have to do to keep ourselves fresh. But the other side of that coin is that the flat earthers, there's people who are just believing the flat Earth and don't understand it. And that's like, I feel like that's a real problem because, like you said, we just keep presenting the information, hoping people will start thinking for themselves because we don't want people to just like start believing in flat Earth because somebody told them. You know what I mean? Or if that becomes at some point, if they come up with a new dominant paradigm or something that everybody just believes, then they'll just present another weird model that everyone will jump onto, right?
Yeah.
And that
I mentioned that to,
and then we'll be just sitting here for years fighting that. It's like, gosh, will this never end?
I mentioned that to I think it was a guy I just talked to. I mentioned that to him. I was like, there are some flat Earth believers. There is that. I mean, I would say people that just believe based on like what we're saying, they're just jumping on the. Like, well, I like this. You guys are saying something that sounds cool. I'm gonna hang out with you guys and call myself a flat earther. And I'm like, those guys don't really know if the Earth is flat. They've never tested, right? They've never actually confirmed whether or not what we're saying is the case. And that's all we're asking for is that people actually get engaged with critical thinking and they get inspired by listening to us and be like, you know what? I'm gonna do something about it. I'm not just gonna think about it being a globe. I'm gonna check to see if it's an actual globe. And once they do, they're going to be like, oh, man, it's not. But until then, it's like they're going to fight us tooth and nail. But I think that's what we want them to do is to inspire them to be critical thinking. But whether or not they are or they do, it's going to be beyond us. Oh, we got a lot of people in the chat. Welcome, guys. We got Lou in the chat. Jaka is in the chat. Welcome, new guys. Tarsus, welcome. We just finished speaking to Vit, so Vingnesh has just joined us right now. Welcome. Announcing all the new people that are joining us. You guys are welcome to jump into the conversation. We're asking you guys if you know the Earth is a globe. Is there any way that you can show us how it actually is one with any tests? Is there some way to validate the Earth being a globe? I'm challenging you right now because as it is, the Earth is not a globe, and it's a horizontal plane where water displays itself horizontal and flat on the surface of the Earth. So if you think it's a globe, then do your best to try to prove it.
Yeah, we need Ladyboy in here from the chat. I'm not even going to click on that. I'm not even going to click on that GIF there, but I'm assuming it says Flat Earth Crazy Boats GIF. I'm assuming it's probably like boats going off the edge, don't you think? I guess I could click on it. I could assault my eyeballs if I really wanted to. Oh, yeah, that's totally what it is. Yeah.
Off the turtle's back.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it has a turtle, Secret Asian Man. Yeah, he was asking, does it have a turtle? Yep, you can envision it then. You don't have to click it. Don't hurt your eyes.
Yeah, that's a very common one. Is there anybody else in here? It's just me and Mary Mom, and looks like Jedi's here. DJ's here. Welcome, dudes.
I'm here, just back from afternoon prayer.
Yeah, I know.
I hope you guys are good. Hope we could have some fun today. It's good to see you guys.
Always, dude, always. Ladyboy just jumped in here.
Okay.
Oh, good. I invited him in and he actually arrived. How exciting. Hello, Ladyboy. Hello. Yeah, so that GIF you put up there at 52 minutes after the hour was that's supposed to be a joke? Like, are you just making a funny? Did you think it was funny, the GIF? Yeah. Okay, yes, that's what I wanted to know. Yeah, so yeah, that's a common thing when people haven't been introduced to Flat Earth before, the actual measurements and logical train of thought that goes along with demonstrating that we don't live on the globe, they'll make fun of flat Earth with gifts like that, as if we, like that one in particular. I'll even open it again for you. Yeah, a square that looks like a piece of corkboard in the middle of space, sitting on a turtle's back with a bunch of ships going off the edge. So, yeah, that is not what we think at all. Starting with, we don't think we're in outer space because we can conclusively demonstrate that the claims about the fantasy medium of outer space being a near vacuum right next to our atmosphere are completely impossible to exist in the way claimed. So that's cross out that part. We'll cross out the outer space part. We'll cross off the edge part. We've seen no evidence that there's an edge. No one's ever been to an edge. There's no reason to think there's an edge. We aren't allowed to freely travel to the realms past the 60th parallel, so we can't confirm or deny an edge. But if I was forced to confirm or deny, I would deny it because I've never seen any evidence of it, and there's no reason to think that there's an edge. Moving on, obviously the turtle is ridiculous, and even though I guess that comes from ancient cultures, I guess that's actually of all the stuff in here, I'm gonna the turtle. It's a turtle. It's the only natural thing in the whole image here, and I think that does come from ancient cultures, all of which accepted the Earth as flat and stationary, just as it appears, because the cult of the globe wasn't introduced, until the ancient Greeks, and after that, for many hundreds of years, it was just a little esoteric, weird idea people had that had no connection to reality whatsoever, and it was just a philosophy. And followed by the boats. I don't know. Yep, the boats aren't going to go off the edge since there's no edge. So there is your gift debunked. Did you have any questions about the flat Earth or what it actually is?
I just wonder, why they lie to us that Earth is globe. If they know that it's flat, why they just they didn't tell us that they're flat?
Great question. Yeah. So, I answered a similar question earlier when Belisarius was asking in the text. I wish that guy would come back. He has if you guys haven't heard him before, he has this amazing dramatic voice. I totally want to hire him for the backyard production of Pied Piper of Hamelin that I'm putting together. But anyway, when that guy asked about why NASA would be falsifying this, because that's really the lead organization. They're the head liars, even though not all of them are lying. I guess I should disclaim it with that. NASA's a large organization, very compartmentalized, so not every worker there is going to be lying. But the people who are actually lying, some possibilities include propaganda production. Somebody has to be putting out that bad science fiction, low-class Sesame Street animation. Profit, making $75 million a day off the backs of the hardworking American taxpayers, going to nothing except for the little animation that my middle schooler could do better with. Their stupid little Mars rovers and stupid little moon landers, dumb tinfoil pieces of crap. Information control, best way to obtain and consolidate and maintain power over people's thoughts is to control all sources of information, including all the propaganda, space propaganda, and so on. Or many people have speculated, totally speculating, but I think it's a real good speculation, a front for other activities, since we know that NASA has close ties to the military-industrial complex, including, weapons production and so on. Those are 4 reasons. Do you need more?
I also just wonder why they are why they're not profiting about Earth's globe. What's gonna happen when they say Earth is a globe? Why they're not saying Earth is flat?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Yep. So it seems to be the case that after they realized they made a huge mistake, and that this philosophical idea of the sphere, which they just came up with at the cult of Pythagoras, after they realized their cultic religious belief had no basis in reality, when they did start to be able to get much higher off the ground, starting in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and so on, they decided instead of admitting we made a mistake, they decided, for whatever reason, I'm not them, they said, let's fake the moon landing so we can pretend to take a picture of this thing so we can keep people on this lie. I mean, you tell me, why do you think they're lying? I mean, we know there's no globe, so that, you could sit here and wonder about why they're lying. I mean, I just gave you 4 reasons: profit, information control, weapons production, and whatever I said the other one was, propaganda production to control the minds of the people.
I believe what people say because I grew up I'm from Thailand, and my education system says it's how can I say, it's globe and not flat, and I don't believe it's flat because why it's gonna be flat, why I was if it's flat, everybody should say that it's flat.
Well, we are here. Yeah, we're here. It's an open secret. It's very easy to determine that the globe is nothing more than a story. It's a fairy tale, right? And so NASA itself, I guess when you say you believe, you prefer to, I think I'm paraphrasing, you said something like that you want to believe that people are telling the truth. So that's fine. Like if you meet a new person, you can come in with good expectations and assume good intentions. I'm all about that. But when you're talking about an organization like NASA, they've already demonstrated that they're deceitful. At best, they speak out of both sides of their mouth. At best, they're, limited hangout. So, they do sometimes tell the truth. I see you're over there in chat. So, for example, right on the NASA.gov website, I'll show you an example of a time when NASA tells the truth. It's usually when they're forced to. So people were noticing inconsistencies in this big blue marble picture. That's why they told the truth. It's not like they came out and were like, hey, let's tell the truth about this one little thing. No, it was because they were being forced to, because people were noticing that this image of the Earth had many inconsistencies and signature features of Photoshop. So this employee of NASA, Robert Simon, you can see his picture there. You see him right next to his creation. You see Robert Simon, the creator of the globe there? You see that picture at 2 minutes after the hour?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he made this image of the globe that was on the original iPhone home screen, and that was being propagated everywhere as if it were a real image. But once it was challenged, because now we have the technology and the ability to challenge these things more vigorously than they were in the past, which is the good news here. Everyone is now allowed to make their own choice if they're going to continue to follow the cult they were indoctrinated in since birth, the religion they never freely chose or consented to, or if they're going to use their clear light of reason and will to actually look at the world the way it is and analyze it. So yeah, he says right there, let's see, the hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. And he talks about who worked on this. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and ocean to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. This ball became the famous blue marble. And then you can see the source there, nasa.gov. The link to this is up there, and it's still up there today. Shocking. So yeah, Ladyboy, NASA is just creating these images for you. So what do you think about that?
I don't know. I think I trust NASA than here.
What makes you trust them? What have they done that leads you to believe
why did they lie to us? I think as humanity, we're scientifically improving. So why would they just lie about Earth shape? That would be so silly. That would be that would be really silly and really stupid that they lie about Earth's shape. They were like, oh, Earth is not flat, or Earth is globe. Why would they tell that? That would be Like there's other planets that we can just measure, we can take picture. Like they're not flat, so why Earth will be flat?
Sorry, we're not a flat disk in the heliocentric cosmology. Cosmology is completely different. So you're trying to shoehorn in your ideas into the flat Earth ideas, speaking about other planets being spherical. The question for you, how was everything created?
Big Bang.
Okay, so nature sprung into existence all by itself and then later on created information and consciousness, right?
I think consciousness came with the humanity.
Yeah, so that comes information, that's consciousness, that's me and you thinking, but that comes after all of the matter sprung into existence for no apparent reason, right?
No.
You said Big Bang. Literally relating the Big Bang story to you in order of what it means. Nature, that's physical rocks and stuff, explode into existence from nothing, and then later on, information is formed and biological life forms. Right?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So that's kind of an unscientific claim, right? Things magically springing into existence for no apparent reason. There's another choice, though, as to how things are created, especially if the Earth's not a sphere. Sorry, carry on.
I said, why does need to be a reason?
A reason for what?
Reason for being, like, created.
Well, you've got two choices, right? You've pointed out one. Nature springs into existence all by itself, like a magic trick, or intelligence creates. Some people call that intelligence God. So when we discover the Earth isn't a planet that exploded into existence in a universe, when we turn around and ask the questions, well, how was the reality created? We come to another conclusion. Intelligence creates. You can scientifically demonstrate that.
Okay, but if there's a God, like, if there's a God, I think the intelligence created and like everything started with intelligence. But maybe it just started with randomness. Like it just like happened while we're just like looking for a meaning. Maybe like everything is just meaningless. We put meanings in the universe and we put meanings in Earth, that Earth is flat, Earth is globe, or is this like why we care about that? Like
other people are putting meaning into your life by answering and asking the big questions, like you've just pointed out. Who are you? What's your purpose? How did you get here? Where are you going? Blah, blah, blah. They've answered those for you or given you another paradigm to choose from where, I don't know, we were just lucky to spring into existence, I guess. Some kind of interstellar one-night stand and we are the result. Maybe. I don't know. It's an accident, right, while we're here. There's no purpose to it, according to the heliocentric model. So just by doing that, they get to control your perceptions of reality. It's a very simple trick.
okay, so what do you mean? Like my reality? Like you mean that my reality like different from your reality?
Reality is what reality is. Your perception of what reality is differs from mine. So if you are set a paradigm that isn't even real, how do you even know where you are or what you're doing or what you're supposed to be doing? You turn around to the authority and ask them what you should be doing. So you literally give your sovereignty to other people.
No, I don't do that.
Yes, you do. Yeah, do you believe NASA, right?
Yeah, because why do I?
And how did you validate their claims?
Scientific observations.
Sorry, you did science, did you?
No, I'm just a lady boy in Thailand.
Okay, so they did science and you saw them do the science, did you? Or do you just believe them because they said they did science?
Yes.
Right, okay, so that's what I mean by handing over your sovereignty. Right, you just trust them for whatever reason, and I'm not taking it away from you, but you do just trust them without any real validation of their claims. You just believe it. That's what I mean.
Yes, I believe it because because why would they lie to me?
Yeah, exactly. You justify this, it's fine.
But that's what I'm going to point out. You just believe them, and then you would justify them. Oh, why would they lie? For example, like you were just about to say.
Okay.
You've heard of Stockholm syndrome, right?
What is that?
Stockholm syndrome is where you have a captee and a captive, right? So like a hostage situation. Eventually, the person who's been taken hostage starts defending the hostage, the person who took them hostage. Right? It's the same type of thing. You believe this, whatever story, right? The Earth being born, whatever NASA says. You don't know why, really. It's just a confidence claim, but you will defend them. Right, you will turn around in conversations and say, "Oh, I trust them. Why would they lie?" But ultimately, when we try to do some critical thinking, you have to admit that you haven't verified anything that they've said. You just trust them.
Yeah.
Scary, right? Do you not find that scary? That you're handing over your sovereignty to agencies that really you have not verified anything that they've said?
No.
You think that's perfectly normal and fine?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, good luck.
Why is it wrong for you? Why do you think that's really wrong?
I mean, it's a choice you've made. Like I said, I don't know if you were here. When I said that, people are I think you were. People are, the information's here. You can choose to just kind of stay in the spell of the mainstream propaganda if you think that's comfortable and easier and you don't want to step outside of your comfort zone. Or you could be a person who would prefer to know the truth and find out what this realm where we live really is and discover more about it, not just give your sovereignty, like Jedi said, over to another person. Then you're just being used. I mean, I don't know why you would choose that, but you can choose it because you do have free will. So you can choose that.
Using me? Why would they use me? I'm just I'm living in my house doing my job, and why would they choose use me? What would they use me for?
Oh yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, because you believe in all this and the Big Bang and stuff, you think you're insignificant instead of being a very amazing creation with free will, outrageous brain capacity compared to any of the other organisms on the earth, ability to self-reflect, ability to collectively, working with other people to write symphonies, play symphonies, build bridges, make water systems and sewer systems to make an entire town safe. You are human. I don't know what your particular talent is, but yeah, if you remaining subdued keeps them in power, you're one of them, right? But they do that to a lot of people. They're limiting humanity by limiting their ability for rational thought and then to direct their own lives because they're giving their lives over to the state. So, I mean, what is your particular talent? If someone said, "Lady Boy, I would like you to give a presentation to this group to explain this thing." What is the thing you're most talented at that you feel like you could share with others and help others with and do good things in the world with?
I'm just a good person with my friends and my family. And I'm a dancer.
Mm-hmm.
This is my talent. And I'm an NPC.
Yeah, you don't have to be an NPC, right? You said you are one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that third one, you could cut that one out of your bio and just, so the dancer, let's just hit the dancer part first because that's more concrete. You could become the most amazing dancer, that you can be, and then you could use that to express ideas to people in performance and so on. Or just to bring joy to your friends and family. But the first one, being a good person. So that I'm going to push back on that a little more because being a good person is not the thing you came in with, which was, I just want to believe people, okay? So, because what we need is good people who are willing to take action, to defend, truth, innocence, and so on. So that involves sometimes becoming the villain to the villains, right? So you can't just, people who go around and just are like, I'm just a good person, I never say anything bad about anybody. It's like, yeah, then you are going to be an NPC, all right? You'll be a good NPC, yep, and everybody might even be like, oh, Ladyboy's so kind and nice, they're so great. They made me some cookies the other day and did a dance for me. But you aren't going to make a difference in the world, right? Because you have to, if you care about people enough, you also have to be willing to fight for them, whether that be spiritually, mentally, emotionally, sometimes physically, depending on your role in the world. But, you could choose to apply yourself and try to figure out what your life purpose is on Earth. But why do they lie to you? To keep you from doing that. Because that's a challenge to their power. Anybody thinking for themselves is a challenge to their power. You plug in your brain into the boob tube and believing you're on a globe, that's great for them. They love it. Yeah, they love it.
So why would they love it? Like, I'm asking you, why would they love it? Like, why would they like, oh, she's blaming Globe, like, oh, she's so stupid. Like, why would they do that?
Yeah, I mean,
like, why you guys thought you are the awakened one all the time?
Oh no! I make no claims. No, because anytime you say that you're the awakened one, then you find out tomorrow, oh gosh, I was completely asleep in this particular little area. So no, it's just a process of, if you are a mind-numb robot machine, then yeah, they can do what, I mean, I don't know what, it's not like you're individually giving. I don't want to get too far into it because I don't know what your particular philosophy is, and I don't want to try to influence you on my philosophy. But let's just say, if we go back to the globe, what we're talking about, the globe. So as a whole, the globe is a collective idea that people have.
But I have to tell you something.
Oh yeah, please do.
But like all of the controversial people, like believing these kind of controversial theories, like they always like, oh, we know the truth, we know the truth. Like they always say that, but I don't know what is the truth is. So like I'm gonna believe what science says. Most of the time, science says Earth is globe. Why would they lie about the globe Earth? Like you guys believe that we are living like some kind of simulation, that like matrix simulation we put on a computer game. Maybe you guys believe that we are living in a Sims 4 because Sims 4 the map is flat, not like a globe. Why would they like? What would they do that? Like why would they lie to you? Like what's the purpose? Like why they market the ideas about that kind of stuff? Like we know there's like taking a picture. Like I'm just look from the Earth, like there's other planets, they're rolling around in the sun, and we know other systems, other planetary systems, like all of the things that like because of we need to grow up our scientific knowledge. Like why are you guys like, oh, we're living in a flat earth? So what does the flat earth means to you? Because we know that space itself is flat. Maybe you guys mean flat as space, I don't know, like space itself flat, and flat, maybe earth is in a flat space.
Okay,
like
yeah,
we are 3D dimensional. We're 3-dimensional flat space. You mean that like we live in a flat earth? So if we live in a flat earth, we can actually go anywhere we want because space is flat. So in space we can be our positions have to be like we can be everywhere, like our positions can be everywhere because there is no middle ground, middle between. But in globe earth, I think there is a point. It's in start system, and then it's going globe. Like it is more scientifical because if it's flat, everybody's position is the truth. Like, I mean, you are middle of the earth right now. I am middle of the earth, but we are not middle of the earth right now. So how are you going to explain this? I just wondered. I just searched it in Google.
Wow, there's like 20 ways I could have gone. You tempted me down so roads with all of those things. But the way I really want to go with it, well, first of all, is to say, it's math that disproves the globe. So the globe is not scientific at all. It is I explained that it's a fairy tale. But I don't expect you to take my word for it. So the thing I decided that I do want to share with you out of all those things you said, Ladyboy, is my own observation that I made. This is a picture by Joshua Nowicki, but I personally have also made this observation many times. It's Chicago.
New York?
It's Chicago, yeah. Have you ever been to Chicago?
Oh my God. I would love to be in New York. I want to move. I want to be a model.
Okay, well, I hope that you achieve your dream and that it brings you all kinds of fulfillment. But the thing about, Chicago is you should not be seeing it from across Lake Michigan, which is what this picture image is showing us. So,
wow, it's so beautiful.
It is beautiful. Yeah, it's very beautiful. And Joshua Nowicki, who took this picture, has taken many similar images. So, but the thing is, Ladyboy, if we were on a globe, he would never have been able to take this photo, and also all the other people, thousands of people every summer who see the same site across Lake Michigan, from Michigan to Illinois, looking at Chicago. This is an impossibility on the globe. That's why we're saying this is not just this is not just us saying, because the very beginning of the last series of questions that you asked, you said, "Oh, people who have these alternative views," or however you said it, think they have the truth. All right. No, we're not here. We're not like preaching a religion. We're not even like, going into like analyzing, JFK's death or even the moon landings. And we can analyze the moon landings. There's tons of weirdness about that. But no, we're saying this is something you can do for yourself. You can determine the objective truth about it. You could go out and make a long distance observation, and there's many observations you could make that are impossible on the globe we are given. So that is what we're talking about here, is that we see too far to be on that globe. So the globe is, we're not trying to tell you we have the answers, we're awakened, all those different words you said. No, we're trying to say, let's get back to just being normal people on the normal earth where we live. This is how people would be if they were just born onto the earth and accepted it the way it was, like we used to do, right? Before we were given these science fiction stories and told. I mean, I can see, even in what you just asked me, it's like you want to believe that we're insignificant. I understand why, because it's less responsibility that way. Right? You don't have, if you're just like, I'm just a nothing. Okay. Other people are in charge. I don't have to do anything except sit here and play my Sims 4 or whatever. Great game, by the way. Yeah, it's flat.
I love it too. Yeah, Thank you.
Yeah. So, one just real quick. I just wanted to touch on that.
Okay.
We are in a game. It's very interesting to me. It's very interesting to me that you asked me if we thought we were in a simulation or we were in the Sims 4 game, because people spend so much time in front of screens. When we say the earth is flat, you're thinking about a game instead of the actual world out there. Like, do you spend very much time in nature? Like, I mean, you might. I'm just asking you personally, do you spend much time in nature?
Yeah, of course. But I have a third question.
Oh, really?
What is the middle?
Of course, because that's unusual. That's you said, of course, but that's really unusual. Most people don't these days. Yeah,
because
you do.
I'm living in a village that it's surrounded with rainforest. So it is like lots of monkeys, I saw like a jaguar, basically like a monkey, like eating jaguar ate a monkey, and then I saw it. Wow. It was like fun. Yeah, like I live in
intense. How far away were you?
I'm far away. I'm really far away.
How far away were you from the jaguar?
This is fucking nuts. This is
you don't believe? You don't believe it?
I'm living. I can if I could.
Oh, they're gone away. Did somebody get rid of them? Oh no, they're back. Yeah. Are you close to the water? Are you close to the ocean?
Close to the water. I'm close to the water. And
so when you look out there, in the water, what does the horizon look like to you?
It's curved most of the time.
Oh my gosh, please. Come on. No, it isn't. Go look again. Check your eyes. Blink 3 times and look again.
Okay, so let me tell you something.
Guys, please. Earth is a triangle.
Buddha, we'll get to you in a minute. We're finishing up here with Ladyboy. If you have a serious question, just put yourself on mute till we're done.
I just searched in this chat, like I searched into ChatGPT.
Hold on, before you get back to your computer screen, I cannot get past that. You cannot tell me you look at the horizon on the ocean and it looks curved. I'm serious. You need to clear your mind. I'm not kidding. Like, close your eyes for 10 seconds. Look when you're at the ocean, then look at it. Next time you're out there, then come back in here and tell me it's curved. You did not see a curve. You did not.
I know it's really dark here. I cannot see it. It's really late night.
Tomorrow, go out there and look at it. You need to look at it more carefully and spend a lot of time looking at it. Maybe look at it for like a half hour straight and just think about it. Could I be on a flat earth? Could that be possible? Just think that over and over in your head while you're looking at the flat horizon over the flat water where you live. You're very blessed to live near the ocean. Sounds like in a beautiful location near a rainforest. So take advantage of it. Go out there and look at the flat horizon more often. What's ChatGPT telling you? You can't wait to tell me. Yep. What did ChatGPT tell me? Go ahead.
Atmosphere bends light, so this is called reflection, especially over water. Cool air near the surface and warmer air above create a temperature gradient. This causes the light rays.
Honestly, the fact I said it makes
the light rays the curve downward, effectively allowing observers to see over curvature. This bending can bring objects to the geometrically hidden back into view. So, and also it says that bottom of the buildings are still hidden in the most versions of the photo. Why it's that? Why it's hidden? Bottom of the buildings, why it's hidden? Oh my god. ChatGPT's altered all of the flat earthers. Sorry.
No, it hasn't. I'm sorry. There was some interruptions in there. It was hard for me to follow what you were saying. Was she talking about I don't know, talking about refraction or what? Could anybody catch what ChatGPT said? Because I missed half of it.
ChatGPT said light.
Okay, you don't have to repeat the whole thing. I'm sure they're saying light bends. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, light does bend, but it doesn't create these images that we're seeing. That's not an excuse. It doesn't magically fix your globe. Sorry. It's not a magic wand. You can't magically wave the word refraction and get back on your globe.
Bottom of the buildings are
Ladyboy, did you have your ChatGPT identify as a gender? Did you have it say it's a man? Is your ChatGPT a man or a woman? Which one?
They don't have a gender. What are you talking about? I don't like people. I thought you
said
always put gender of everything. Why you put genders about everything?
I thought you were calling it he. I thought that's what I was asking because I thought you were calling it he.
Yeah. So ladyboy. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to refraction. Let's go back to the topic here. So, I understand that you can find things and robots on the internet and even supposed humans sometimes that will try to say that refraction or the bending of light explains the long distance observations. The unfortunate truth of it is that refraction does not behave the way you would need it to behave to create these images hundreds of feet above the place where they should be and looking the way that they are. If anything, refraction in many of the long distance observations, especially the laser test, the refraction index is calculated and it will sometimes give you like a very tiny percentage gift for refraction, which is ridiculous in its own way because they don't give the appearance of any kind of the type of mirage that you would see caused by this bending of light. So, for example, the skyline of the city of Chicago, it's there. I've seen it. Rob Skiba, another flat earther, RIP, did a documentation of his trip across Lake Michigan in a boat where he kept it in his sight the entire time and went right over there, and it was still there. So if you cared enough about reality, you would, you could investigate this in great detail if you wish. But the short version is that is not accurate, what you just read. If refraction is not going to behave in a way to create these long distance observations, it is not going to make the laser hit the target when it shouldn't, if you're on a globe. It is not going to make the horizon be in the fixed geometric location at a maximum distance that it would need to be if we were on a globe. It's just a thing people say when they don't understand science, don't understand refraction, don't understand light, don't understand mirage, and don't understand that your globe is a fairy tale.
Okay, lady, but why do ChatGPT lie to me?
Oh, because it's compilation of it has to be trained, and so it was trained by someone who misunderstands refraction, and who it's that the ChatGPT is only going to be as good as the human minds that are training it. If those minds don't understand the reality of our world, then then it's going to give you a wrong answer. But you, as a human being, could rise above that if you trained your mind. You could determine the truth for yourself. You could study refraction. You could study how optics work, and you could realize you could, go to observation near you, cross your flat ocean, your flat horizon. I'm sure you could find something that is in the globe model would not be visible. You could take a boat over to it just like Rob Skiba did. You could keep it in your eye, or preferably in a video camera, because you will be blinking. It might magically appear and disappear like the Globers tell us, and you could go over there and touch the thing and then tell yourself it's not real. Or you could remain in your globe delusion. Choice is yours, like we said at the beginning.
Okay, that guide is hard. Yeah, you are right. I think ChatGPT is I cannot question information, but I don't know. I still trust ChatGPT over people. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Do you? Because my ChatGPT says the opposite of your ChatGPT, right? So that kind of invalidates the credibility of ChatGPT, doesn't it?
I don't have a ChatGPT account. I'm just from Google. I'm just using from Google. Why would it say lie to me? I'm I don't know. It's so weird.
Look, you were talking about ChatGPT, right? So, I mean, in my ChatGPT, I type, is the Earth flat? It says yes, right? And then it goes on to explain how there's no measurable curvature, no detectable motion, the horizon is always flat, water finds its level, and then it goes over all the details, right? And then your ChatGPT might say it's a globe, and then, it's just, you can't use that as your brain, right? It's just gonna feed you whatever it kind of thinks it wants you to hear, or whatever. It's ridiculous to use that as arguments, right? Just admit you don't know anything about this topic, rather than going on and just trying to Google your answers on the spot. That's just ridiculous.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna use it because I don't know.
Because you don't have a mind of your own, right? So this is what Mary Mum was talking about earlier, right? It creates products like you.
Oh, maybe I'm an NPC.
Yeah, you are. You're basically, I mean, it's probably disrespectful to NPCs, but yeah, something like that.
Why are you insulting me? Why are you insulting me right now?
No, you called yourself an NPC. I'm putting that on the record. Please, you said it yourself. You said, I'm an NPC. It was your third description when I asked what your 3 best traits were. It was being good to people, dancing, and being an NPC. You forgot that you said that?
And that's insulting to NPCs.
It's a joke. It's that like people, because everybody say normal people, like just like NPC, but I want to be a normal, like my mom. I want to get married. I want to have living in a little village, and I want to live like in Thailand. Maybe going New York to be a model because I'm pretty. So like I want to design clothing. I don't want to I'm not into science. I'm not into flat earth. I don't care if earth is flat or globe. Like if earth is flat, okay. What else? I'm okay with that. And if Earth is globe, I'm okay with Earth is globe too. I don't care. I want to be a model. That's what I want to do. And I love dancing. And I call myself NPC because all of the controversial theorists, they call like normal people NPC. It was a joke and I didn't insult myself. I think that it's still an insulting. But why he is trying to insult me, that is just unrespectful about my culture, about everything we do. I think I don't want to be a racist, but white guys, especially white men, are racist towards Asians. And
I think this is just a rant now. This isn't needed.
This is a big racism towards
again.
Yeah, you're gonna have to stop that. Yeah, you can't be making claims like that here. We're here to talk about flat Earth. Does anybody else have a question about flat Earth? Serious question,
Yes,
Buddha? I know you made a ridiculous claim earlier, but do you have a serious question, Buddha?
Yes, I have a serious question. The moon is flat or is a globe? The moon, not the Earth.
I don't know.
I mean the moon, the planet.
How would you expect us or me, an individual, to know the dimensions of the moon, being as you know that I've not been there?
No, but it's a question. It's a serious question. Do you think?
Yeah, I know, but you're not thinking about the question that you're asking. You're asking us, what is the surface description of the moon? Is it flat or is it curved? Now, we can only look at it, right, and come to the conclusion, well, it's got to be something. But without actually going there, we're not going to be able to verify our speculation as to what it is. So I'm just pointing out to you that we don't know because we can't go there.
Okay, so when there is an eclipse, you know, why we see the shadow of the Earth like a sphere?
Okay, so the shadow of the Earth on a curved... Is the moon, in your idea, a curved surface?
No, I'm not talking about the moon. I'm talking about
I'm asking you.
eclipse.
I'm asking you. It's a curved surface to moon. Okay, you can't have arcs, perfect like curved arcs like you see on the moon, if the moon was a curved surface and the thing casting the shadow was curved like the Earth, a ball. You wouldn't have that shadow. It would be disformed because the thing that you're casting the shadow on is curved. You'd have to have a flat surface to actually have that if the Earth was, in fact, causing the shadow, which maybe you could demonstrate that it actually is.
Okay, so I haven't understood, but I have a second question. How, if the Earth is flat, how does the GPS navigation work?
Well, things in the sky send and receive signals over time.
Yes,
we also have repeaters. Sorry, you don't think that they send and receive signals over time?
No, I mean how they fly around us.
I don't know. I don't know how things up in the air fly. There's multiple ways that you can make things stay in the sky, right? There's lots of different technologies. High altitude balloons are one, airplanes are another, solar powered drones. I don't know.
So you don't know. You don't know. You can't ask if you don't know. You said they don't know, so you can't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you also don't know.
I know. I really
how'd
know.
you validate? Okay, explain it to us.
Because it's a globe.
How did you validate that?
Yeah,
sorry, Jedi.
The satellite turns on. Okay, you have gravity, so the satellite has an initial speed. Okay, it has you push it first, and because of the gravity, it can't go away. It stay around the Earth. It's easy.
Okay, so this is like some kind of Newtonian physics where if you give something
No,
enough
it's not
propulsion.
Newton. No, it's not in Newton. It's Einstein physics. Newton was
Oh, this is
wrong.
Einsteinian physics. Oh, interesting. Have you got a scientific experiment that proves that mathematical claim?
Yes, I have 2 degrees actually of physics.
I'm not asking about your qualifications. I'm asking if there's a scientific experiment that proves Einstein's mathematical equations.
Yes, of course. I can send you a link if you want.
Just describe the experiment. Give me the hypothesis. Let's go.
He said he has too many theories. Okay, he has many theories, and the last one was
No. I don't want a theory. I said I want a hypothesis.
What do you mean, an experimentation?
Yeah, the hypothesis that comes before the experimentation, because the experimentation is based on the hypothesis. Yeah.
Hypothesis. Okay. I don't think I
know. Sorry, my friend. I know English isn't your first language, so if I say something that you don't understand, please feel free to ask.
Yes, I tried. No, I understood, but I couldn't really answer. You see.
Yeah.
Wait, I will give you. Okay, so to answer your question, I can answer it in another way. Maybe you don't like it, but how to say? You want to tell me that Einstein was wrong, right?
At the moment, you're telling us the mechanics of how satellites fly around a sphere. Yes. I've got lots of problems with that, but you said gravity, so I think maybe we'll start with that. I'll let you beg the question that the Earth is a sphere. Go on. But am I going to tell you that Einstein's wrong? The clue was in the question. Is there any scientific experiment that validates, proves Einstein's mathematical claims? Clue's in the question.
Yes.
Okay. So is there a scientific experiment that proves his mathematical claims? Because you asked if we're going to turn around and say that it's wrong. I'm going to help you come to the conclusion that it's most obviously wrong.
Yes, there is an experimentation. You have the satellites. What do you want me to tell you?
That's not an experiment. A satellite is not an experiment. It's also not a hypothesis.
No problem. So how does it work? Explain me how does a satellite
now you're asking me a question, and I've already let you beg the question that the Earth is a sphere and there's a satellite in the sky.
No, right?
I've given you alternative technology in the sky. You're making the claim that it's most definitely satellites, and the mechanics that make it orbit, that's rotate 360 degrees, is gravity. So I'm going to want you to prove gravity first, and then I'm going to want you to prove the rotation of the satellite around the sphere.
Okay, you want me to prove the gravity? Is this your question? Are you serious? Try to fly.
I want you to provide me a sign. Hold on.
Try to fly. You can't fly.
No, that's not a scientific experiment, is it?
It
you
is.
saying try to fly, you can't fly is not neither a hypothesis or experiment, is it?
Yes, but I prove you that there is something called gravity. You can't fly because of that.
Sorry.
Okay,
do you understand what again? Sorry,
I have another
again,
question.
Maybe it's language. Do you understand what I'm asking of you?
Yes, I understand, but you're
so why are you not giving it to me then?
Because it's easy. How do you want
then give it to me then if it's easy?
I told you, I give you an example. You can't fly.
No, I don't want an example. I want a scientific experiment that's based on a hypothesis. That's a prediction of what causes something to happen. That's what I want.
Okay. You want an experiment? Thanks. I did you an experimentation. I told you try to jump.
That's not an experiment. Do you know what an experiment is?
You have too many.
Because you're failing to give me it every time you ask me. Every time you say it's hard to fly or try to jump up and down.
Okay, give me your. What does it mean experiment?
Sorry, do you not know what an experiment is?
I know.
So why are you not giving it to me then?
You have too many experiments. You can't prove.
I have too many. Just give me one. So far, it's satellite. It's hard to fly and jump. Okay, none of those three were experiments. You said it was easy. You said that you knew.
Yes. Okay. Give you a third question. Maybe we will settle on this. Okay. You are on the beach. Okay.
Is this an experiment about gravity?
No. You
Why?
stay on gravity.
Well, no, that was your claim. Why do you want to move away from gravity? When I'm asking you for the validation of it, you should literally just give me the scientific validation for it and tell me to shut up.
There is no. It's how to say it in mathematics. There is something that it's called axioms. I don't know the names in English. Sorry.
No. I'm not asking for mathematics. Einstein gave mathematics. I want the scientific validity for the mathematics. Right? I've said it like 5-6 times now, dude. I don't want to be impatient.
So you want to stay on this? Okay.
Just want you to give me the experiment that proves Einstein's idea of space-time fabrics.
Okay, no problem. When you are on the sky, you let something fall. Okay.
Okay.
How does it gain? How does it gain?
Hold on. So we've got something falling, yes?
Okay. Okay. And
cool. Okay, we've got something falling. That's a dependent variable. Cool. Okay. Now what?
Okay. How does it gain speed?
No, that's asking me a question. You've got a question to ask. Now that you've got your dependent variable, the thing happening, you said something falls. What's the question you ask about the thing falling?
How does it gain speed acceleration? How does it gain this acceleration if there is no force exerting on it?
Okay, so what's your hypothesis then? Now we have got something, a brick accelerating to the floor. What's your presumed cause of this phenomena?
Can you say it again? Maybe
what do you think makes this happen?
Okay. What do I think? Okay, it's of course there is a force exerting on it.
Okay, so you say
call it gravity.
Okay, so you say there's a force called gravity acting upon the brick, making it accelerate towards the Earth. Awesome. Have you got an experiment that proves that?
You can take something. Oh my God! You take something. Okay, take it. Let it fall, and you can calculate it using mathematics. Okay, what?
No.
Okay, you have
not mathematics. We're doing science, not maths. You repeating the phenomena is not doing an experiment. That's just dropping something again. I'm letting you drop it.
I can use a mathematic equation.
No.
Speed.
I don't mean to be impatient or rude, but every time you say mathematics, it's not what I require here. I require scientific validation, the validation for the mathematics.
Okay, maybe give me an example. What are you looking for? Just give me.
I'm looking for a scientific hypothesis that's validated for an experiment.
Give me an example about this.
A hypothesis is a prediction about how and why something causes something else to happen. For example, I observe water evaporate. My presumed cause of water evaporation is heat. Then, in the experiment, I'm going to validate my hypothesis by varying heat to see if it causes water to evaporate, which it does, if it's hot enough. I can also change the state of water by changing the temperature and make it go to cold. You understand what I'm saying, right? We're making a prediction about what causes something to happen. You've given me a brick. You've said that there's a force called gravity causing the brick to accelerate towards the floor. I'm asking for the experiment where where someone has varied and manipulated gravity to make things fall or not.
You want to manipulate gravity? Oh my God, I don't understand.
Yeah, I just want the experiment that proves it, DJ.
I don't want to be rude, sir. I don't want to be rude. Don't take me wrong. Do you have a degree in physics or mathematics? Just to understand you, maybe my English is bad.
No, it's fine. I do have enough qualifications to understand what the scientific method is, and that's all I'm requiring from you.
No, not specification. Do you have a degree?
Does it matter?
Yes, does it matter?
You're not answering my question. I fear this is deflection again, sir. I don't really want to appear rude, but now you're deflecting again. I've had to pull you back because you keep doing this. I'm just asking you for scientific validation of your claim because you said gravity while you're talking. You said gravity makes the satellites go around a sphere. Like I said, got many issues with that, but first I'm going to want you to prove gravity. So far, you failed to do so.
I told you to prove gravity, you have to do an experimentation, okay, or experience. Okay, you take something, you take it. You have nothing can fly on Earth. Why so?
Excuse me, that's not true.
What can fly?
You understand? Do you know that there are many states of matter? Solids, liquids, gases, and plasmas. Yes. You understand that gases, they've got kinetic energy given to them by temperature. Gases move freely and randomly in all directions, don't they? So when you say nothing flies up into the sky, when the gas does, that's what the sky is made of.
Yes, I agree with you, but there is something. They fly because of air. How to say it?
No, they move because they, one, have no intermolecular bonds, but primarily because they've got temperature. That gives them energy to move in constant straight line paths.
Yes, but you can have an action against gravity, like a bird. A bird can fly. Okay?
Sorry.
A bird can fly.
You haven't proven gravity yet. You've just said drop things.
Okay, there is no gravity.
Sorry, my friend. I've pointed out to you, and you should have caught on to this, that not all states of physical matter fall to the ground. Do they?
No.
Exactly. So you don't have the phenomena, do you? Some things fall to the ground. Not everything falls to the ground.
No, everything except when you are doing an action against the gravity, like a bird when he flies.
Against gravity? You haven't proven that yet. And you still don't have the phenomena of all things going down. You're telling me that gravity's acting on everything, but I'm still failing to observe it.
So why you don't fly? If there is no gravity.
So why are you asking me questions, dude?
You say no. You have to give your explanation. Why you don't fly?
No, you're asking me questions, dude.
Yes.
Right, you should be proving gravity.
It's easy to do it this way. No,
if not, we'll move away from gravity, being as you can't prove it. I'll do you a favour.
I don't know. The flat Earth guys have the same technique every time. Okay, you have to give me.
Asking you to prove your claims and then watching you for approximately 15 minutes now, not validate the claim that you made.
Okay, no problem. Give me how to prove that I'm wrong. Prove it. I'm wrong.
Dude, I'm asking you how you can prove that you're right. That should be enough clue for you. I've also proved that you are wrong when you say all things fall down and nothing goes up into the sky. I just pointed out the gas that's in the sky that you breathe.
How the gases can fly then? How?
How? Again, I'm maybe third or fourth time.
Okay, it
gases have kinetic. Why are you talking? I've told you 3 times.
You don't let me talk. You are talking. You don't let me talk.
Dude,
I
told you 3 times.
Oh my god.
Okay. You know, Jedi, we could prove him wrong because his independent variable was doing mathematics. So in the experiment, if we apply mathematics to whatever the object is, it's not going to go down. So I think that does it.
Sounds like you're not quite ready for this conversation, Buddha, unfortunately.
No, I'm ready. I'm trying to be simple because I asked.
It doesn't sound like it, bro.
Yes, it does. Sorry, if you can't answer me how the satellite, how they fly around the Earth, you can't explain this.
I don't think that's ever been witnessed. Nobody's witnessed any satellites flying around the ball Earth.
You mean you didn't saw them, right?
I didn't what?
I said how? Just give me. Okay, you said it's not because gravity. Because of what? How does it work?
No. Nobody's observed this to happen. I don't know what satellites you're talking about. I don't know what ball Earth you're talking about.
Okay. You said no one can observe it, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay, how can you see? How can you see oxygen? Do you see it?
Holy cow! So you're equating oxygen with satellites going around a sphere?
Yes. If you don't use science, you use your eyes to explain this. It's a problem.
Friend, this is a false equivalence. Number one, you'd have to prove that these machines are falling around a sphere in the first instance, and then you can't compare them to oxygen. That's totally non sequitur.
Yes, I just try to understand how they work, and the only explanation is that they are turning around.
I'll tell you what, why don't we start very basically? Can you show me these machines falling around the ball Earth? Is there any record of this, of some kind, like, data or videos or something,
Yes, you can Google, I think.
No, I think this is your claim. I'd like you to show me what it is we're talking about here.
Do you live in United States? Yes? No?
Sure.
Okay, you can go to where is Tesla sending their satellites, and you can watch it.
No, that's not a satellite. I've been to Cape Canaveral. I've seen a rocket launch. There's no evidence that they dropped a satellite off in a space vacuum.
So what they are launching? What? I don't understand.
I don't know. That's your claim. I want you to tell me what they're launching, and I want you to prove to me that they're doing that.
So you think they are lying to us? Okay, I see. Okay.
No, I just need the evidence. It's not a matter of whether or not I think they're lying. I'd like evidence for the claim. You know what I mean? Like, you can tell me they're putting rockets into outer space, but I don't have any evidence for that.
Okay, no problem.
Neither do you.
Go. I don't know where you have this in United States, but you can go in a place where they have telescopes.
Buddha.
What's that going to prove?
Interject, gentlemen.
And you can see it using a telescope. Does it answer to you?
Buddha.
Have you done this?
Yes.
Have you done this? You've gone to somewhere, an observatory, and observed a satellite through a telescope, have you?
Say it again, sorry. If I have been there.
Yeah, have you seen a satellite through a telescope at an observatory?
No.
Oh.
No.
I would love to, but no, not yet.
Why are you telling him to go and do it?
Because he can see it.
Making assurances.
No, of course he can show it, dude. Go there, and you can see it.
I just wanted to ask you.
Yes?
You know the difference between what you can verify and what you are just believing? Do you know the difference between those two things?
Of course.
Okay. Well, you're speaking in absolutes as if you know things to be factual when you haven't verified them yourself. And you're telling us that if you see a light in the sky, that automatically proves that something that is unverifiable has been verified. That is truly the reason why we're having this issue in communication right now, is that you're mistaking knowledge. You're making knowledge claims when they're just trust claims, right? They're claims based on trust, not claims based on knowledge. That's where this confusion is coming in here. And that's why everyone's asking you these simple questions. Does that make sense?
Oh, you are wrong. Sorry. I don't get your point. You say, if I have understood you, you say, I don't know the difference between belief and science.
No, knowledge.
Knowledge.
The same. Knowledge, it's science.
No, knowledge and trust.
I apologize.
Wait, yeah. Science is knowledge.
You don't even know what science is. We went through this earlier. I really had to hold your hand through the scientific method. All right, and now you want to appeal to it. Again, that's going to be trust because scientists said something, not the scientific experiment demonstrated so. So yes, trust at the moment.
Just slowly, please. What did you say first?
Well, it doesn't matter.
You said, I don't know science, something like this, all right?
Yeah, I had to hold your hand through the scientific method, remember?
Okay, you said on scientific myth. Yes, okay.
Yeah, you're appealing to science, but you don't know what it is.
I know what is science.
What is it? What is it? What's the scientific method? The thing that I had to hold your hand through earlier.
What are the scientific methods, right?
No, singular, not plural. There's one method.
No, there is too many methods in science.
There's one scientific method. There was only we were taught at my school, right, in secondary education in the UK, the scientific method. We didn't have multiple classes on the multiple scientific method. It was just observe something happening, Ask the question, what caused that to happen, and then test that hypothesis in an experiment. Then repeat and validate those claims.
Okay, so it's talking observation and experimentation.
Yeah, you need to observe something happening to make a prediction about what caused it, and then you test that in an experiment. Yeah.
Yes, but it's not the only scientific.
What were the other ones then?
You can, like, let me give me an example. Like, you can discover things without experimentation.
Then you're not doing science.
Yeah, what is it called that?
That's just research.
It's not science.
That's research. That's studying things. At the moment, I'm just studying something.
We
geometry, a triangle, is that science? You could study geometry.
Okay, so
you understand there are different things in the world and different tools for different questions.
Yes, but you are doing. I see. You did not. You are far from science. Sorry.
Sorry, I've given you the scientific method.
Oh my God! Can I talk at least? You are just talking.
I'm far from science when I've demonstrated my knowledge of the scientific method to you, who hasn't demonstrated a single thing about science and any knowledge that you have.
Do you want?
How rude of you?
Do you want equations?
No, I want science, not math.
What the fuck? Math is what?
No, when we went through the scientific method earlier, we didn't mention math, did we?
Okay, but let me just try
to follow you. Definitions here.
Can you?
There's a lot of confusion.
Can you?
Sorry, Dave, I didn't hear you.
You are confusing me. You said math. It's not science.
Buddha. Wait,
please. No. I heard something. I want to be sure.
There's a problem with
math is not science. Did you say that?
Yeah. Yes, he did. And you know what? The main reason why we're having difficulty here is you have a confusion in the definitions of terms, dude. It might be a language barrier, so no fault on you for that, man.
No,
English is not your first language.
No problem.
There's different definitions for different terms, okay?
But
so I just think you're getting confused in the definitions, okay? That's all.
No, I will translate. I will translate it in my own. Wait, I will translate it in my own language, and it says science. Math is not science. So math. What is math? What is science? I just want to ask him just one question.
What is science? Natural science. I've given you this. So natural science is the formulation of a hypothesis and an experiment based on the hypothesis. There's 4 steps. First step, make the observation of the something happening. That'll be your dependent variable. You then make a prediction of why are you talking, dude?
Okay, I have understood. So it's what are you talking? We studied this when we were 15.
Yeah, we studied science in science class and math in math class, understanding they were 2 different things. Like, hello?
Okay, I'm here. So you said about observation. So when I say that you have a 3D, 2D, 4D plan. So for you, I have to. Can you see a 4D plan? Sorry for my English.
You see a 4D plan?
Yes.
No.
Can you see it?
No.
Well, how do we know if we can't see it and we understand
it? Well, we can't do science on it then if we can't observe the thing happening.
What? Okay. So your computer is not science. Your
no, my God, that's technology, dude. What the very, very fuck? Why does this always go down this road?
Yes, because it's not science. We see.
Dude,
do you see electricity? Do you see electricity?
Excuse me. Don't do this. It's embarrassing for you. Right,
no, I try to understand you. I try to. You said you have
please
to see
don't.
Things.
No, please don't.
Yes.
It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. You are embarrassing, dude. You have
no, dude, I'm the one who's trying to.
You have no degree and you're talking about science.
Right. My friend. Are you French?
No, I don't mean it. I don't mean it the bad way.
Are you French?
You don't have a PhD. That's what I mean.
Are you French?
Kind, yes.
Okay.
Not French, but kind.
It's fine, dude. I mean, why you think governments don't lie to you when you're kind of the home of evolution? But that's besides the point. Please don't act in the way that you've been acting. I'm taking my time out of my day to help you understand that you don't understand the difference between science and math. That you wouldn't understand scientific evidence if it slapped you in the face, especially when you make the claim that gravity's been scientifically proven. If it had been done so, you should have been able to give me the hypothesis and the experiment without even thinking. The fact that we're here 25 minutes later or more, still going round in this circle, and you're completely oblivious to what's going on, beggars bloody belief. Why do you not show any humility?
Okay. I think the kid doesn't understand, bro. Yeah,
No,
I think you need to give me a chance now. I think you need to give me a chance.
Just before I leave, because I want
Yeah.
Buddha, it's going to take more than a 5-minute conversation to understand that these differences in perhaps it's a language barrier. It's going to take more than a few minutes to get through all of this.
20 seconds and this guy never lets me talk. I don't know why they are all the same.
No, we've been listening, sir. We've been listening to you.
Pop yourself on mute, brother. Pop yourself on mute, buddy.
Wait. Guys, Earth is a triangle. And Matt is
yeah, see, that's, yeah. All right, thanks for stopping by. That didn't work out well for you. Come better equipped next time. Maybe come back in 2 years or something like that, once you've learnt basics. Right, I think Prince, you wanted to jump in. Wait,
Yeah.
let's just check 1 second, right? Let's just welcome to everybody new that's joined, right? If we have any new people, right, you're more than welcome to jump in anytime, say hello or ask questions. So welcome to everybody new. All right, Prince, what's your question?
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, it's like I don't have a question, but it's like I'm looking for strong and solid evidence so I can move from globe to flat Earth, like a solid evidence. Like, for example, like, do you believe the Earth is like a containment, right?
Well, we can give you solid evidence.
Yeah. What's the
You want
solid evidence?
Yeah,
No,
okay,
don't
so...
give me that. Don't give me the one. The Earth is flat because you see it flat, and we can see the horizon because Earth is way bigger. So you need to be able to see more than 100 kilometers to see a curve. So just tell me about like
my friend. No, we're gonna stop right there. We're gonna go right from there. Okay.
No, just
no. You're not going to get away with that, right? So you just said you would have to see 100 kilometers to see any curve, right? So how much curvature is there over 10 miles? 10 miles, right? The answer is 66 foot. Okay. Do you agree or disagree?
Who said 66 foot? Who said 66 foot?
Mathematics based on the radius value given to us.
I don't
just
believe
basic,
them.
super basic mathematics. So how much curvature are you claiming there is over 10 miles? What's your claim?
I don't believe them.
So the answer is actually 66.67 feet.
So you believe that?
No, that's just basic mathematics based off the radius value that's given to us from the globe side.
But I'm
going to give you the math. I'm going to give you the formula and the math in the side chat. Now, would you like to tell me how much curvature you think there is over 10 miles?
Bro, I'm not a scientist to tell you how much curvature.
You don't need to be a scientist to do basic, like, third grade mathematics.
Nah, it's not third grade mathematics to
you could just look it up, right? So you could just go to Google. Do you know how to go to Google and type in Earth curvature calculator? And there's calculators there that will actually do the math for you.
Yeah, I know.
You just want to be in denial, don't you?
No, I just don't trust them.
Well, you made a claim, right? You made a claim that there's no curvature over it. You would have to see 100 miles, right, to see any curvature. Can you back that up?
Yeah,
100 kilometers? Where did you get that information from? Do you have a citation?
Yeah, I have a citation because...
No, you don't.
Yeah,
put the citation in the side chat. Okay.
No, it's like physical because
it's like put the citation in the side chat. to get your microphone unmuted, right? Because you're bullshitting right now, and bullshit artists are not going to be tolerated in here. Right? You wanted to take over the other guy, right? The other guy was even smarter than you, and he was failing, right? You just don't even know the absolute basics, and you're not even willing to look it up. So that's a bit of a waste of time, bro. Like I said, you just said you had a citation, right? I'll unmute you as soon as you post it in the side chat. But there is no citation for that, so you can say sorry or something in the side chat, or just concede that you don't have that information, and you just made that up and lied. And then I'll unmute you happily. You can ask a different question. But we're not going to have bullshit conversations in here with people that have absolutely no idea. It's not up to the flat earthers to teach the basics of the globe, right? To the globe earthers that are coming in here to defend it. You guys are terrible at defending the globe, right? In most cases. It's ridiculous. We spend half the conversation teaching you the absolute basics, right? You come here, you think, oh, flat earthers, this is going to be easy. I have all of this ammunition. I'm going to destroy them. I know so much. They know so little, right? And then once you arrive, you realize you're in the battlefield with zero ammunition whatsoever, right? You don't know any of our claims. And you don't know anything about the globe, right? All you have is fallacies and feelings and absolute bullshit lies. It's getting ridiculous, right? You guys need to step up your game a little bit.
Is there anybody else? I guess that's the question. I'll have to start scrolling through the channel, see if anyone's around. DJ, have we got any new contenders? Is there anybody in the chat who thinks that the Earth is a globe and really, really, really wants to defend that stuff like their life depends on it? Will even lie and squirm and try to deceive to try and defend it? Is there anybody like that? Or is there anybody who's got any, just good, honest, relevant questions? We're here to help. Trained professionals are on standby to offer assistance in this time of need.
Yeah, I'm gonna fire up an event.
Oh,
bring some people in.
Fires roaring.
Yep. Event topic.
Don't be shy to join in, ladies and gentlemen. As Mike told you, they are here, and myself, we are here to help you. Sometimes it gets
DJ,
a little bit tense.
this one?
Yeah, sorry, I'm nearly finished.
Hey, Jen,
sometimes it gets a bit tense, so don't let that put you off. Because as we are here to help you. That's the main thing. So please, don't be shy and just ask your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, DJ, how about this one?
Yep.
Which gravity has been proven? Question mark.
What's your thoughts on that, Jedi?
Hear it. Sorry, I got caught up in the football for a second. What was it?
What was it, John?
Just a question. Which gravity has been proven?
Yeah, looking for the event topic.
Yeah, go on. That's provocative. I like it.
Okay. Okay.
EJ, what's the GM?
It's from chess.com. So I think it stands for Grandmaster, which I'm not.
Okay. Oh, okay. I won't tell anyone, don't worry.
Yeah. I just want one that says chess, to be honest. I'm not a GM, but I am like just under 2,000 rated, so I can beat some good players.
Cool. So we got an event starting soon. It's going to be an exciting Saturday night. That's for sure. Or early Sunday morning if you're living on the other side of the world. Or late Saturday afternoon if you're living on the other side of the world. Doesn't it? It's going to be a good day anyway. There's quite a few people in chat. We've got Joker here. Who else have we got? I started in the middle for some reason. That's never a good start, is it? Now we've got Dogger in the house. I'm scrolling upwards, just looking at names that I don't recognise. Agni, who's been posting in the chat. Which gravity has been proven is starting in 13 minutes. That's really exciting, DJ. Just had a little notification pop up. That's really good. But yeah, those are the only names that I don't recognise. Completely sane, and there's a flat earther. Oh, sorry, I missed Mr. Pratt as well. Good to see you, Mr. Pratt. Welcome to the channel. Like I said, if anyone's got any questions, anyone's got any topics or points of discussion I'd like to raise pertaining to the argument about what the hell the may or may not be doing, if you want to ask those questions or bring up a point, like I said, please feel free to do so. I'm not going to sit here all day just talking to myself. I will eventually go away. It will happen sooner if somebody else talks.
All right, I'm just going to go share the link in the home server.
Sweet.
And for those of you who are interested in how satellites cannot work in space and how we are communicating right now, please look in the side chat. There's a couple of images that I posted, and you can read that and check and understand, okay? Jin CBR1. So I've just posted them just now. Please go to the side chat and have a look. And it's a good idea to keep an eye on the side chat as people are discussing and having a conversation, because sometimes there are images related to the conversation. Okay, they were talking about satellites earlier on. I've posted some images and you can see whether or not satellites can work in space. You check for yourself and you make your own mind up. Okay, so please keep looking in the side chat. Lots of images. Images can speak 1,000 words, can help you to understand quickly. Okay, don't be shy now. Not even a thank you. Not even a thank you. Hard crowd. Hard crowd.
Might need to sing a song or tell a few jokes or something, Jen. Maybe dress up in a funny costume, or I don't know.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, next time I'll bring my clown outfit in. I think with dressed as a globe spinning.
Or have some like entrance music or something. A little bit of razzmatazz. Get the crowd pumping. People are hard to please these days, too.
Yeah,
there was a Mr. Pratt in the side chat that wanted to have a discussion. I don't know if he can unmute himself. Pratt, are you there?
It's just I'm afraid my English isn't the best, so I'm really afraid of it. But yeah, I'm like I want to understand like genuinely how the theory works, because I do admit I have my biases, but I do not understand. Before you really bury me, you guys are really good with your argumentations and English as well, probably native. So yeah, I would like to understand about the theory itself, and I'm approaching this with some ambiguity and open-mindedness.
Well, thank you for your
Jedi will.
Hang on a sec. Let me just wish him a thank you for his courage, because it is nervous when you're talking to people you don't know, and your English maybe not be very good. But thank you for your courage, and yeah, let's hand you over to Jedi. Go ahead. Thank you.
Your English is really good, mate. Well done. Welcome, Mr. Pratt. So, how can we help? What do you want to understand?
No, just the very rudimentary things about the theory, because I'm really new to this. I've never dived too deep into this. I knew that this sort of, theory do exist, but I never knew like the basis of it. So could you explain me a little bit?
Yeah, it's really, really simple. We're told that we live on a sphere. That means the surface of the Earth should be curved over distance. When we measure the surface of the Earth, primarily the water, we do not measure any curvature. We measure the waters of the Earth to lay horizontally. So being as the Earth physically measures to lay horizontally, it can't be a sphere. So that's where we come from. It's just a direct observation, measurement, and so on with regards to our claim with regards to the Earth.
Interesting. And also like, a few of the questions that most of the scientific so-called community puts up is like, okay, how do you explain sun, moon, and stuff like that? So how's that done in this domain?
So it might be a good idea to point out that the Earth isn't like a disk in the solar system, right? We're not like the third disk or like in that planet system from the sun. That's not the cosmology. But you're asking like me to explain like the sun, moon, and stars. So I'm not going to be able to tell you distances, and I'm not going to be able to tell you sizes. But what I can tell you is what we observe, and we observe the sun, moon, and stars move above the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
Is there any more to that question you want to ask?
Not really. It's, I was told from my education, obviously the formal education, that the mathematics and stuff like that, which I must admit that I'm not very good at. So I don't know if I can put up a very good smart counter questions to you. It's just basics like how do we explain the technologies? There may be differences with the language here. So pardon my creative interpretation of the words, but how do we explain some of the things like planes and gravity, like you guys rightfully pointed out? No gravity has been proven, but how do we explain why things fall down towards Earth?
Right. So flat earthers don't really have a claim with regards to what is making things
go up and down. Right, down is the usual answer, right? Now, the only thing that we can scientifically verify is making things go up and down, right? You pick up an object and you drop it. You apply force to an object, it only goes so far. If you change the object in the medium, like a ball in water, the ball will go up because it's filled with gas. Helium balloons go up. There's different things that make different phenomena happen, right? So other than that, where we can actually physically manipulate the object itself, the state of matter, and the medium that it's in, whether that's a fluid or whether that's a gas, and how it's going to move, that's the only thing that we can scientifically verify. We can't turn on and off the thing that is apparently making things go up and down, if there is such a thing.
That makes sense.
I feel like there was part of your question I didn't answer. I might have forgotten the full part of your question, dude. Is there something?
Yes, about the technology as well. Technology. Are you speaking about? You said planes.
Yeah.
Are you also speaking about, let's say, aerial technology that takes photos of the Earth from high altitude? Like, are you believing that there might be something like satellites up there?
I mean, it's easy to manipulate human beings, so I would say, that's what is there on the mainstream. So yes, perhaps.
Okay. Well, so as far as technology in the sky goes, yeah, we have a lot of it. Now, where things get dicey, or when things begin to get hard to prove, is when people are making claims about machinery, such as, let's say, a satellite, or the idea of a satellite, which is suspended at a certain distance away from the surface of a sphere Earth. Well, you got two problems. Number one, the Earth has to be a sphere for that to occur. Number two, you're going to need a mechanism to maintain that quote-unquote distance or orbit, and they claim gravity, right? But as Jedi has already explained to you, we don't have this mechanism. Gravity is not proven. In fact, it's never even been able to be determined if it's anything at all. That's why it's ultimately been moved into the category of mathematics. It's just a reification of an idea, but no physical thing called gravity or force has ever been detected or even experimented with. So you're missing those two very important things.
No, actually, I think what you're saying kind of makes sense, but also come to think about it, and I say, yeah, you're right when gravity is not tested, but just for the counter argument, please don't take this as I'm trying to corner you guys, because trust me, I can't. But like from the counter question's point of view, gravity, yeah, it can't be fully assimilated. But rather, whatever we call it, it's present. I mean, you can call it with whatever dialect you would like to. You can name it whatever you want to, but the effect of it is observed, right? So things.
Okay.
So how do we?
Okay, so do you think everything goes down?
Not everything. Yeah.
Is that a yes or a no? I didn't quite hear you.
Not everything. It really depends.
Not everything. Okay, so if not everything goes downward, then there's really no force or thing that we can point to that makes everything go down. Some things go down, some things go up. So there's no exclusive phenomena that we can point to that say gravity does this thing.
Okay, I'm actually thinking about it, so please give me some time to process this, because this is hard. Like, I haven't approached this in the ambiguous way. Every time, whatever I've heard about cosmology, they've been telling about certain things. So, it's kind of good to think the other way as well.
Sure. Let me give you an example of how you might have been ripped off, or that you might have been tricked. Have you ever been to a magic show?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the term sleight of hand, where they want you to focus on one thing and ignore another thing?
True. Works on distraction and skills. Yes.
Right. So if they only show you things going down and they say that's gravity, meanwhile they're not showing you the other thing where things also go up. In fact, with gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So they want you to focus on this downward thing, when in reality, that's not the only thing that's happening. Things go up and down, side to side, all the time.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So now that I have processed this enough, like I can think about it a little more. Okay. Certain things do not go down because of the atmospheric pressure, right? Why do you think the atmospheric pressure is there at the first place?
Well, what's the cause of gas pressure?
Go ahead, Jedi.
What's the cause of gas pressure?
Yes, might be my question. Yes.
A container. The force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Because, as everybody forgets, the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. That's the thing that's not going down. That's the thing that we remove out of containers when we want a vacuum to drop feathers and bowling balls. To say all things go down, they don't. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. The point to this is to have gas pressure, you require a container, because if you don't have a container and there's a vacuum in the sky, the gas will fill the space. It's the second law of thermodynamics, right? Entropy. But the gas, I want you to concentrate on that, isn't going down, because some of it's going up and some of it's going sideways. It's definitely going to expand. So yeah, what causes gas pressure is a container.
Okay, I would like to believe that, but do we have any evidence for that?
Yeah, we're breathing gas pressure.
Sorry? No, about the containers and
yeah, like the necessary antecedent. Sorry, I know English isn't your first language. The required situation for gas pressure is a fixed volume, as expressed in PV equals nRT, where pressure is solved by force over area. The gas that has kinetic energy given to it by T is in constant straight line motion and causes pressure when it reaches the limitation of volume, the container. Right. Blow up a balloon, fill a tyre with gas, fill your soccer ball. Right? Now, the amount of gas inside that container is under pressure because of the container. Because if you didn't have the container, the gas would continue to expand into an available volume.
Okay, so let me get this right. From what I understand, how do you guys approach this? Is that whatever the case is, we are observing, so we are having some posteriori, I don't know how to actually say it, but and based on that, we are coming to these conclusions, right?
Sorry, I didn't quite understand where you were leading. Can you say that again for me, please?
No, I'm just trying to understand the thought process here, and I'm thinking about it. So as I understand, you're observing the natural events and these things, and then you're basing that observation as your conclusion, right?
Yeah, these are laws of nature that we're talking about, and we're talking about how states of matter move, especially solid and gases in this instance. So these are the laws that apply to these things that we're talking about, yeah.
Very well. So since we are using some laws, like laws of physics, right? Thermodynamics and stuff like that. Why can't we believe the other laws as well, like the gravity or anything that they tell you? I mean, I'm not necessarily, but what they say.
So there is no law of gravity. That's point number one. It's never been a
that's
law.
property, right? That's I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but that's a property, the natural property, like we have discussed. If you observe it, we can call it whatever, like gravity.
No, we don't.
Right.
We've just spent 5 minutes explaining to you that we don't observe this. All things go down. Right?
Okay. I mean, look, I'm not being aggressive, or so please don't feel that way.
No, not at all. And please don't take my. I'm just being concise with the words that I use, so you understand me clearly. I'm definitely not being aggressive towards you at all. I hope that's not coming across.
Sure, I think I'll leave it there. So, yeah, that's a good way to think about this, and I'll really think about it too.
Good. We appreciate your time, my friend. Yeah, of course, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to, while I have a minute before I kick this machine back on, I was listening to you guys talk about basically, NASA and what they're, and the scientific community bringing forth all of this stuff. Like, they're in a unique position when they first introduced all this information to the public, in a position where no one can actually go and verify anything, right? So now they could paint a narrative about the conditions that are unverifiable, right? Conditions in outer space, what the sun's doing, distance to the sun, all of these different concepts, right? And quote unquote facts, right? So if you're going to paint a narrative, basically reverse engineer a story that fits all of the observed phenomenon, you would be in a unique position to do that if everybody that you're presenting this information to has no way to prove otherwise, right? So that's something to keep fresh in your mind when scrutinizing this data, is that they've consistently put themselves in a place where they cannot be scrutinized, because the people who would scrutinize this data don't have a frame of reference that the people presenting the data, are alleging that they have. So yeah, it's like, how would you argue with somebody who has such a unique perspective over everybody else? So yeah, just that real quick. But yeah, no, discussion's been awesome.
Actually, you're completely right on that, and that's why I'm a bit skeptic on everything, right, including this, and I'm going to admit it. So that's why I'm, asking these questions and trying to understand what's right, and perhaps I'll get my basis.
What do you think Mr. Pratt? I have a question for you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so what would you say your objective reality is? Would you say you experience the Earth as a flat stationary plane? Right? Obviously that's not proof that it is that, but that's what you would experience, right? And I'm talking about when you go to the beach, right? You see flat water, you see a horizontal horizon. You don't ever experience any curvature yourself, right? Without looking at it on a TV screen or something like that. And you experience the Earth as stationary as well, as in not spinning. Would you agree with that?
Well,
once again, it's not. I'm not saying that that's proof that it is that. I'm saying that's the base axiom, right? That's the objective reality that we all experience. Do you agree with that, or would you say you think that you've seen the curvature of the Earth yourself, or detected any kind of motion?
Well, I would say not, put out anything as very objective, because I'm a very dumb man to do that. But I mean, I've seen some ships that goes away, and that's what they say, that it goes away because of the horizon. So I don't know.
Yeah, but I know, but right, you see, okay, so we can agree that if you have seen that, you've seen a ship go over or go beyond a horizontal line, right? Not a curved line.
Terrain, so I would expect that's due to curvature.
Yeah. But you haven't seen any curvature, right? You're experiencing the Earth as flat, right? When I specifically asked you if you've seen any curvature, right? That would probably be a no, right? And then you would assume, right? You would have to make assumptions that if you see something like a ship appearing to disappear bottom up, then you could kind of like assume that could be because of the Earth being a globe, right? But you're seeing the ship going over a completely flat horizon. It's not a gotcha question or a trick question. It's just like what I just want you to think about that and answer honestly.
I will. I will. It's just gonna take me some time to absorb these new information. As you know already, it's easy to manipulate a person, and if you're being exposed to some information all throughout your life, you're likely going to have some anchoring bias. So I'm perhaps suffering from anchoring bias, and I'll try to eliminate or mitigate that.
Well, do you recall, right, just off using your memory, right, do you recall ever seeing any actual curvature of the Earth?
I mean, that would be hard for me to see because I'm too small for that.
So that would be a no then, right? That would be no, I haven't seen any curvature because, you could say whatever reason you wanted to, but I'm just asking you to answer the direct question. So I'm not saying it proves that the Earth isn't a globe. I'm just asking you if you've ever seen any curvature, right? So you could say, no, I haven't. I experience it as flat, but I think that I'm too small and the Earth's too big, and therefore that could potentially be the reason for that.
Right.
But the objective reality that you're experiencing, okay, or the what you're experiencing, like let's not call it objective reality. Let's just say what you're experiencing in reality is no curvature, right, and no motion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's mostly because you were taught from a young age, right, that maybe they've taught you that you're too small to see the curvature of the Earth, and you're too small to notice any motion of the Earth, right? And the Earth's so big, so they've taught you that from a young age, right? Through school, through university, or whatever schooling you've had. It's been reinforced through that and through movies and all kinds of things like that, right? So would you say that you know for a fact that the Earth's a globe? Or would you say that it's mostly something that you believe based on what you've been taught throughout your life?
I mean, DJ, with all respect, look, I'm not the right person, and in my experience, I cannot say until I measure, either with some instruments or some calculations that Earth is a globe or a flat Earth. I don't think so.
No, I'm talking about, don't worry about flat Earth, right? I'm just asking you about the globe. So I mean, you're answering the question, right? It's not a trick question either. So you don't know, right? So you basically said in a roundabout way that you don't know it for a fact, right? Whether it's round or flat, right? But currently you believe that it's a globe because it's something that you learned throughout your life. Right, so it's a belief, not something that you know as a fact, right? So we can lock in that answer.
Right. Look, I'm not an educated person in this domain, but the same.
No, it's fine, dude. You sound extremely smart, right? You sound like don't pretend that you're not smart. Like we can tell that you're a smart guy the way that you're questioning and thinking critically and all that sort of thing.
Well, thank you for that adulation, right? But all I'm saying that I'm not smart enough to do the calculations. The same physics and same phenomena that you guys talking about, like the thermodynamics, people use that to prove that Earth is a globe, and that's where the confusions come from. But you're right. That personally, from just observation point of view, without any calculations, I can't say that what I'm saying is absolutely true. Even the reality is objective or not.
Okay, cool. So that's all I was trying to establish, right? So you experience the Earth that's flat and stationary, but you believe it's a globe because you've been taught that throughout your life, and you assume someone's done some complicated mathematics and then tested that mathematics against reality to make sure it matches up, and therefore they prove the globe, and you trust them that they did that, right? And that's fine, right? That's normal, and that's what I thought as well. But what you're going to find is that the more you look into this particular topic, you're going to find that it's actually not quite the case. That's all. That's all I was trying to establish with you anyway.
No, exactly. That's why I said I'm approaching with this with ambiguity, right? I'm approaching this with open-mindedness, and I'm trying to understand the other side of the things as well. So and that's why I started the questions. But I think
so we're not claiming. So they probably explained this to you, right? But we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? In the context of flat Earth, right, that we're talking about, we're just talking about the surface area, not having any drop over distance, which would be required on a globe, specifically the surface of water, right? Large bodies of water, which the majority of the surface area is covered with. I think they say something like 72% of the known surface area of Earth is water, right? So when we go to the water, whether it be a big lake, 10, 20-mile lake, or a section of the ocean, right, we see a horizontal horizon. When there's no wind, we see a perfect mirror on the surface, right? It appears flat. And then when we test it using high-end optics, high-end lasers, all kinds of different methods, right, we're able to see magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth was a globe. Now, this is being done over and over again in all kinds of different conditions, different areas over the Earth, different distances, different methodologies, right? So we have a huge accumulation of practical, empirical evidence, practical demonstrations that anyone can go and repeat these things, right? You're not having to have blind faith in what people are telling you about what's going on in the universe or anything like that, right? This is something that we can all go and test if we really need to ourselves. But it's been done over and over. Like we have high definition videos, PDF documents, basically logging all of these results. So, I encourage you to have a look at some of this information, and we've got the information here. We've got a ton of information on our home server. And we can show you that we have these observations and whatnot that we can see magnitudes further, right? Thousands of percent further than you would be able to see on a globe. And there's actually no evidence, right, that there is actually drop over distance Earth curvature. What you're going to find from the globe side is calculations, right? And then you're going to find that the calculations are based on assumptions, right? Like, if you type into Google, who first measured the Earth to be a globe, it's going to come up with an ancient Greek called Eratosthenes, right, who made a bunch of assumptions and then did some math based on the assumptions, right, and then he was able to calculate something close to what they claim the circumference value is. So, yeah, that's all, man. I was just trying to gauge, where you're at, because some people come in here and they're they think that they know for a fact that the Earth's a globe, and, the conversation goes differently with those people than it does with honest people like yourself.
Hey, thank you. I really appreciate your time, and I think it really opens up a new perspective for me, and I'll definitely take a look into it. Thanks.
But yeah, man, you can keep asking the guys questions. I just wanted to go through that, right, and just to give you an idea of what we mean by flat Earth. And I just wanted to see where you're coming from. And I look like you seem like you have a bunch of questions you want to ask. So I won't keep monologuing.
Naturally, some questions do come to my mind, why seasons form, and again the plane thing that I initially wanted to know. Those sort of questions do naturally come to my mind, but I'm pretty sure there's.
Oh, well, I could just address the plane thing really quickly. So I even know an aerospace engineer, right? He's a globe earther, but very nice, honest guy. And he said that all of the calculations that they use, right, when they're designing their aircraft. Now he works for the government. He designs all kinds of different commercial aircrafts and that kind of thing. All of the calculations they use in aircraft design, right, they assume a flat and stationary Earth. And that's backed up by countless amounts of documents, right? I can share the FAA flight dynamics manual, right? And they all say the same thing. So airplanes are actually designed to fly over a plane that doesn't move, and then pilots are actually trained in the same manner. Now, there's tons and tons of interviews, right, with pilots, amateur pilots, commercial pilots, military pilots that are flat earthers, right? We got pilots that do presentations about flat Earth. So I can link some of that information that I just told you about in the side chat if you want to save it and check it at a different time. But yeah, what you'll find about most things is that it works just fine on a flat Earth. Now, I'm not saying that they're claiming that the Earth is flat, right? They'll say it's for simplification purposes, right, and things like that. But at the end of the day, they'll say it's for simplification, and that kind of thing. So anyway, I'll put the documents in the side chat. But yeah, like with planes, yeah, you don't need a globe to have a plane.
Right. And do we have any clarification for why seasons forms?
Yeah, I would say that the sun takes particular cycle, right? So the sun's not 93 million miles away, according to the flat earthers. Okay, so try not to incorporate the globe model, right, or what's claimed in the globe model into the flat Earth system that we're talking about here. We don't claim, like, it's not compatible. It's a completely different way of thinking about this entire place that we live. So 93 million mile away sun, that's magnitudes larger than the Earth. That's not the claim from the flat Earth side, or obviously it would just kind of be light all the time or something like that. It just wouldn't work for so many reasons. But yeah, we would say that the sun definitely is not that distance away. We don't make hyper specific claims about what the sun is exact distance. I would describe it as an apparent light in the sky that moves in cycles, right, like clockwork, and it does particular circuit over the surface of the Earth, which creates day and night and creates the seasons. So when you see the sun move across your head, like it'll rise in the east, it'll set in the west, and it'll move off to a different section of the Earth, right? It'll be daytime for me here in Poland, in Europe, where I'm at, and then where I'm from in Australia, it'll be the opposite, right? So 12 hours later, it'll come back again. So it takes particular circuits, right? So when it's summer in the south, right, in Australia, at midday, as the sun comes over your head, right, it does its little east to west path. At midday, the sun's going to be directly above your head. Okay, so during summer. So that's when it's taking a different circuit, right? It gradually changes every 6 months, the circuit that it takes. So it'll be taking a different circuit, and that'll be creating summer in the south. And when it's midday here in Poland, while it's summer in Australia, okay, I'll go out at midday and the sun is not above my head, right? It's really, really low in the sky, even at midday, because it's taking that different circular path around the Earth. Now, it's the opposite, right? Obviously, it's the opposite. 6 months later, the sun at midday here in Poland will be right above my head, and then it'll be low in the sky at midday in Australia. So yeah, the sun takes a particular path. It moves away from you, and I would say, like some people say it's more like local, but when I use the word local, I'm saying it's not 93 million miles away. Okay, and the light can't travel forever through the thickness of the atmosphere. Okay, because the atmosphere is opaque over distance, kind of like a thinner version of water in a sense. Because if you just go 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's pitch black. Even at midday in summer, right? You can just dive down 200 meters, completely pitch black. The sunlight cannot penetrate that far into the ocean, yeah? So as the sun moves away from you, to a different section of the Earth, it's basically taking its light with it, and the sun light that's coming off the sun can't push forever through the atmosphere due to the density of the atmosphere. Right, just like we can't see forever through the atmosphere, the maximum distance that we can see is 200 miles in perfect conditions. So yeah, hopefully that's like a basic answer for you.
I think it really, really opens up a new perspective, and for that I gotta drop my first source of information to really accept this, which is hard for me. I'm going to admit it, but I'll try to open up my mind for these new perspectives as well. But also, I'm a bit curious, right? So, as I understand that, government, since you were talking about the engineers, they were working with the NASA's, right, or the government you mentioned. Do they know? And if they do, then why are they trying to hide it from us? What's the agenda? What's the purpose behind it? Do we have any understanding on that?
Well, yeah, that's always a question that comes up. Like, why would they lie? It's usually a question that would be better answered after you look into all of the evidence, because it would make a lot more sense, and you probably wouldn't even so much need to ask that question if you understood all of the arguments. But, motive is something that's very difficult to prove. It would be something that we would have to speculate about, right? So it would fall into the speculation basket, like a whole bunch of things will when it comes to this topic. Things we can't validate empirically, right? Things we can't test. Now, I think in relation to a lot of people say, oh, millions of people would have to be in on the lie and lying to everyone and that sort of thing. But I think that's absolutely not the case. I think most people 100% believe the Earth's a globe, right? Most scientists, professors, people that work at NASA even, or work at the government, which is the same thing, NASA and the government, really. But, they learned, right? To get their degrees, to do what they do, they just had to basically memorize and regurgitate the information that they learned at university and then put it down on their exams to get their degrees, right? Most people never questioned whether the Earth was a globe or not. So when they're doing their studies, they're not questioning things like that, right? They were taught that their whole life. And they've probably never even heard an alternative option to that made any sense to them. So most people are not lying. NASA has only ever sent 26 people above low Earth orbit, and that was over 50 years ago, right? And even if I was a globe earther, I've looked into the moon landing missions enough to call bullshit on that personally. NASA, most people aren't lying. This was something that was infiltrated into the mainstream a very long time ago. And it's just kind of been passed on as mainstream curriculum in the schooling systems, for such a long time.
Yeah.
Now, why did they start this lie? That's another rabbit hole in itself.
It is. As a skeptic, must question everything, and these are hard conundrums to answer. So, also, based on observation, one question that comes to my mind immediately: we can observe the sun to be round, right, or the moon to be round. So, why is it hard for us to, accept that Earth could be round, not like a sphere, or it could be round?
Yeah, so in a heliocentric system where you have all, what they're telling you, basically, it's like a big vacuum, and then you've got all of these round planets everywhere. Right. And that Earth is one of those planets, right? So it's very obviously in that particular system, it wouldn't make sense to have all round planets and one flat planet, okay? But you got to remember, this is an entirely different system that we're talking about. When we're looking up at the celestial bodies, whatever you want to call them, the stars, the planets, the sun, the moon, sure, they look circular. I don't know about stars, like any light from a distance looks round. So stars are interesting. I would say I have no idea what stars are, but yeah, sure, when you look at the moon, it looks kind of like half a sphere when you look at it, which you would obviously, logically say, yeah, well, there's probably going to be another half on the back of that thing. But we can't confirm that 100%. I could show you some tests, right, where I can show you 4 spheres or what looks like 4 spheres, and I could ask you to tell me which one's the sphere, and I guarantee you'll get it wrong, right? And only one of them's a sphere, one of them's flat, one of them's a bowl, but from a distance they all look like spheres. But regardless of that, let's say I granted you that the moon was round, right? That had, just because something else is something, it doesn't mean that the Earth that you're standing on is like that in any way, shape, or form. Okay, so if the Earth was actually like a round planet, like a spherical planet, like you're saying the moon is, then there would be measurable curvature. We would have a horizon at a certain distance, like they taught everyone in school. If you're 6 foot tall, the horizon has to be at 3 miles away because of the globe, right? And anything that goes beyond the horizon will start to disappear behind it. And there's a certain amount of curvature, right? So over a 10-mile lake, there would be 66 foot of curvature. Over a 20-mile lake, there would be 270 foot of curvature, and so on. But when we go out and test in reality, we experience just a flat Earth, right? Like we spoke about earlier. And when we test it, there's no curvature. So there's no resemblance, right? There's nothing on the Earth that would give anyone any indication that you're on something like what you're seeing in the sky. And what size is the moon, right? What's the moon made of? What distance is the moon? We don't know that for sure, right? They've fed us a story that we can't validate. Sorry about my long answers, but these are kind of I'm trying to shorten it as much as possible.
I must say that I don't have the ability to absorb all these information. For one day, it's a lot too much to take in. But I am, glad that we are having this conversation and exchanging insights as well. I'm pretty sure you have dealt with Globe people in the past, and pretty, people with, much more experience than I do in terms of science. They must have put you.
Yeah, we've had physicists and all sorts of scientists and pilots and engineers, all sorts of people, come in and chat with us. But you're doing good. I mean, the main thing is we're not trying to convince you. We're just, like you said, you're just taking in the information so you can understand where we're coming from to begin with. And then if you want to see, the actual evidence, right, the empirical evidence, then we would encourage you to have a look at it. But, don't just blindly believe it, scrutinize it, put on your critical thinking cap and, try to debunk it, and then use the same standard of critique that you use for the flat earth evidence that then as you would use for the globe side as well, right? And then weigh up both sides of the argument and see which one makes more sense to you.
No, really, my aim was to mitigate my prejudice and biases. So I'm trying to open this whole thing for myself, and let's see where this goes. All right,
yeah, awesome.
Thanks a lot, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. You come back anytime. You don't have to leave now, though, if you don't want to.
No,
anyway, I got some work to do. If you want to keep asking the panel questions, I'm sure you got each question will ask you'll ask one question and then I'll answer it, and then you'll have 50 more questions. So it's a big rabbit hole. But I got to get some work done. So I'm going to mute up, and I appreciate the cordial conversation with you. So have a good day, man. And thanks for coming by.
Thank you very much, and same to you. Take care.
Yeah, if anyone else has any questions relating to learning the English language for yourselves, or this recent topic of the flat earth versus the heliocentric model, please don't be shy. Ask the questions. We're here to help you. I'm an expert myself as well. I call myself the professional expert specialist. So I will definitely be able to help you. And once again, please keep an eye in the chat room, in the chat, because there's lots of interesting images that I'm posting and other people are posting that are very informative. They help to bring the picture of the flat earth to you, but also the strange things about the globe, things that don't make sense, which you wouldn't have experienced, and you should, but you don't. So keep an eye. There's some things that are not correct. The misinformation of the globe, the misbalance of the globe, and how it's not representing your reality, really. And the last gentleman that was speaking was he was very honest that it's a lot of information to take in. It's a new perspective for him, and that's good. I'm glad he said new perspective. That means he's now going to look from a different angle. And that's where the truth is lying, in that different angle. So we wish him all the best. So yeah, please. Go ahead.
Sorry, Jen. I just wanted to point out that hearing conversations like that are very, very rare. So it's honestly a breath of fresh air to hear something like that. So thank you very much, gentlemen, DJ and Jedi specifically. Very clean. So thank you.
I need a favour from somebody, please. Do apologise. But does anybody have to hand the pitch data that we have for the aircraft, please? If somebody could post it in the side chat, I'd really appreciate
I'm
it.
on that one. Yeah, I'm on that. I'm just going to post the video for it, and I'll do that in just a mo. Thank you.
Thanks. We have a contestant in the chat who is adamant. This is hilarious. Absolutely adamant that aircraft pilots adjust the pitch of the aircraft to negotiate the curvature of the Earth. They're absolutely adamant. They won't provide me with the pitch data, though, showing the adjustment for the change of the curvature over distance. They won't show that. I keep telling them that I've got it, and I know that the pitch doesn't change, but will they listen? No. Just keep wanting to ask me questions about why ships disappear whole first and crap. Thanks, Daz, for posting that. I really appreciate that, my friend.
Funny, I've just tried to post it in the chat. It's not letting me post it for some reason. So what I'm going to do is shut down my phone and power up and see what happens then. Okay.
Let me know if you can't. Right, being as it's gone quiet, I invite Shalav to unmute their microphone and we can have a conversation about your bullshit claim about aircraft changing their pitch to negotiate curvature, which is not recorded in the flight data. I keep trying to point that out to you, but you're a stubborn little sausage, aren't you? And if you want to have a conversation where I explain to you why things at distance appear to disappear from the bottom up due to the angular resolution limit of the atmospheric, we can have that conversation also. But you've really got to stop bullshitting. So unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Is he still partying like it's 1899?
It's 1799, maybe even 1776. Happy Independence Day for yesterday.
Well, the good news is for us is that physics knowledge has progressed beyond the ships disappearing hull first. Didn't they get the memo?
Apparently not.
Okay.
But we've got a lot of people in the chat, so I invite any and all to questions or points that you'd like to, then please feel free to do so. We are the 24/7 Flat Earth. We're here on your server to help you understand why the Earth can't be a ball. It's as simple as that. So, like I said, if you've got any questions, thoughts, comments, please feel free to unmute yourself. And our friend also needs to point to the pitch data and show the correction for the curvature of the Earth. The pitch data is right there. It records the adjustment, every single adjustment the aircraft makes due to its azimuth, its orient pitch, and it's yours to show the correction of the pitch, please.
Yeah, and it contradicts, his theory contradicts what the Concorde engineers did, which spent a considerable large sum of money to make sure the Concorde flew flat and level. Because when you're flying at Mach 2, every control surface you're using causes fuel economy to drop, and that's essential for an aircraft like that. Because if you have to carry more fuel, that means you get to carry less passengers, and you don't break even.
I see.
Yeah, Shalev, if you want to open your mic up and have a conversation, I think you're making a bunch of claims that you can't back up.
Yeah, when I go to the south part of my city, the street lights are different than the north part of my city. Doesn't mean my city's a globe.
I see.
So most often with ships, right, they don't disappear over the horizon, right? They reduce in angular size until they get below a certain size that they can't be resolved by the human eye. And yes, it does look like the ship's gone. You can still see the horizon, you cannot see the ship anymore. But we can pull out a zoom camera and zoom the ship back to view, just like I just posted in the side chat there, right? That's a giant ship. And when he's zoomed out, right, like someone looking from the shoreline, you can't see the ship. So if that ship were to sail out from close into the shoreline, you would see it get smaller and then disappear due to angular size, but it's still there. You just can't resolve it. Now, as you can see, there's no waves in this ocean. It's very nice conditions. Okay, so if you add waves into the equation, then sure, it could look like it's disappearing bottom up as it sails away, it gets smaller in angular size due to perspective, and then it will look like it's being obstructed behind the waves, which it is. Okay, they're called ocean swells. And then also when the ocean swells get closer into the shoreline, there's something called shoaling, right, which makes them even higher. So something in the foreground, right, even if it's only a meter high or something like that, can easily block something large in the background, right? Similar to the idea of being able to block a mountain with your hand. Okay, so it's the same kind of principle. Now, we can also have some type of miraging effects that are also quite rare, but do happen sometimes, where it can also look like something sinking, right? And it's called sinking, surprisingly. So any examples that I've seen from the globe side that does show the ship looking like it's disappearing bottom up, we either see waves present, right, or the optical effect, right, sinking, hasn't been accounted for. That's not the case. Quite often we can see the miraging effect, obviously, in the observation. So ships, and on top of that, right, we can replicate ships disappearing bottom up on ponds, right, and on flat surfaces over short distances, like a hallway or a living room floor.
You can even do it using railroads, as most people live closer to railroads than they live to oceans. You put your camera on a railroad, this shiny railroad there will block objects in the distance over a very short distance.
Yep.
And we understand your inability to understand how this is because no one ever taught you this in school. You went to school and never taught you that as objects get further away, they get dimmer. So they become more difficult to see.
Yeah, one thing that we hear all the time too is that the heliocentric globular model has an explanation for everything. Well, it's conveniently gifted with the unique perspective that it can't be. None of its claims are verifiable, especially when it has to do with anything out of the realms of what we can verify. Right? Anything in outer space, anything about these vast distances. So they can make up any stories they want, and everybody could just stand there in awe and the brilliance of it all without being able to verify any of it. So it's hard to quantify how powerful that is to be able to look at all the effects that are observable here and then come up with an explanation that no one will be able to ever test. So it's really hard to wrap your head around that if you're not looking at things critically.
Yeah, the heliocentric model never explains how we see Venus and Mercury at nighttime.
I mean, wow.
Just a short announcement. Sorry for the interruption. Excuse me. Yeah, Jedi, I posted it in there. I just got it done now, okay? It's the Baltards Flatline, episode 128. And it goes into the incident that happened over Hawaii, where a turbine blade sheared off in operation, wrecking one of the engines. So the pilot shut the engine down and then had to return back to Honolulu. That event took 2 hours. And the in-flight telemetry data, the pitch angle is what we're concerned with, shows us that the plane flew horizontal for that whole duration of that incident. No one died. And of course, they had to repair the plane. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Yeah, there was also another incident from a different flight in which they hit some heavy turbulence before landing and people were injured. But the pitch data, pretty much for the entire flight except for the turbulence, flat and level.
Yeah, Rayleigh, do you want to tell them about the Concorde and how they had to configure the fuel tanks so as the plane could fly level because it's going at super, and then explain to them what would happen if they weren't balanced, if you will, please.
Yeah, I already did just a few moments ago.
Oh, I missed it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a save fuel because if you waste fuel by using control surfaces to adjust your aircraft at high speed, then you can't carry enough passengers to make it profitable. So they want to carry the minimal amount of fuel they need to make the trip so they can maximize profits by carrying passengers. And also at Mach 2, control surfaces need to be more robust, which means they're heavier, which reduces fuel economy. So they do not want to use control surfaces in fast level flight. So they balance the aircraft using the fuel. And moving fuel around allows them to keep the aircraft in the proper pitch.
So you see, when a plane is flying at Mach 2, that's 2 times the speed of sound, you cannot subject it to a curved trajectory because it would put a lot of stress on the surface of the aircraft, and then the balance of the aircraft would be off as well. And that's a possible accident that can happen. Remember, twice the speed of sound. That's blistering fast. So we can go to the ISS from here. It's meant to be doing 23 times the speed of sound. And the way it's been put together, the configuration, the way it's been built, isn't designed for that kind of velocity. It's just not. And then the forces that are generated from a curved trajectory, well, in the ISS case, I think it's 920,000 G forces there. The thing would tear up, impossible to survive. But it's another story. But thanks, Rayleigh. Anyway, brilliant.
Where is it posted?
Oh, the video I'm talking about is posted in the side chat.
Oh, I see.
I'm Jin CBR1.
Yeah, he posted it 15 minutes after the hour.
Is this another topic, or is it like you're discussing related to the flat earth theory?
It's all related.
Yeah, and flat Earth isn't really a theory because it is provable when you go out and check.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a theory at all. It's a reality. It's the truth. So that's the beauty of this flat Earth, that God has given you your senses, so you can use those. Then we have modern technologies that can aid you and aid your senses, and you would need your senses to even operate the equipment as well to set it up. So it's just provable. It's so provable that children from 8 can do it. 8-year-olds upwards, they can definitely be proving the Earth is not a globe. It's not difficult. Okay, that's the other thing as well. It's simple, clear, clean. The globe is very difficult. Curvature, having to account for it in all kinds of fields of engineering, for example, and civil engineering. You'd have to keep thinking of the curvature all the time. Railway lines for the trains when you lay them down. Earth's curvature has to be considered. You want to lay a bridge across 102 miles. That's a lot. That's what are we talking about there? That's at least 2.5 miles of curvature that you have to consider throughout that construction. Maps, all maps, but they don't do that. It's not happening. Okay, that's just doing bridges. The same with boring tunnels into the earth. Again, you're going to be using laser beams to ensure that it's level. No curvature to consider there. So yeah, we're not living on a ball that is curving. It would be problematic all the time, and you would notice it. You were given 5 senses. I'll stop there for now.
I think gravity plays a big role in proving the flat earth theory. Flat earth. Whatever.
Yeah. If you've been listening to like DJ, John, who are here, and Jedi, for example, they've explained to us clearly that which gravity would you be talking about? Because there are 2 that you need to consider, 2 gravities. That would be the Sir Isaac Newton's mass-attracting mass gravity, and then Albert Einstein's bending and warping of the space-time fabric. Now, that's the current standard, Einstein's, because Newtonian has been superseded. Okay, so which gravity would you be talking about? Bearing in mind, one is obsolete, if you will. Okay, and they haven't been proven. That's the other point you must never forget. They are not been proven. You haven't proven it. The so-called experts, the Einsteins and the Newtons, haven't proven it. So if they haven't proven, they remain as theories that have been unproven. They're not a fact. They're not a reality, okay? So you're just saying gravity, but you can't even prove it. Go ahead. And once again, I remind you to please keep checking the chat, because there's lots of information there that you can take away with you, save and digest later on. drinking a cup of tea and having a scone if you're in England, for example, and you'd be pleasantly pleased. If you're in the Asian area, you'd be drinking your oolong cha and having a little rice cracker while still learning, okay? Very good. Please enjoy. Okay, and if you're in the US, you can have a cup of tea and a hot dog. Not to leave you guys out.
Yeah, everybody, if you have any questions or you have any points you want to bring up about the event topic or about the server topic, go ahead and mic up, introduce yourself, or if you just want to practice your English, yeah, we'd love to hear from you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, the thing about learning about the flat earth is that it does change your life. It will do, definitely, because you come to several realizations that you were not told the truth through your education, for example. Then you have to check yourself, emotionally, and then realign yourself to the reality of the truth. And when you do that, you're elevated like a helium balloon, which is taking you closer to the Creator. Remember, each of us here do not know how this earth was made, but yet we're on it. And whoever made it put all the food and all the beauty for us to enjoy. Yeah? That's a very important thing there. We're not to take that for granted or to ignore it. It's a very important point. How did we come, and what is the reason for our existence on this gift of life? Could it be a test to see how we all get on? Is it? Do you understand? That's what I'm just trying to put forward. What is the reason for your existence on this earth? And flat earth brings that question even closer to you, makes you aware of it. Why are you living? What is your purpose now? Because you've woken up from the indoctrination and all the fantasy that the government's systems around the world have put in place for you to believe in. You now realize that that's not really good for my health. Let me move on. Let me keep with the truth. And then you start to learn about the other deceptions, and then your life begins to change, you see. So that's quite important to understand that the flat earth is a key to unlocking all the misinformation that they've been giving you over the years. Once you become a flat earther, it means you are taking control of your life. You're putting value on yourself. And if you try to help somebody else get that, that's the human decent thing to do. For when you see danger and you see something is wrong, you try to warn others not to make that mistake. And that means you are caring and you're bringing each other together. That's the test. Can we all live together with our different religions, different smells, different cultures? It's all part of life. Can we all live together and enjoy the earth that we didn't make, that was given to us? Remember that. You didn't make this earth, but there it is. I'll stop there.
Well said, Jin.
if the gravity is like I don't know much about that part, but if they're discussing on that picture there, either it's a video or photo. Like if you noticed, when you take a picture or any video, the camera actually takes the full length of where you have to, where the human has to turn his head around about an inch to actually experience that visual. So I feel the.
Are you talking about the observation in the side chat with the oil platforms? Yeah, okay. So the observation, right? If the Earth is a globe, there should be a horizon at a certain distance, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so from 1 foot observer height, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles away from the 1 foot observer. Okay, according to the globe mathematics. Okay, so this is a horizon.
Is round.
Yeah, round, what, like a hula hoop? Anyway,
like your ass.
All right, chuck yourself on mute, man. Don't interrupt.
All right.
Thank you.
The Earth is round, though.
Yeah, I'll do it for you. So yeah, so the horizon, right, this is a geometric horizon test, okay? The geometric horizon, right, like we just discussed, depending on the height of the observer is a certain distance away. Now, anything that goes beyond that horizon distance should start to become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth as it moves further away, and depending on its height. Now, we can see the horizon is over 1,000% further away, or like beyond 10 miles. Okay, it's not at the 1.225 miles where it would have to be if the Earth's a globe. Now, we have 2 oil platforms, right? And the point of the oil platforms is so we know the distance to the horizon. Okay, they're distance markers. Now, the second oil platform's 9.4 miles away. It's called platform habitat. We can see the horizon beyond the platform. Now, the oil platform habitat should be behind the horizon, right? The horizon needs to be in front of the oil platforms at 1.2 miles, not behind the oil platforms, right? Not beyond the oil platforms. The second oil platform would have to be hidden behind the horizon, and the bottom 44 foot of the oil platform should be missing, right? That's more than half of the oil platform should be hidden behind the horizon, because the oil platform is 77 feet above the surface of the water. Okay, this is something that has to be there if the Earth's a globe. We have to have a certain amount of curvature on the globe. We have to have that geometric horizon at a certain distance on the globe. Now, do you understand the observation a bit better, Raj?
Yeah, definitely.
So when we go out and we test for the horizon, right, we can consistently see much further than we should be able to see, right? Yeah. In some cases, we can go out to, say, a 20-mile lake, and we can set up a camera just off the surface, and we can zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Now, if the Earth's a globe, over that 20-mile distance, the shoreline should be hidden behind the horizon by hundreds of feet, meaning you would have to have a building the size of a skyscraper on the shoreline on the other side of the 20-mile lake, and you would only just be able to see the top of it sticking out over the horizon. So this isn't what we experience in reality. We're constantly confirming that there isn't any curvature, as there should be if the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, I've posted a video of the oil rigs in the chat.
Thank you.
It's only 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes long. Raj, you can enjoy it. It explains it beautifully as well. Yeah, so watch that video. It's a really good one. It's only 5 minutes.
Hey, DJ, tell me this. How did you, like, one day woke up and decided, yo, they lying to us. I want to know the truth. Like, the Earth is not spherical, it's flat. How did you come up with this? When did you come up with this, and why?
Okay, back in 2017, I heard Eddie Bravo talk about it on the Joe Rogan podcast, right? And I was a big fan. No, he's the jiu-jitsu. Joe Rogan. Yeah.
No, Johnny Bravo, the cartoon.
No, Eddie Bravo. He's a martial arts expert.
Okay.
Yeah, so anyway, I heard him talking about it. That's the first time I heard about it. I thought he lost his mind, right? But, I was a fan of his, so I decided to watch the video that he spoke about, and it made a lot of sense. I was like, damn, I was not expecting these arguments. I thought that this would be, really stupid, right? And I was like, okay, so I looked into it for a while. And after a while, I was like, damn, I could actually go and test this out myself. So I used to live on one of the biggest saltwater lakes in Australia, and we had like a 18-kilometer stretch across the lake, right? There should be quite a lot of earth curvature over that distance. And I had a little boat, and I bought a super zoom camera, and I started going and doing different tests. And I was able to zoom in across the surface of the water and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake consistently. And that's just not possible on a globe. So after about 6 months more research, it starts making more and more sense. And then you start learning more about the globe. Because most people don't know anything about the globe. They just kind of believe it blindly, since they were young.
I see. Yeah, those arguments are kind of like, they're interesting, let's say. But like, what do you think is the reason they lied to us? They've been lying to us for what, like thousands of years, hundreds of years?
Yeah, hundreds of years. It's hard to prove why someone would lie, but it was actually the Jesuits that incorporated this into the mainstream education system worldwide, like 500-600 years ago. So why exactly they did that? There's a whole bunch of good speculations about it, but we can't prove their motives exactly. And I think most people now aren't lying about it, right? Like college professors or scientists or, most people, like, they genuinely believe the Earth's a globe. Like, that they've never heard anything, they've never heard any alternative argument, and they've never tested it, right? They just were all taught it like we were since they were young. So most people aren't lying. But yeah, why did they originally lie about it? I'm not sure exactly. People can give you some good, examples, or it might have been to because back then, like, knowledge was power, right? And it was like the Roman Catholic Church and the governments that, they had all the books, and then most people apparently were illiterate, and, they knowledge was power back then, and this is just me speculating. Maybe they wanted to hide the true nature of reality and keep what they considered divine knowledge to themselves, right? And have other people live in a false reality where they could basically just tell them all of these different things about their reality and use that to sort of control people. They've completely removed, I'm not religious, but they've completely removed religion from the mainstream education system. And they teach that we're here as a mistake, just by chance, and we're little specks on a universal scale flying through space, out of control on this spinning space rock. So money, power, control. Well, okay, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and we're not claiming the Earth is like a disk planet in space, right? So that's the globe Earth version of outer space. It's called the heliocentric model, which you probably know. Okay, so they say that space is this big giant vacuum chamber, and there's all these like round balls floating around in the vacuum chamber, right? That's the globe model. We're not saying that the flat Earth is like a flat planet inside that. It's a completely different way of thinking about this entire system that we live in. So just because, if we look up into the sky, right, we see stars, we see everything kind of moving in cycles, and everything resets each year. Now, we don't know what a lot of that stuff is. Yeah, the moon, I could, let's just say the moon is round, right? There's some arguments against it. Some scientists say that it was plasma and things like that. Like proper scientists back in the 60s, they would say it's plasma, you can't go to the moon. And then there's some anomalies with the moon. But anyway, let's just grant you, let's say it's round. the Earth, like that, just because there's like a round thing in the sky, right? That doesn't mean that you're also like on a round thing.
I think you can see other planets from the Earth too, like with the big not microscopes. What do you call it?
Your telescope. Yeah, telescope.
Telescopes. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, we've all been fed. No, I got you. I completely agree. And if you actually have a look at the raw images, like at Mars or something, Mars is a good example. If you have a look at even the best telescope and you look at the raw images, right, the initial image that comes out of it is just kind of like a blurry little red dot. And then it's not until they like use these techniques called stacking, and then they run it through like processing and edit the shit out of it to try to get it to kind of look what NASA sort of shows us what Mars should look
conspiracy.
like. No, that's what they do, right? That's if you look up how they make those images, right? Look up, if you even go to Google and just type in raw image of Mars, right? The best one you'll find is just like a little blurry dot. Now, we've been fed a story about exactly like what's going on in the sky. They'll tell you that when you see this light, it's an exoplanet or it's a star that's trillions of light years away, and it's made out of this and that. They tell us it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune, and it rains sideways glass rain on this exoplanet, right? They tell us all sorts of stuff about what's going on in the sky, but we can't validate any of that. Now, I don't know if you believe in the Apollo moon landings, but I mean, like, even if I still believe the Earth was a globe, right? I've done so much research on those. Definitely, NASA can't be trusted, right? They definitely faked the moon landings. If you look into it, you'll at least be skeptical.
That would be a huge conspiracy, to keep up this lies that involves a lot of money.
Would you say? Well, not really. I mean, it makes the money. The space industry is bigger than the movie industry and the music industry combined. NASA itself gets like $70 million a day of taxpayer funding. So, I mean, NASA's basically just the government anyway. It's nasa.gov. It's just a branch of the government. But I think everyone can kind of agree that the governments are kind of shady, right? Everyone could agree the governments lie. That's no secret. I think 90% of people would, if you ask them that, they'll say, yeah, of course they do, about all sorts of things. So it might, people already don't trust the government. So imagine if they came out tomorrow and said, "Oh, actually, well, we've also been lying about this massive thing, right? The globe and outer space, and sorry about that. We're going to have to rewrite the education system and all the history books." I think that they would crumble instantly. So even just for self-preservation, it's probably in their interest to keep pushing it, and also to make themselves the be all and end all, the all-knowing government bodies that have discovered they're going to take us to Mars, and they know everything about the universe, and they've discovered everything. Look up to them as kind of like the gods, right? They've removed religion out of the education system, and now people kind of put their faith in the mainstream consensus. Anyway, it's speculation, man. I can't prove why people would lie, but we can prove that the Earth's not a globe. So there's that.
I don't have time for this shit.
No, that's all good, bro. I appreciate you listening to my responses anyway. It seems crazy at first. Yeah. Look, that's fine. You already experienced the Earth as flat and stationary every day anyway. It's not going to change anything for you.
The Earth is flat. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, you can test it.
That's what I said. I thought, wow, it's flat. When I heard it in 2014, I said it was stupid, and I ignored it. 2015 now, Boxing Day. Nothing to do, no more material for the moon landing hoax. I'm saying to myself, what could I learn from this stupid video? Let me check one of those stupid flat earth videos, because what could I possibly learn? I click on the video, 5 minutes, I'm sitting here feeling like a fool. It's flat, and I'm smacking my head, walking up and down, realizing, what have I been doing for the last 48 years? Wow. And then, because you flash back through your life, all your life experiences flash back in a warp speed, and there's no curvature there. Nothing. That's when you know. That's too strong an anomaly and a miss, especially when you have your senses and you're a fit individual. You're fit, you're sharp. Yeah, man. I just went wow, and then I did. I'm doing I'm the one running after all the videos now. I'm doing the catch up. 8 hours researching, and then I got on my whiteboard because it's Boxing Day, yeah. So my students are going to be coming January 6th. So I dated the board January 6th, everything. Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back. What is the shape of the earth and how do you know? Put down the pen, and then I went straight upstairs to inform my wife and the children. Boxing Day 2015. Okay? It's flat. Definitely flat. You've been uploading the information of the flat earth whilst believing you're on a globe. It's that simple. It is just that simple. Yeah. Huh. Exactly. Start looking back in your life. Go look at your parents' lives. Look at their holiday pictures, and you will see no curvature there. Zero.
Hey, but we are like ants. We need to be, I don't know, like 10 times bigger to see the curvature.
Well, you must remember, if they're giving you the number to measure something, so you're looking in a magazine, you want to get a new suit and a pair of shoes. You can check it, can't you? You can check if this shoe is going to fit you and the suit's going to fit you. You can check these things. So if they're giving me the specifications for this earth, I must be able to verify that. And we've gone out to try and verify those numbers, and we're finding the lie and extended horizontality everywhere. It cannot be that they give you numbers and you can't verify it. It cannot be that somebody, a Greek, maybe he lived or not, Aristophanes, using sticks and shadows, proving curvature, and then today's cutting-edge technologies, the modern times, 2025, and we can't measure curvature with technology. That's another anomaly that is unacceptable. Clearly, the earth is flat. Clearly. Sherlock Holmes said it. Sherlock Holmes said this: when you've removed all of the impossibility, whatever's left on the table, no matter how improbable it may seem to be, has to be the truth. And that's how he solved all his cases. There you go. I like the Sherlock Holmes method.
Yeah, so people think like there's not much curvature over the distance that we can see. And I agree that you wouldn't see like a curved horizon, when you go to the beach. But you should have a horizon at a certain distance away from you. And if you have like something in the distance, like 10 miles away, it would have to be hidden behind the horizon because of the curvature of the earth. So you can just calculate it, just based off the size they tell us the earth is. So if you're standing at the beach, the horizon should be 3 miles away. So if there's an oil platform 10 miles away, you can confirm the distance to the oil platform. It would have to be hidden by a certain amount. Now,
yeah, but it's high. It has own height.
Yeah, but the bottom
really high.
No, I got you right. So yeah, let me give you an example so I can explain what I mean. Like the bottom half of it would have to be hidden. Like you can calculate how much should be hidden, and you should have that horizon at 3 miles.
I'm looking at this picture right now that you sent. Yeah, the one on the left is supposed to be like the bottom of it is supposed to be covered in the water, right?
Which one are you talking about? I don't know which one you mean.
In the chat.
By Jin CBR1?
No, by Heretic.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's go over that one. Hold on, I'll scroll up to it. Hold on one second. I'll just repost it quickly. Just a second. All right, we'll go over that one, right? So that's a good example. Okay, so just tell me if this is the right one.
The one on the left is supposed to be covered, but it's not behind the horizon. I can't confirm that it's behind the horizon. How can I confirm it?
Right here, hold on. I got a clearer one here, a better one to go over. So just a second. It's at the same place. It's just done on a clearer day. 1 second. So this one was done like later in the afternoon when it's like a bit cooler conditions, a bit clearer in the afternoon. So 1 second, here it is. Whoa. Just a second. That's the full video that it's from. Okay, so you don't have to hit play on that. You can watch that after if you want. So I've just got like the clip out of the video and the math. So I'll just post that underneath. All right, so you can see he's at the same place, but in this one he's got the camera set up 8 foot above the surface of the water. So we can calculate the distance to the horizon. It should be 3.46 miles away from 8 foot observer height. You can double check that math anytime you want, right? But I guarantee you it's correct.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's some percentage of your speech that I don't understand because it's not my first language. But
yeah,
as I can see here, it's not behind the horizon, it's in front of the horizon, the second one.
Yeah, that's the whole point, man, right? That's the thing. If the Earth's a globe, the horizon has to be at 3.5 miles away. The first oil platforms, because of the size of the globe. Now, if you go onto Google right now, and you could type in Earth curvature calculator, and you can look at any, like there's Earth curvature calculators, there's hundreds of them. You could pick any one of them and put in the 8 foot observation height. It'll tell you the distance to the horizon on the globe, right? It'll say 3.46. Here, I'll send you a link to one, and you can.
No, I got one, but in kilometers.
Yeah, put it in kilometers. So 3.46 mile. What's that? Like 5.5 kilometers or something.
I don't understand.
Yeah, 5.5 kilometers. That should be the distance to the horizon.
Okay, I press calculate and it gives me 2.37 meters. So
okay. Well, yeah, that would. We'll change it. Can you change the metric to
miles?
What? Yeah, we'll change it to kilometers if you want. Like, what do you use? The metric system or miles?
Yeah, I use kilometers.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So. Yeah, me too. I use both. So. Right. I've got the Earth curve calculator in front of me, so I'll just quickly convert it to metric. Okay, so it's the second oil platform's 10.1 miles, right? Which is
And how do you know there is no curvature?
Yeah. Okay.
How do you know it?
Yeah. Right. Let me explain. Right. Okay. So we got the second oil platform 16.2 kilometers away. So you can put the target distance into the Earth curve calculator, 16.2 kilometers. Right. I'll put it into my one as well. So target distance 16.2. Okay. Eyesight levels. 1 second. We've got to put in the eyesight level, which is 8 foot. Okay, so 8 foot in meters, 2.43 meters observation height. So put that in to the calculator.
I only have distance.
2.43. Yeah, I'll send you the one I'm using. It's a better one. It's in the side chat there.
Yeah, I got it. Dizzy GitHub. Look, man. So, okay. Let's say.
Yeah, I posted it in the side chat for you, right? I just took the screenshot. Okay, let's go over it.
So, yeah. So maybe behind that oil station, maybe there is curvature, but you just can't see it from this point of view. You're on the same level with that oil station, maybe a bit higher, maybe a bit lower, but you need to be much higher than this, to see the curvature. Maybe there is curvature and you're wrong.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Yeah, this is the thing though, right? They tell us the size of the Earth, and this is the calculations based off their mathematics. So you have to have Okay, so the second oil platform is 16 kilometers away, right? That's 10 miles. Over that distance, you have to have 66 feet of curvature. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe. That's 22 meters of curvature over that distance. That means that that second oil platform has to be obstructed behind the horizon by 8.8 meters, right? Like the bottom 8.8 meters of the oil platform, which is more than half of the oil platform, should be hidden behind the horizon, but it's not. We can see the horizon beyond the oil platform. So that's just not possible on a globe.
Well, that oil station is in fact a bit lower, isn't it? It is.
Well, it's
isn't it?
It's like 7 kilometers further away, right? Think about how long 7 kilometers is, and think about how perspective works. Okay, so if something's further away, obviously it's going to look a bit smaller. So it's a huge distance further away, and also it is a little bit shorter. Like I've looked them up. The first oil platform's about 6 miles away. And it's 88 foot tall, and then the second oil platform 77 foot tall, but it's also smaller due to perspective. But the main thing is it has to be like the horizon has to be halfway to the first oil platform. That's where the horizon line should be.
Yeah, in front of, isn't it? It should be in front of the actual oil rigs, in front of, but the horizon is at the back, behind it. That's flat Earth. Because of the height at which the camera is looking at the oil rigs, that determines how much curvature there should be there, that height, okay? And because the horizon is beyond the oil rigs, that proves flat Earth. Because if the Earth is a globe ball, then the horizon must be in front of the oil rigs, not behind it, okay? That's the law of curvature maps, and that size of the ball that they gave us. So there's no escaping it. That's the law. Okay, doesn't matter how we feel about it. That's the law.
Yeah, it has to be there. Like it's a characteristic of a ball Earth that size that they tell us. Now I just posted another one. Right, this is an even better one that I just posted underneath. Okay, this is a 21-mile lake, right? Lake Utah. And he's just got the camera set up at 5 foot off the surface, and he can zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. There should be a horizon at less than 3 miles away. And then the other side of the lake, the shoreline should be 220 foot or something like that behind the curvature of the Earth. Right? There's just zero curvature there, and this is 21 miles this time. That's 33 kilometers.
Hey guys, what about your calculations might be wrong, because I don't know.
Well, look into it, bro. Look into it, right? We're showing you the mainstream Earth curve calculators here, and this is all of the Earth curve calculators will give you the same results, right? The same answers, because this is just like the basic geometry. We have people coming in to debate us, like math professors and physicists and people like that. Like they're not arguing against us that the math's wrong. Right, we got like a guy, Matthew. Yeah, okay. The math is like you can double check the math, bro. Like you don't have to take our word for it.
If I can just get in there, for a second, hold on. The maths we're using are the maths that's coming from the people who are saying the Earth is a globe. We're using their maths, not flat Earth.
All right. I heard it already. Look, how about the fact that
hang on a minute. Don't get upset though. Don't get upset because we're telling you that the math.
I'm not upset. I just heard it.
I'm trying to tell you something in a polite way. You just said, okay, I've heard it already. Don't be like that.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, well, you told me to hold on. Don't tell me to hold on. Hey.
Accept it.
No, I don't have to accept it. No.
Of course you do. It's the truth. That's why. It's not a lie. So you have to accept it.
Listen, how about the fact that there is a place on Earth where sun never sets down?
What place is that you know of and that you've been to observe it? Where?
Oh, I've never been there, but there's a video on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, that would be the North Pole, wouldn't it? That would be the North Pole, 24 hours above my head. It's up on the horizon. You can see it for 24 hours a day, every day, for 3 months. What about it? It's not proving that the Earth is a globe. It proves the Earth is flat.
We got to We have a friend, right, Drace. You know, he lives in Iceland. He has 24-hour sun right now, right? He's a flat earther. Like, it's not something that doesn't work on a flat Earth. The sun takes particular cycles over the surface of the Earth, right? Each year, it resets back into the same position after it does its cycles and starts again. You know, having a 24-hour sun in some location isn't something that would debunk the flat Earth. Now, there's a lot of like videos that try to debunk flat Earth on YouTube, but most often they're just making like straw man arguments and just false claims about what we're actually claiming. You know, how would a 24-hour sun not work above a flat surface? I mean, it doesn't debunk it at all. And we have these like direct measurements, right? These direct observations. We got laser tests. We got like countless amounts of this stuff that we're showing you now that shows there's no curvature. Now, looking up in the sky at the lights.
No, but listen, DJ.
Yeah.
So I'll try to explain. I don't know if I will be able to. So when I was speaking to one of your guys here in this room a few days ago, I said, but like when the sun sets down, yeah, for me it's night, for example, right now, yeah, but it's day for like maybe right now it's day in America, yeah. Well, it's like that only because the Earth is round, because that's how the light travels, yeah. You know, I'm only not being able to see the light right now because I'm on the other side of the planet, you know. And they say no, it doesn't have to be like that. The Earth is flat, and the sun, when it travels, it goes away from your city, like from your country, yeah, from your geographic position, and it just stops shining for you. Like it's too far away for you to see. But we have, at the same time, we have a point on Earth where sun never sets. How is that possible? Like it's supposed to move away further, right, from that point. And
if I can explain this, DJ, if I can explain this.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Gene.
Because I don't just want to sit here listening. I do want to contribute. So now, the Earth itself, the way it's been laid out, that the Earth is bigger than the sun, and everybody on Earth must get there. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. So the sun has to move. The sun is controlled by the Creator. It moves on its source, on its course. We have no control over that. That's why we have our time zones, okay? And remember, DJ and I took you through that. There's no curvature there. That's something you have to accept when you're ready. When you can accept that, then you can understand the time zones. The Earth is bigger. The sun and the moon are approximately the same size, smaller than the flat Earth. So if you can imagine a dinner plate, a big dinner plate with a sweet corn, one kernel, that's the sun, and a green pea, that's the moon, doing it, okay? That's how that works. As they go across the course, the sun shines locally to the area and country that it's in. So it cannot shine the sun. If I'm having the sun now, you're not going to get it.
Can I stop you right there and ask you a question?
Yeah, so, go ahead.
If the world is, let's say it looks like a plate, yeah, you said the North Pole where sun never sets, it's not supposed to be in the center, is it? It's supposed to be on the very back somewhere on the.
No, it's in the center where God put it, in the center. That's because God put it there. That's why I didn't put it there.
If you say it's in the center, then it serves your words. But if I say it's not in the center, then it makes no sense.
That's the layout.
How do you know? How can you prove it's in the center?
Because you can go.
I can prove it like with my words right now.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish.
You said that there's
no satellites. We can go. You can go. Hang on. I've got to be able to speak. Can I not? Everybody's had a long time speaking.
Sorry, Jim,
I'm not speaking, it's this guy speaking.
It's me. Sorry, Jim. I was wondering who said the Earth was a plate.
No, it's me. I
just said it for the sake of the argument.
With the sun and the moon, because I was trying to get him to get the scale of how the sun is. Sorry, the Earth is bigger than the sun. That's all. So I gave him a dinner plate with one kernel being the sun and a green pea being the moon orbiting above the Earth, just to get the scale of how the Earth is bigger than the sun and the moon. That's what that was about. That's all. It's not a dinner plate, of course. It's just a scale. That's fair enough, isn't it?
Just put them on the floor then, dude.
Well, yeah, it's just a dinner plate, and you can imagine the size, the scale, just a scale. That's all. Now, as for the sun,
Jin, the only reason I'm interrupting, dude, right, is as soon as you said plate, my ears picked up. You understand why?
No worries.
Right?
Yeah. The Earth is not a plate. It's just it's a flat Earth anyway. That's a fact. Circular, and the way the continents are being laid out, the Earth is bigger than the sun and the moon. Is it not?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so it's 2D, but then what form does it have?
No one knows.
What do you mean? Yeah, exactly. We know it's 7.6 miles deep because Russia took 20 years to drill down 7.6 miles, which is 12 kilometers. 20 years in the making. So we know it's that thick. We know that. Okay, and then the sun, the North Pole is set in the middle. That's the layout, and you can go there and witness the sun being above your head, orbiting. You see it all day long, not going nighttime. It's just there. Beautiful, perfect.
Guys,
excellent.
You didn't answer my question.
What was that?
How do we know that the North Pole is at the very center?
Well, because of the way that if you go to the North Pole, you will see the sun above your head orbiting like that, right there. That's how you know you're at the center of the Earth.
Well, it makes more sense.
Sorry, contention. What happens when you go to the South Pole and you see the same thing? Is the South Pole now the center of the Earth?
It doesn't happen on the South Pole.
Oh, it doesn't. I thought the 24-hour experiment where they went down to Antarctica and has been recorded for over 200 years.
Yeah, that's recorded on the North Pole, isn't it?
Yeah, and the South Pole. It's the same thing, right? No, really? Would you like citations of this? Like, we're talking about summer, right? There's summer in the north and there's summer in the south. There's also winter north and the south. Like was pointed out earlier, our friend Drace, who's in the north, is experiencing 24 hours of sunlight and will do for 3 months throughout the summer. In the south, it's perpetual darkness for 3 months.
Well,
in 3 months' time, though,
let's say yes. It is.
Haven't finished. In a few months' time, though, that's going to reverse. Drace, our friend in Iceland, is going to be in perpetual darkness, but those in Antarctica are going to see the sun for 24 hours a day for up to 3 months in the summer. So why is the north the centre of the Earth? Because the sun rotates around a point, but it does that twice.
Okay, then where's the south then? In the middle too?
The south is pretty much like the north. It's dictated by a celestial rotation point in the sky. The point on the Earth, directly underneath that celestial rotation point.
So sun can be simultaneously from both sides.
Simultaneously? Did you not understand when I said when it's summer in the north, it's winter in the south? What do you mean simultaneously?
Doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean? It's over here for a period of time. We watch it move over there throughout the year. It's literally what we
take
observe.
Take it easy, UK man. I know it's your language. Okay, take it easy.
Yeah.
Look, asking a simple question here. Just to clarify, you said so the North Pole is in the very center from one side, and South Pole in the very center too from the other side.
No, I'm clearing up the claim that the north is the center.
Then where is it? North in the middle, and the south. Where is it then?
Well, see, this is what I'm trying to get through to everybody. That the north couldn't be the center if the north is dictated by a celestial rotation. There's two.
What is celestial rotation? I don't know.
So, do you know the stars go round in circles in the sky?
Yeah.
Okay, so they go round a point in the sky, the center of that axis, right? There's one in the north, up in the sky. There's one in the south, up in the sky. This is where we get north and south from. So why would these be the end of the earth? Why would any of them be the middle of the earth? Sorry.
North, like what you saying is North Pole is not a end point. Yeah, it always changes. That's what you're saying.
No, north stays the same. Magnetic north that moves, but celestial north, that's the same.
Then where's the south in that?
The south is south.
underneath. You're like
sky.
a politician right now that avoiding my question.
You
it's
just
a
keep
simple
talking.
question.
Yeah, where's the south?
Yeah.
Okay, you know when you are south, when you look up in the sky and the
South Pole, bro. South Pole. I'm sorry, South Pole.
Yeah. You still get the South Pole from looking up in the sky, where you get the North Pole from looking up in the sky. Right, Polaris, the North Star, for example, rotates around a center point of axis like the other stars do in the north. In the south, there are other circumpolar stars that rotate around a center point of axis called the south. There's two of them.
What are they called, Jedi? What are they called, Jedi? What are they called? The Southern Cross?
The Southern Cross, those collection of stars are circumpolar stars. They rotate around a central point of axis. In the north, we're lucky because we have Polaris, which is really close, about 1 degree off of that center point of axis. That's why it's the most visible point that doesn't really move, even though it does. But yeah, we get it from the stars.
Hey guys, do you have any kind of map that all you flat earthers run by? You know, that is certified.
I like the Gleason's map myself. I like the Gleason's map.
Can you send me the map?
The flat. Okay. The flight paths work very well on it. Okay, that's why I like it. Just hang on a second and see what I can do with that.
Yeah, and remember, Jin, the North Pole must be in the center, as you said. I'm going with the center. I'm not really agreeing with Jedi with the 24-hour sun at this point. There are, some of us don't accept that, and we don't think that we think that some optical buffoonery has gone on, and there's been material pushed out on that, and time and date doesn't match what the observation times with the research stations down there. So there's a discrepancy. It's still out. I'm not a 24-hour in the South Pole proponent. I'm against that myself at this point. Still not convinced at all. So there is a division between you guys as well.
There could be, yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure every single flat earther that's in here that I know of agrees with what Jedi just said, and the AE map doesn't work. And has been debunked.
DJ, do you have any map? Any kind of map?
No, I don't have a map.
You guys don't have any maps. I don't believe it.
Well, we don't have. Like I said, I like the Gleason's map. It's not 100% accurate, but what we all agree on is that we're not measuring curvature. That's key here.
Okay.
The Earth is most certainly not a globe. Okay. Now, that's the fundamentals. We're not rotating. We're not hurtling through the universe. And you cannot have air pressure without a container. That's the foundation. That destroys the globe completely. Now, we're squabbling over the sun, whether it's 24 in the South Pole, and that's really neither here or there. The Earth itself isn't a globe. That's key. So that doesn't really divide us to the point where we're going to be hating each other's guts. That's not how that works.
Yeah. Let me just mention one thing about the map quickly as well, right? So it would be very nice. It would be very nice if we didn't have jobs and families and we had billions of dollars to go and fleets to go out and map the entire world, right? But unfortunately, we just aren't able to go and do that. It's a huge endeavor that we're obviously not able to just go and do. Now, if you have a look at the current maps that are out, right, it's not like they went out and saw the globe and made the maps based off that. The current maps, the projections that you're gonna see, even the Gleason map or the Mercator map, right? They're based off the celestial sphere, right? They're mapped out using the sky as the coordinate system, right? And they're just transferring that into a terrestrial sphere-based coordinate system, right, based off the celestial sphere. It's kind of complicated and it's something you would have to dig into. But all maps have issues, right? All maps are flat. All maps have issues. The maps are based off the sky, and then the old maps are just based on, surveying, using plane surveying and things like that, and then compiling information based off, going out and measuring the Earth as flat, and then just stitching together data from spot to spot, right? Like your street directory that you would use to get around, right? It's just going out and they're just mapping out sections and then putting it all together. So, you know, the map topic, it's not like there's all of these like globe maps out there that like prove that the Earth's a globe and would only work if the Earth's a globe. That's not the case.
DJ, can you explain this, like what Ford Cup has asked about North Pole and South Pole? Because it was confusing what Jedi has explained.
You can delete it because I moved it to one.
Sorry, Agni, what was the question again?
Ford Cup has asked a question like the North Pole and the South Pole. Like Jedi answered it in a way like I got confused. Maybe like someone can explain it more clearly.
Okay. Like, yeah, look, I asked if the North Pole is in the middle, yeah? Where is the South Pole? And I didn't get a clear answer. And I'm looking at the flat Earth maps right now on Google on Google Pictures. And
yeah,
no one knows where the middle is.
On every flat Earth map,
there's no flat Earth map.
The North Pole is in fact in the middle.
Okay, sorry.
But the South Pole is on the very other side, in the middle as well.
Yeah, so, let Jedi explain it. He's very good at explaining this, right? So
just let me finish. Okay. And so if the South Pole is in the very middle from the other side of this so-called plate, yeah, let's call it a plate for the sake of argument, yeah.
No.
Okay, not a plate, some kind of form, yeah.
Yeah, just a floor.
The flat Earth floor. Okay. So the South Pole is on the other side of the floor.
No.
How? No. Okay, then where is it?
It's on the same horizontal plane as the North Pole.
But the North Pole is in the middle.
No. Why?
No?
Why?
Because I see it on the maps, and this guy said so.
Okay, I get you. Excuse me for being short. I do apologise. That you see online on Google, the AE map, is not a flat Earth map. That's a globe map flattened out from the north, so the south becomes the circumference. That's a projection map. That's not our map. That's a globe map.
Okay. Jedi. Then, okay, we get, let's agree on this one, that the North Pole is not in the middle, yeah? Let's agree on that. Let's agree then it's somewhere on the, what do you call it? Like suburbs, on the suburbs of the floor, yeah? Can you say so?
What are you asking? Where north is?
Yeah, he's asking where north is in relation to the map or the layout of the Earth. If the AE map is not correct, then where is the North Pole and in relation to the continents? That's what he's asking.
The north is on the outskirts of the floor, right?
No, the north is inside the Arctic Circle. But geographic north at 90 degrees, where that point on the Earth is directly underneath a rotation point in the sky that the stars rotate around in the north. The south...
What are you saying? That the north is a full circle around the floor?
No, it's a point in the sky.
Explain in simple words, please.
Okay. You know Polaris?
No.
Okay, it's a star in the sky called Polaris, also known as the North Star.
Okay.
Okay. The area of the ground directly underneath that star, for want of a better terms, is geographical north. The point on the Earth that north is.
Well, it doesn't matter because there is a North Pole. Like geographically, there is North Pole.
Yeah,
that we call North Pole.
Yeah, what is the North Pole? How do I know what that is?
I can sit on the plane right now and say I want to fly to North Pole, and they will bring me directly to North Pole.
And how will you know
any time of year?
How will you know when you've got there?
I mean, I live in this reality where I believe the Earth is round. I'll believe them. Okay?
No.
Like as well as you, how you will believe. Like,
sorry, it's like you're not following. I'm trying my best to help you. How do you know when you've gotten to this place called North? What reference would you have?
It doesn't matter. Let's believe them for the sake of the argument.
No, it doesn't matter.
He might be somewhere else.
Well, man, this is not an argument at all. Like, you might be somewhere else. They might be lying to you.
Sorry, we're trying to define very simply what north and south are and what references we use to determine the geographical location of these coordinates, north and south. Because east and west are circles around poles, north and south. So these are points. That's why it's called a pole. You could literally stick in the ground directly underneath the North Star.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But sometimes the star it's not there, right? And then what? It doesn't. It isn't the North Pole.
No, Polaris is always circling the center of rotation. It's like a wheel.
All right, I hear you. Then it's always there. Then it's always the North Pole. Okay, so I'm going to North Pole then. Where is it?
It's directly underneath the North Star, give or take a degree.
Directly underneath. Okay, can you use other words to describe its location?
Yeah, it's underneath the star, dude. That is how we define it.
Okay, but on that floor, I'm just trying to imagine, like the floor.
Okay, you stand on the floor.
Where is it on the floor?
Where's the floor? You're standing on it. Now I'm starting to lose my temper. Where's the floor?
I think what it is.
No, where is it on the floor?
He wants a guy
underneath the star.
It's not an answer.
Have you got a light on your ceiling?
Yeah.
Okay, go stand underneath that light. You will be at the geographic position of the light. Directly on the floor underneath that light.
Okay, but you know what? I can also tell you that if I stay under that,
you don't understand.
You know what? If I stay under,
sorry, dude.
Listen. If I stay under that light, hey, listen, man. If I stay
still talking.
Man, listen, if I stay under the light, on my ceiling, I can also say that I am 2 meters away from my left wall and 2 meters away from my right wall. And that's what I want to hear from you. Can you can you describe it like this? Huh?
You think the Earth has walls?
What do you mean? I have walls in my apartment.
North is dictated by where your light is. Directly underneath that light, the North Star, if you stand there, you are at the North Pole. You might as well be a pole yourself.
This guy, I don't know. He's purposely this.
No, it makes sense, right? Okay, so you can measure the size of your room or your apartment, right, that the light's under. Now, let's say it's so big, right, and you don't know the exact shape or size of it. Now, you've got that same light.
For the reference, there are other objects, like countries.
Yeah, but that's not going to help you know whether it's in the middle or not, right? Like, let's just say you had, think about this example. Let's just say you had a big, giant jungle, and you found a light somewhere in the jungle and you're standing under it, and that's your geographic north, right? You don't know if that's in the center or
you know what I will do.
Can't confirm exactly where it's at.
I'll find the biggest lake and maybe I'll find the biggest stone.
It'll be flat, bro. It's going to be flat.
And I can be flat measure. Okay, but I can measure.
Well, just measure the curve, bro. Try that.
I can measure the distance from the lake to the place I need to measure from.
Yeah, but we can't do that with the Earth because that's bigger than a lake. You could kind of define it as a big lake, but
the answer is the proper answer. You don't have the answer. That's the answer.
We're not claiming to know the shape. Yeah, we are not claiming. I said this right when you first came in, bro. Let me say this. We don't know the shape of the Earth. Flat's not a shape. We're not claiming to know everything, dude.
You don't say then this. Say this then.
Yeah, okay. He's wanting to have a view of everything.
Sorry, he asked that if North Pole and South Pole both have 6 months of day and night, the sun part. So they are located at the same position, or where are they located on the same plane? Because it is very tough. Is the sun simultaneously going?
Yes, Agni, yes.
They're just based off the the apparent celestial points of rotation that are in the sky. That's all.
Okay, let me say this for you, to make it easier for you. Then, let's say, for the sake of the argument, again, the Earth is flat, and let's imagine it's in the plate form. So the north, let's say, again, let's imagine that it's in the outskirts of the plate. On the very border of the plate.
No.
That's the North Pole. And then logically, the South Pole would be on the very other side.
No, we're not doing that. No.
We don't want to go into imagination land.
It has to be. It has to
No, it doesn't.
All right. Okay.
Only if you assume a plate. Yeah, only if you assume a plate. You know what I mean?
Okay, let's say it's not a plate. Let's say it's, what do you call it?
Unknown size, unknown shape. How about that?
Okay, let's say it's unknown shape. Somewhere on the outskirts of that unknown shape is the North Pole. And on the very other end is the South Pole. It must be there.
No.
It must be. Yeah.
No.
Because it's North and South.
I'll tell you why.
They can't be together.
You want me to tell you why?
Well, are they together? That's what you're saying.
Shush. I'll tell you why.
Shush you.
Dude, you need to listen because you keep repeating the same stupid question. So
you
please
keep repeating yourself.
Right, the surface of the Earth, its shape is undefined. So please stop saying plate. You might as well say square or triangle. It doesn't matter. The floor.
Right. It doesn't matter. I agree.
For the example, you have two poles, one north, one south.
Yes.
One in the floor, and go somewhere else and stick another in the floor. Directly above these two poles, will have celestial rotations. Now, do you have any questions?
Yeah. Can you agree that the North Pole and South Pole they're very very far away from each other?
Okay.
Yeah, they are on like.
They're very far away.
I can't put it in speech like in English. Like if it's on the border on the left, the North Pole, then the South Pole would be on the border on the right.
Why is it on
has
the border?
To be.
Why does it have to?
No, just for the logic.
Sorry, everybody. I just wanna deliver a quick message. Chris Brown did nothing wrong by punching the shit out of Rihanna.
Fuck is this guy? If I've got two ceiling fans on my ceiling, do they have to be by the wall?
Okay, this guy Tristan helped me out here. North Pole and South Pole, they have to be diametrically opposed, right?
No, they don't have to be opposed. No.
No, that's interesting. What do you mean no?
What do you mean no? You can go and stand underneath them every single time you're going to measure their elevation. You'll do that from a horizontal plane. So the antipodal comes in the form of an assumption because you think the Earth's a sphere. But when you measure it, the measurements will be taken from a horizontal plane.
And they still can't be close to each other.
Yeah, wow. These two things are far away. Awesome.
Yeah. And it suits you because you don't give me a proper answer. And it suits you because you may say then that the sun simultaneously is like shining for both South Pole and North Pole, which is impossible.
Sorry, did I say that when I explained the summer and the winter in the north and the south? Did I say the sun was in two places causing two summers at the same fucking time? Now you're not listening clearly.
Yeah, bro, you're clearly wanting to project your globe cosmology and fit a plate into it, and that's why it's not making sense. You
fuck the plate. Forget a plate.
You that out of your mind and start from scratch and allow them to explain it to you without all these preconceived notions in your head.
Yeah, Jedi, if I can just appeal to you're swearing at the guys, yeah? So let's not do that, yeah? You know, we don't really...
Nah, come on. Yeah. What am I, a little bitch? It's okay.
Yeah, no, but the point is we don't want...
I don't feel any withdrawals. I don't think so.
Why you got muted? Why you muted the guy?
At South Pole,
you're presuming that it's a globe with a south pole. We have a north pole under the North Star. We don't actually have a south pole.
Oh, really? Antarctica, anything?
Okay, if you're not, sorry to interrupt, but if you're not considering pole or any name, specific name, but there are places like 6 months winter, and in north it would be 6 months summer, right? So
yeah,
that's what we are asking.
Yeah, we explained this earlier.
Yeah, you explained it like celestial apparent points, but how is it possible to be like
Because
how the sun
moves throughout the year. You'll notice it's only summer in one location at a time. It's not summer in the north and the south at the same time. One area is going to have winter. In the south, for example, at the moment where it's winter, it's perpetual darkness. In the north, at the moment where it's summer, it's perpetual daylight for those inside the Arctic Circle. In about 6 months' time, that's going to change. The sun's going to move its location from the north to the south and eventually start rotating around the south. This is what's measured and this is what's observed.
Okay, you said. Okay, sorry. I heard you. Jedi, wait. I heard you. Like you said, so it moved around the north for 6 months, then around south for 6 months?
No, I said no, for 3 months of the year in the summer, you can see the sun above the horizon inside the Arctic. 3 months. It's going to take about, 3-4 months to change. So about 6 months later, when it's summer in the south, you can stand inside the Antarctic Circle and see the sun above the horizon for approximately 3 months. It's moved. 2 locations at 2 different times. What do you think's happened? We watched the sun move from one location to another. It's what we observe.
Oh my god.
Hey, unmute the guy, man. Who muted the guy? Jin.
Look, we don't need to have people telling the moderators how to moderate, right? From either side of the argument, okay? Like, Jedi is one of the head moderators in here, and, Jedi didn't mute Jin, by the way. But we don't have anyone telling the moderators how to moderate, or they're just, they're going to get muted. We'll run the channel, the way that we see fit.
You guys. Feeling the power.
Yeah. No, dude, right? We don't need people white knighting or, concern trolling, trying to tell us how to run the channel.
Feel bad for the guy. He was standing up for me and now he's muted. Not fair. What did you mute him for anyway?
I just told you why, dude. I don't even need to explain why. Don't worry about it.
You're the man of this room.
The problem is, dude, right? When we got people giving bad information out, right? Look, I'm going to be blunt right now, okay? Flat Earthers should not be claiming the AE map, right? That's a globe map. Now, there's no other Flat Earthers in here besides Jin that are going to be pointing out that map, right? As soon as he did that, it conflicted with what Jedi said, and you got super confused about the map thing, right? So, yeah, it's a big problem, right? And people that are still out there claiming that a globe projection is the map of the flat Earth is ridiculous, right? It's not something that the 24/7 Flat Earth team supports. Right?
Well, he's
as a whole
to have an opinion, isn't he?
Yeah, he's more than welcome to have his opinion, right? But this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel, right? We have we put a lot of effort into our name and our reputation, right? And we don't want people giving information that we don't really support and that has been debunked, right? And claiming that globe Earth maps are the flat Earth map, and that there's a big ice wall wrapping around the outside that we can't confirm.
Well, I can tell you right now, as someone that's lived in Australia all his life, okay, south is a fixed direction. It does not splay out in all different directions for me. It's one direction. And I will stand by that because I live by that, and I always have lived by that. There are ways that I can always find south if I'm at night. If it's a night time and I'm lost, I can look at the stars and I can find south, and I can get unlost, find my way to safety.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like, there's a southern point of rotation. It doesn't work on that AE map. Okay, there's Sigma Octantis is the apparent point of rotation in the sky that all the stars in the south rotate around it. It doesn't work with that globe projection that some flat earthers are claiming is the flat earth map. And it leaves us open for people to tear shreds in our arguments if they're claiming things like that.
Hey, what about when there's a lunar eclipse? How do you explain that the Earth casts a round shadow on the moon?
You can't cast a ball can't cast a shadow like we see on the moon, right? You can't have a ball cast a shadow like that on the moon. When you try to replicate that with a light source and two balls, a sphere doesn't cast a curved shadow like that on another sphere. It makes like a sine wave pattern. Also, it's just an assumption, right? Like, you're having to assume that what you're seeing.
I saw it with my own eyes, and it doesn't happen immediately.
How did you know that it was caused by the Earth? How did you know it was
what
the shadow
else would
of the globe?
What would it be caused by? And you know how it's happening. I will tell you. I'll describe the process. I was looking at it with my special protective glasses. Yeah, what you call it anyway. It's getting there, and it's round from the very beginning, and it takes like a minute or two to cover to give it a whole round shadow, and it's getting there, and you see the round curve, and it's getting there in the middle, and then it goes away, and again it's followed by the round shaped shadow.
Is the moon flat then?
As in a round. How do you explain it? I saw it. What do you mean, man? Come on.
I'm asking you a very succinct question, hopefully to get you to think.
Yeah.
Is the moon flat then?
Come again.
The moon would have to be flat, not a curved surface, for you to see a curved shadow given by a curved object.
No.
If you have this situation of a curved object casting a curved shadow on a curved surface, you wouldn't see what we see happening in the sky. That curve, if it's on a curved surface,
bro, they are different shape. They're different size. They're different size.
Excuse me. I hadn't quite finished. Thank you. So on a curved surface, that shadow would be highly distorted. It wouldn't look like the way that it does in the sky. That's why I asked you if the moon's flat, because it would have to be flat for you to have that type of shadow.
Why does it have to be flat? What do you mean? Why it has to be flat?
You actually did the experiment, quote unquote, with a flashlight and say two balls, you'd notice this instantaneously.
Man,
what?
Bullshit.
Go try it.
Bullshit, man.
I'll tell you what, go try it, and then when you've tried it, come back and apologise to me. Yeah,
that's crazy.
But this is something that you could literally do. A 2-year-old could do it with a little flashlight and a couple of balls. It's not hard. You notice that when you cast shadows on flat surfaces, though, those shadows are not really distorted. They might be big, they might be small, they might be a little bit blurred around the edges, but they won't be distorted. Cast a shadow on a curved surface, though, it will be distorted because the surface is curved. Duh.
You can test it yourself, dude. You don't have to take our word for it. Like, just go test it. I mean, I can show you. So I think I have some videos of people that have tested it.
Well,
what you'll see is nothing like hold on a second, right? So like when people do it, it doesn't look, the shadow on the second round object doesn't look anything like what we see in the eclipse. Like it doesn't do the same thing whatsoever. And once again, right, you're going to need the Earth to be a globe, right, to have the claim that it's caused by the globe Earth shadow. Okay, you can't confirm that the Earth is even a globe in the first place. In fact, I've shown you evidence that it can't possibly be, right? Because certain things that have to be there, like curvature, for the Earth to be a globe aren't present in reality. So, you know, there's also other issues, right? There's other types of eclipses that don't align with the explanation by the globe side, right? They call it the impossible eclipse, which is the Selenilian eclipse, where you can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse. And the shadow on the moon is upside down, right? It should be the other way around. It's completely upside down. So there's anomalies when it comes to the eclipses. We don't make definitive claims about it because we can't validate exactly what's causing it. But the globe explanation doesn't really fit, right? Because the Earth's not proven to be a globe in the first place, and then you can't have a sphere cast a shadow like that on another sphere. You know, and then the upside down shadow on the moon, that doesn't make sense. And then the sun and the moon above the horizon during the eclipse, that doesn't make sense. So it's a bunch of stuff that doesn't make sense, that's all. And also, you know, looking at the sky, you know, isn't the way to determine the shape of the ground that you're standing on. You're better off just testing the ground. Don't look at the lights in the sky to determine the shape of the ground. There could be a lot more going on that you don't know about the sky, the way it works. What is it that you're looking at, right? What we know is that everything in the sky moves in cycles and repeats. That doesn't fit in with the heliocentric model that says the Earth's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, and then at the same time, it's also orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. And at the same time, it's chasing the sun through space in a different direction. Dude, the Earth is stationary, just as you experience every day, and the sun moves across the sky, right? The stars move across the sky. The Earth doesn't move, right? There's no proof that the Earth is in motion. It's just a theoretical... Yeah, wind's caused by temperature. It's caused by high pressure and low pressure systems. You know, it's caused by
it was a joke.
The sun. Bro, look it up. That's the mainstream explanation.
No, I just made a joke. There are winds. It is a joke.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so okay. I thought you were saying that my argument was a joke. Oh, good. Hey, what country are you from, man? Your English is, like, perfect.
What do you mean perfect? It's terrible.
It's pretty good, man. For someone... Kazakhstan, you sound like, have you lived in, like, an English-speaking country for a bunch of time or something like that?
No, never. I've been to New York one time, that's it.
Dude, you got good English.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your English is really good, man. You're from Kazakhstan. Good to meet you.
Thanks. But, I mean, there's always room for improvement.
Yeah.
Dude, I only speak one language, so you're doing a lot better than me.
Yeah, exactly.
True. Yeah, man, it's interesting. It was anyway. It was entertaining. Like, I mean, always entertaining and quality time. You know, to talk with people who can hold a conversation. That's what I would say.
You too, man. And look, I'm gonna unmute Jin. You know, I don't want to clash with Jin or anything like that. But we can't have people that aren't mods like trying to tell the moderators how to run the channel. That's all. That was the only reason he got muted. That's all. All right, so I'll mute Jin. I think Jin's awesome, by the way.
Does he do boxing? He said he does boxing. Boxing class?
Probably. He does a bunch of things.
Yeah, thanks for the unmute there. Yeah, but like I said, no love lost. That's how it is. When we move on, I will always stand on my ground and my position. It's not going to change for now. I've got the reasons tattooed on my chest. Do you know what I mean?
Tatted on your chest.
Not literally, but you know what I mean. But,
yeah, look, man, I've heard the alternative arguments about like the southern things, could be like some kind of projection stuff. They're interesting arguments and they're well worth looking into. And I think there's a ton about this place that we don't know, we don't understand. So, I'm not discounting anything.
I'm glad to hear it. You know what I've got a problem with? I thought that the azimuthal equidistant map has been around for over 1,000 years. And the Gleason's is a copy of that, you see. So if it's 1,000 years, it's around before the. So I don't get how the globe projection is the Gleason's map. If the Gleason's map is a copy of the azimuthal equidistant map, I don't get it.
There's only one pole in those ideas. So the AE map or the Gleason's map, where you've got the pole at the centre, there's only one pole. With the South Pole, that's a circumference. That's every point along the edge. Because we have to remember where we get north and south from. We get north and south from rotation points in the sky. Directly underneath those rotation points are points on the ground that don't move. So the South Pole can't be the entire circumference around. That means the celestial rotation point would have to move. And it doesn't. So that's why that map doesn't work.
Guys, you know what I will tell you, like, it looks very much like a religion to you, because you come prepared for every question. And any religion, it has, materials that they can spread out to like visualize. And why don't you, like, guys, try to find a sponsor and make some maps maybe to be even more persistent,
Yeah, it's a massive undertaking, actually. It's not that simple. And it's very much time consuming. It's not as easy as you think. I mean, okay, we the flat earthers, I think we're ahead of most people, so we can get ahead, but it's still going to take a lot of time, to do that, and monies. It's a big undertaking. That's not a simple thing. Planes.
Well, nothing is a simple thing.
You're going to have to do it from the air and on the ground. It's not that simple, to be quite honest. It's a massive logistics.
Hey, another question. Do you think they had good sleep today?
Who?
The government guys who are watching you 24/7.
Oh, they're sleeping because they're eating well and they don't have to worry about a single thing. But sometimes they get worried when the flat earthers are telling everybody about the flat earth and we're telling them that they can't go to space, and they're worried about that, and people are waking up. So there are times when they have a little bit of a worry, but they soon got us back under control. So they must have had a good one tonight, probably. They've got nothing to worry about as such, have they? They're in control, the 1%. Powers that shouldn't be.
Jedi, I have a question for you. So for Polaris, we can get underneath that and watch the rotation and have a 90-degree elevation angle. But Sigma Octantis, can you do that? I actually don't know, but
you can't. You can't. So Sigma Octantis isn't a navigational star. It's not viewable by the human. It's only got a magnitude of like less than 3 or something.
Right.
But
so
it's a common misconception that the North Pole star is the center of rotation. North Pole star is also a circumpolar star. It rotates around an area in the sky. We use Polaris to find that central point. It's about 1 degree off. We can use other stars to find that central point. Same in the south, right? We can't use Sigma Octantis, but we use other reference stars. Usually it's, the Southern Cross, Vega, something like that. But if we use those, we can find where south is. Just like if we use the stars in the north, we can find the north.
Mm-hmm. So you could use that instead of magnetic declination.
Yeah, magnetic declination is the correct for like true geographic north, because magnetic north, for example, that moves and you have to correct for its movement. It's not in the same place as geographic north.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is there anything else?
Tim Lim asks legit question here. If the Earth is flat and gravity doesn't exist, how do you explain the behavior of falling objects and the consistent force that pulls them downward?
There isn't a force that consistently pulls everything downward. Do you think everything falls?
Yeah, well, if I jump, I definitely will fall.
Okay, so solid matter in the medium of gas that goes downwards. Question though, does everything fall?
Well, gas doesn't have weight.
Okay, cool. So gas expands to fill volumes. Its direction is described as omnidirectional. It has multiple degrees of freedom. Its path is a straight line path until it has a physical collision with gas or something physical.
Small amounts of gas still attracted by gravity. That's legit.
Sorry, really? Can you show me that in an experiment? It's the second law of thermodynamics.
No, bro, I don't have the... What are you asking me? No, man, I can't.
Dude, at these points, when people start making claims about what happens in reality, it's going to be incumbent upon the person listening to ask to see that happening. It's not an unreasonable request if you're making a claim about what's going on.
Okay.
Now,
what about this one? If I am by like somehow I am on the other side of the floor, yeah, or what you call a flat Earth, I'm on the other side. Will I fall down then? Will I fall into cosmos?
No.
No? What's going to happen?
I don't know. But you said like space.
Oh, I heard don't know from you. That's progress.
Yeah, but how could he know? How could he know, though? That's the question you've got to ask yourself there. How could he know when he hasn't been there to investigate and explore? How would
you have
know?
some kind of logic that you run by, right? Like
yeah, but it has to be based in with integrity. That's the thing. It can't be, you've got some laws, but you're not being honest to yourself and you're just lying. That doesn't make sense in
No,
itself.
but Jin, like people have already been to many places on Earth, like almost all places. So how could you know is not a question.
But in the case of the question that was asked relating to Jedi here, how could he know that if he hasn't been there? How could he know? So obviously his honest answer is he doesn't know. That's the honest answer, isn't it? Come on, don't flog people for being honest. That's not good.
No. I was asking like where he has not been. You said he has not been there. So asked,
to the point where to the edge of the earth, if there is an edge of the earth.
No, I assume that you consider there is an edge of the earth for sure.
It's flat. That's what we know. We don't know if there is an edge. Of course, there has to be a container. So maybe to the extremities of the container.
There has to be edge.
Like, I don't know. I can't say that. There could be. Look. Let's just envisage this one. Just envisioning. Yeah. It could be that we're on. So I can't talk now. But I can't talk now. Okay. Let me just finish what I'm saying. If there's a container, maybe we can go to the container. Is that container going to be the edge? Don't know yet. We don't know, do we? We haven't been there. Please, when somebody says they don't know something, that's them telling you the truth. They don't know. Don't flog them. Don't press them on that one. You should be asking the question because he doesn't know that one. And the idea that, he said no.
That's cool. That's cool. He doesn't know that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
You've got to be honest, man.
Look, if... what was I supposed to ask? I forgot. Fuck.
I'm sorry, Ford Cup.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Oh man.
That's the truth. We don't know if there's an edge or not. There might be. Don't know if there is one.
Look, there must be some kind of oligarch or some kind of,
the oligarchs
rich enough man who believes in a flat earth, that it's not too much money to just organize a trip to the very end of the earth, flat
we
earth.
Don't need to, bro. We can test.
We could. I wouldn't ask the oligarchs. I wouldn't be going to.
Holy crap!
Yeah, I wouldn't go to an oligarchy for any money. Do you know that? I wouldn't approach an oligarchy for anything. Nothing.
I think you maybe need like 100K. You can arrange that, with all your...
To go where, bro? Where no one from the globe Earth side has ever kept going south, right? How come no one's ever done a north-south circumnavigation? We could just shut down our channel, right? But you can't do that because the Earth's not a globe.
It's worse than that, friends. It's worse than that, my friends. So there are many claims in the heliocentric model that have to do with the entirety of the universe based on our location in it and our observations of it, of which they've never traveled to the boundaries, yet they make claims about the nature of the boundaries. They say the universe is expanding, right? They say the universe is flat. They've never been to the ends of the universe. They only have their local observations. So by the same token, if you say the Earth can't be flat because we don't know the bounds or its place within a greater reality, then by the same token, the universe can't be what the alleged scientists claim it is. So these unknowns, right, are irrelevant. What's bad is the unknowns. Hey, bro. Thank you.
No. I have to go with one point because I'm a bit slow maybe. You said universe is expanding. I mean, everything will expand because of entropy, right?
No, not necessarily. What I'm saying is that they claim the universe is expanding into something that they don't know what it is. Yeah, not necessarily. Listen, bro, that's my point. My point is that some people claim it's expanding, some people claim it's finite, some people claim it's infinite, and they have no knowledge because they've never been to the boundary to figure out what it's actually doing. That's my point.
You have to believe something. You have to believe something. How can you live your life? You don't believe anything.
You don't believe in anything. That's a mistake. You can't believe in things you haven't validated. So that's a mistake in itself. You have to stick in the realm of it. Don't interrupt me, please. You've got to stay in the realms of integrity. So when you don't know something, you say you don't know. That's it. Don't start believing in things you don't know about. That's silly. That's not living properly at all. You're
what about Jesus then?
Like. Well, I don't know if he lived.
What about Muhammad?
Again, I don't know if Muhammad did.
Friend, Jen, I think we answered the question here. The globe earthers have to believe in something. Well, go ahead. Let them believe. Let them have their religion. Let them have their faith.
But you never saw Jesus, right? How can you believe?
Hey, let's not.
Overlord, you sound like someone who believes in Jesus, I suppose.
No,
I'm sorry if I'm
wrong. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Your attempt at a rebuttal actually proves my point. You believe about the nature of the world. You believe about the nature of the world based on what clergymen have told you, based on a narrative they've told you. So yes, you're a believer. You think you know about the nature of the world, and that flat earthers are the believers. But it's actually
you think you're so cool that you don't believe in anything.
No, nobody said that. Nobody said that.
That's what your attitude says.
Who said that? Name one person in here that said that.
No, you obviously think that you're smarter than others.
Hey, name one person who said that rather than... name one person who said that. Yeah, well, I'm smarter than you. That's demonstrated right now.
Well, here, may I add I'll
Are
tell
you sure?
I'll tell you a belief I have to settle it so we can make sure that the people in here have beliefs also. I believe... I don't know this. I don't have any evidence to back it. There's nothing to show that this will happen or is possible. But I believe that someday science will save humanity. Because at that point,
it's a low blow to say this. People who know how to debate
will win.
No, they don't use this argument.
Violence.
Listen,
the experiment. So two people have a disagreement, and neither one can decide who is right. Rather than start shooting, they'll set up an experiment and then decide who's right and who's wrong.
Okay. Listen, people who know how to, debate properly, they don't use this argument. You never been there.
What argument?
You haven't seen that. You never been there. Like, you haven't experienced it. So, thus, it's irrelevant. Like, you can't prove anything like that, it's like everything is a lie, everything is a big lie. Okay, everyone is lying to you. Then how can you live your life then?
What? I'm living my life. I'm a happy man. I'm happy. I'm married, 4 children. They're growing up now. One's good.
Yeah, your happiness. Jen, your happiness is irrelevant. The point is, he's accusing us of not being able to debate properly because we're not putting forth arguments about things we don't know. So he's asking us that the only way to debate properly is to debate in hypotheticals and beliefs, and that's not the case.
Yeah, that's not good.
Debate.
Hold on, friend. I'm speaking. Thanks. You can debate on the brute facts alone and not engage in conjecture or hypothetical.
When I ask you about those facts that you don't have, we're just gonna move on and ignore them.
No, dude. If I don't have facts, irrelevant, because your point is irrelevant. So, for example, if the Earth's surface is flat that we live on, then asking the question, well, what is below the surface of the Earth
fuck it.
is
You know
actually
what?
irrelevant.
The thing is, you never been slapped in the face. That's why you talk like this right now. Fuck you, man.
Here we go, Ford Cop. Nice try.
Hey, why don't you let people finish what they're saying?
Brother. Goodbye. No, he's gone. He's just getting violent.
Yeah.
He's getting violent and spiraling because he realizes that he has nothing to talk about because he was pressed with the fact that the reason he believes the globe is because he's a religious zealot. The end. I win, as usual.
Okay, AI overload. You claimed and you said that the universe is not expanding. So I asked
I
you
never
the
said any claims about that, brother. I said that nobody has been to the end of the universe to test it.
No, wait.
There are many people who have beliefs or claims about it.
So you're saying that you did not say the universe is not not expanding. You said, what do you agree? I'm asking to.
Hey, Agni, check it out. What I was talking about was a parallel between two worldviews. So one worldview, let's say the Earth is flat, right? And the heliocentric space cosmology idea isn't necessarily true. The other worldview is that the Earth is a globe and it's flying through space, much like the heliocentric model tells us. But within people who believe in that worldview, they believe that the Earth is within this giant universe full of planets, and that universe is doing something. And partly what they say, based on the Big Bang idea, prior to Newton and after Newton, they had to come up with an idea of where these quote-unquote planets are in relation to the universe. Now, part of that is in the Newton's era, the idea was that the universe was infinite. They needed the universe to be infinite in order for gravity to work. Now, another guy critiqued and said, hey, wait a minute, if the universe is infinite and it's full of stars, then it would be daylight all the time. Because there'd be starlight coming at us from every direction ad infinitum. So it would never be nighttime. Now, funnily enough, people try to critique flat Earth saying if the Earth was flat, it'd be daylight all the time. No. It's actually if the Earth was globe in an infinite universe, it would be daylight all the time. It's actually a problem for the globe model. That's neither here nor there because we're talking about the universe in total. So Ford Cop was asking questions about the nature of the flat Earth based on the boundaries of the limits and where it is. Where it is in space. I'm not done yet, friend. I know you're sorry to interrupt, and I'm going to deny your interruption.
I was not talking about
Don't care.
both conversation.
Yeah, cool story, dude. Okay, I'm getting to a point. Thanks. So the Earth is within something in the heliocentric model, and that's the universe. Okay? And so the universe as a total, nobody knows about the boundary of it. And by the same token, if a flat earther says, I don't know about the boundary of flat Earth, that doesn't mean you can't make claims about what's within the boundary. So globe earthers, alleged scientists, and alleged globe people who believe it will make claims about the nature of things within the universe when they themselves know nothing about the boundary. So it's not the case that you can't have a worldview if you don't know the boundaries of your worldview. Okay, it's that simple. Go ahead.
I just asked you a simple question like, what do you think the universe is expanding, like the entropy always increases or not? Yes or no? I'm just asking.
Dude, entropy always increasing doesn't mean that the universe is expanding. That's not necessarily the case.
Okay. It's not necessarily the
Imagine
case.
that.
Please explain it.
Right.
Why you say that?
Yeah, simple. Well, people who postulated the Big Bang say that time, space, matter, and energy came into existence at the Bang and that the universe is expanding, which means space itself is expanding. If that's the case, then is there an infinite amount of available room for space to expand into? And if it is, what's it's expanding into? So it's actually possible that there is a limit of the physical free space available for the universe to expand into. And once it reaches that limit, it will just become highly pressurized and it's no longer extend in space, dude. In other words, it will become its own container and then cook itself inside itself.
Yeah, but if there is a limit, then the entropy thing is denied because entropy will always increase whatever happen. You walk backward, forward, whatever. So that will negate the entropy thing. Like you be saying that entropy will decrease.
I mean, that's a cool story, but check this out, friend. Check this out. Here's the problem with all of this.
Cool story?
Nobody's ever been to the boundaries of reality to give you a definitive answer of what's occurring there, have they? I haven't. You haven't. Nobody has.
No, but I don't know what you're talking
Dude, your claim that entropy will always increase means that the universe has to keep making new available space. That's not necessarily true, dude. You can't prove that.
So
in other words, the universe does not have to be constantly expanding. It's that simple. You can't prove that it has to be. I can't prove that it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, so there's a 50-50 you're saying.
No, there's actually more than that. There's more options than that. For example, there's another idea out there that the universe has a fixed volume, but it's actually, instead of increasing in size, it's decreasing in size. In other words, we're getting smaller. We're getting smaller over time. Yeah, there's people out there that believe that too, dude. And people that they believe in the Earth's a globe, they went to science class, they graduated with PhDs, and they think that there's a fixed volume of the universe, but everything's getting smaller within that fixed volume, and that gives us the illusion that the space is expanding, but actually it's just the distance between the spaces is expanding because everything's getting smaller. So who's right, who's wrong? Nobody necessarily is or isn't, because these are all unknowns. They're all conjecture and hypotheticals, dude.
Okay,
in other words, it's imagination. It's imagination and belief, dude. That's all it is.
No, everything is not imagination and belief. Like I have heard from Jedi that he explained to the container thing, the PV is equal to NRT. These basic things like how atmosphere is kept.
Yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you, Agni. Listen, Agni. You made a claim. I'm going to have to critique you. You said everything isn't imagination and belief. You said everything is not imagination and belief. That's a claim.
No, that's entropy part I was asking. Like,
okay, listen, dude. You have two. That's a claim or an assertion. You're either claiming it or you're asserting it as true that everything is not imagination and belief. I would agree with you. Some things are and some things are not. I never said everything is. I said certain things are. For example, the things that are the things you have no access to test or know about. Like the boundary of the universe or the boundary of reality or what our universe or reality is within. Those types of things aren't accessible to any measurements, tests, locations, anything we have. So it has to be beliefs and imagination at that point. Dude, even the Big Bang is a belief. People that think the Earth came from a Big Bang, that's a belief. It's purely mathematical conjecture about events that occurred in the past. Yes, the Big Bang's a belief, dude. Nobody witnessed it. There's no direct evidence of it. There's no test that can prove it happened. None of that stuff.
Of course, everything is a belief.
You're wrong. Not everything is a belief.
Can you give me example which contradicts this statement?
Yeah. So, for example, I have a Gate Zero in my hand, and I just drank some out of it. That's not a belief. That's first-hand primary knowledge. Yeah, you know why? Let me tell you why, Agni. I'm holding the Gatorade Zero, which is a drink, in my hand. It's primary. It's first-hand experience. It's not like the boundary of the universe, which I can't hold in my hand. Right?
Okay, let's not go deep into this drinking thing because it could lead to what your mind thinks and etc.
Yeah, wait. Hold on. This is very important. We just heard that AI drinks Gatorade Zero. Next, he's going to talk about he bought an Apple Watch or like an Apple something.
Oh, dang. So are you trying to say that Gatorade is a gateway drug to Apple products?
Zero. Gatorade Zero.
Oh.
Water sucks. Gatorade is better.
I mean,
Dude, I
believing in
drink
the Matrix
Gatorade
is more
Zero.
interesting.
Dude, I drink Gatorade Zero because when it's the sugar version, it makes me crash out when I work. Which, by the way, is a first-hand experience. So I've never experienced the boundaries of a black hole crushing me that a lot of heliocentrists believe in, but I have experienced a sugar crash. So I know if I drink sugar, I'm going to crash. I don't know what the boundary of the frickin' universe is. See the difference, Agni?
Yeah, you're right. Though with the Gatorade, like if the sugar one, you want to dilute it like 1/3, like Gatorade, like 2/3 water or something like that. The zeros are actually pretty good. I was just trying to make a joke to lighten the mood.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny, but let's not gloss over the point for Agni here is that there's a difference between things we can experience and things we can know, and things that are hypothetical at best.
What prevents you from hypothetically believing that you are an artificial intelligence created by superior race? Come on, let's go back to Matrix.
Hey, if you want to believe that, go for it.
But what I'm saying is, the thing is hypothetical. Even the experience that you can experience firsthand can be only proven in the world that you live, the world that you can perceive and perceive.
Yeah. So, yep, Belisarius. So that's great. So then, what you're conceding is that the globe Earth is an imagination. Thank you.
In conceding that everything can be an imagination, so yeah, the one is free to believe whatever they want.
Yeah. We do understand and we do agree that the globe earthers believe the Earth is a globe and that they imagine the Earth is a globe. We flat earthers agree with that they have no first-hand knowledge that the Earth is a globe and they live in a matrix of belief, essentially a fantasy world, essentially a simulation in their own mind. They think they experience the Earth as a globe, but they never do. Yeah, we all agree on that. Any flat earther in here disagree that any flat earther disagree that we agree? Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask you, what do we experience?
Oh, we experience the world we live in as a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. It's well known. It's so well known that many globe Earth arguments begin with the Earth feels stationary, but the Earth looks flat, but et cetera, right? They concede that we experience it as flat and stationary in the first instance, and then they go on to try to make excuses of why it actually is a globe, contrary to your primary experience.
So in my position is I'm experiencing reality whilst deception is abound, and I have to be very careful that I don't fall foul to a deception. But I try to keep it as real as possible, and the methodology of that is to remain in the realms of integrity. So that's your behavior. Everybody has been endowed with that quality, but they don't often follow it. So that's it. I try to experience life for real, and that's what I'm trying to do all the time. But I can easily fall foul to a deception and make a mistake. And that mistake will be real.
Yeah, like for example, there's a deception out there which is not necessarily intentional. It's just like people deceive themselves with this, and that's reification of maps. So they see different map projections, they look at them and they say, oh, this must be the way the territory is arranged. Especially map projections that include territory that they've never been to and have never seen. and couldn't possibly know the truth about. For example, an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. People look at it and they say, oh, look, Antarctica's an ice ring around it. It's arranged as if it's flat. If I believe the Earth is flat, or if I come to know the Earth is flat, then this map is congruent with a flat Earth. But that's not necessarily true. What if it's the case that Antarctica actually is an island and that the extent of the boundary of the Earth doesn't end at the azimuthal equidistant projection map and it goes on further? And that the azimuthal map is actually a projection of a globe, which is a conversion of flat Earth measurements in the first place, based on what? Based on the ground? No, it's based on the sky. The azimuthal equidistant projection is based on a reverse engineering of trying to coordinate points on the Earth with the celestial objects. So it's actually a reverse engineered map of the sky onto the surface of the Earth and then flattened out in a projection with a monopole, which would be the North Pole in the center. Now, if you have a North Pole in the center, and let's say, for lack of a better term, compasses point to it, and you try to make a map of any surface, let's say a flat surface, and you have continents arranged within it, sure, you're going to have like a spider web grid that goes out from the center, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the globe Earth map projection, which is an azimuthal projection, accurately maps to the territories, right? Would we all agree with that or disagree?
Wait. AI, you said the North Pole is in the center?
I said if the North Pole is in the center. So you can make a polar coordinate system with a monopole. That means one pole, and you could call that pole north. And it right if you wanted to.
No, I have that doubt. Like, is it in the center? What do you think?
Listen, pay attention, real quick. It depends on what you mean by in the center. So if you say, is it in the center of the Earth or is it in the center of the coordinate system? Because if you make a pole the center of your coordinate system, then it is the center of the coordinate system by definition, right? Because that's how you created it.
Okay, let's remember this point. Like, because to understand this, we have to know, right? If how's the shape, like how to know if it's the center of the
No, you don't need. No, you don't need. No. You don't need to know. Yes. Okay. Sorry. If you say the North Pole is the center of the Earth, that's a different claim than saying it's the center of the coordinate system. Right? Do you understand the difference?
No, I'm confused right now. Like, what's the coordinate system and what's the Earth?
Yeah. So let's say you have a house, right? You have a really big house.
Okay.
And you say, I'm going to express my house in relationship to the kitchen. And then somebody else says, I'm going to express your house in relationship to the master bedroom. So one person chose the kitchen as the start of their expression of their coordinates, and the other person chose the master bedroom. Does that mean the master bedroom is the center of the house or the kitchen is the center of the house? No, those are two different things.
Yeah, but there is a center of the house, right? There is a single point. So what is that called? Is it the coordinate system center point or the Earth center point?
Well, you answered your own question. It would only be the coordinate system center point if the center of the house was the center of the coordinate system, but it doesn't have to be.
Why it doesn't have to be? Because okay, let's assume that the house is a flat
It's
square.
self-evident why it doesn't have to be, dude. It's self-evident why it doesn't have to be, dude, because the center of a coordinate system is arbitrary. You could pick anywhere to be the center. It doesn't have to be the center of the object.
Okay, I got to okay, the coordinate system. Okay. So what do you think of the, like, you say that there is no shape, like you don't know about the shape, right? Of the Earth.
Right. The same.
So
Now, before you go on, though, nobody knows the shape of the universe in the heliocentric model either. But they have a coordinate system that's Earth-centered, Earth-fixed for the celestials based on ground observers, what they see in the sky. So it's possible to have a coordinate system without knowing everything, right? In both worldviews. Go ahead.
okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, so you have watched like First of all, I have to confirm everything. Like, do you trust the Red Bull event? Like, the guy who has gone to this, like, I don't know, the
Yeah,
space
well
or
versed.
you call that.
Well versed. Yes, friend. Well versed in Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull high altitude jump. I know that. I know that a lot about it actually. So, what's your question about it?
First question is like, is it fake or is it real? Just a normal
I
question.
don't know what you mean by that, dude. Whether it's fake or real.
No, because I have to ask, like, because you don't believe on
Are you
NASA.
trying to say? Are you trying to say like, did he never go up in the air? He actually was sitting on a couch the entire time. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, like the NASA is involved and whatever question you asked. Like I was
No, no. Listen, dude. Listen. Check this out. High altitude. What Felix Baumgartner did is he went high up in the air in a balloon with a capsule attached to it. Now we know that balloons rise up in the atmosphere when they are filled with gas that's less dense than the atmosphere. That right? We all know that. We can witness that. So it's entirely believable and understandable that a guy with a very large balloon went up really high. No doubts there. Totally feasible. In fact, done by many people, many, probably hundreds of thousands of people at this point send up high altitude balloons. Okay, totally cool. Then we know that he was in a capsule, which was hold on, friend. We know he was in a capsule that was towed by the balloon. Again, totally cool. Balloons can carry payloads. In fact, hot air balloons used to carry heavy things in the past. Zeppelins and blimps carried heavy things. We know that. Then we know that he was wearing a suit, which helped him because he was high up and there was less oxygen, right? And so he needed a pressure suit to breathe and stuff. Okay, none of that sounds fake to me at all. So why would you even ask me why I think it's fake?
No, because I guess the NASA is involved, right?
So let me ask you this question: If NASA isn't, check this out. Thousands of people go to this building that's in Florida, and they go to work every day, and it says NASA on the building. Is that building fake simply because NASA is written on the side of the building?
Yeah, I assume that fake from all the flat earthers, like what they claim that NASA is fake, so it is fake. It has to be fake.
No, dude, no, wrong. When somebody says NASA is fake, do you think that means that there's no building in Florida where thousands of people go to work? Is that what you think they mean?
No, I know what they say. The claims and whatever they publish, everything is fake. Every theory, everything is fake.
Well,
like whatever rockets and whatever they build, everything is just fake. What I get from.
No, dude. If you build a rocket, okay, the men had to build it, right? They had to buy the metal. They had to bring it to a location. They had to assemble it. They had to have engineers work on it. They had to bring the fuel to a big fuel truck. They had to pump the fuel into the fuel canister. And then they had to put the rocket onto a launch pad. They had to light the engine, and then it takes off. That could all be real. Like, what's wrong with saying that that's real? But the claim that this rocket is going, to space, maybe that's the fake part. Maybe the rocket itself is real. Maybe the rocket can achieve a high altitude. But the claim that it's going to space or that it's going to another planet, that's the fake part. Is that possible?
You're asking me, like for me, it's I don't think it's possible. If you ask a flat earther, so it's not possible.
Crazy. No. Here's the problem, friend. You just said that if somebody makes a physical object on the Earth and then tells you it went to space, it's not possible that their real object is true, but the location that they told you to go to isn't true. That doesn't make sense, dude.
No, I agree that they go to the specific location, but the flat earthers don't think they go to the specific.
I know, dude, but yes, that's great. So then you agree that when a flat earther says that the space travel that NASA's claiming is fake, that doesn't mean the rocket is fake.
Right. It's like me saying, I have a cupboard. When I go through it, I go into Narnia. Right. Does that mean obviously I'm not going to Narnia. Does that mean I don't have a cupboard?
Exactly.
No, I got that point. But I was just like you cannot always pinpoint the exact. So I just told it normalized way that
That's
NASA
great.
expects.
I agree with you. So if that's the case, then what does that have to do with the Red Bull jump?
Yeah. So so I was asking like the Red Bull jump. So he had the fish islands and etc. So but whatever he has seen from his eye, he has seen a round kind of thing, right? Do you agree on this?
No. Well, let me put you this, friend. Have you ever been inside someone's head and looked through their eyes?
No, he said that.
Okay, so one more time. Have you ever been in somebody's head and looked through their eyes?
No.
Right, so you have no idea what he actually saw. He could have said he saw Earth curve, but he actually didn't, and he thought he did. Right?
No.
Now, one thing
I'm
I
not
do
talking
know,
about. Sorry.
I-
I'm not. No. You're correct. I'm not talking about the Earth curvature. Listen. Because the Neil deGrasse, whatever the scientist is, so he has also said that you cannot see the Earth's curvature from that height. So I'm not talking about the Earth's curvature.
That's great. So let me ask you this question, Agni. Let me ask you this question. You so far you gave me 2 data points, supposedly. One is the fisheye lens being used in the capsule, and from the I believe from his head camera. 2, what Mr. Felix Baumgartner claimed he saw. You forgot one. You want me to tell you what it is?
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, so what you forgot was the camera that was inside the capsule when the door opened and he got out. That camera shows the Earth having a flat horizon. So now we have a fisheye lens showing a curved horizon. Felix claiming he saw a curve of the Earth. Whatever he saw, we don't have no idea. And then we have another camera showing a flat horizon. Which one's correct?
I'm not talking about the curve.
No, I don't care, dude. I'm asking you a question. Felix claimed he saw a curve. One of the cameras shows an exaggerated curve, clearly a fisheye lens. Another one of the cameras in the capsule.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, friend. Another one of the cameras shows a flat horizon. So Felix did claim he saw a curve. Okay, I saw it in a video with him talking with his own mouth hole. He said, I saw the curvature. He stuttered and he said, I saw the curvature of the Earth. He said that.
Stop mocking and just listen. Yeah, I got you.
No, I'm not.
He may have
Dude.
said-
I'm trying to get the answer to my question. There's 3 points. A camera inside the capsule shows the horizon is flat. A camera outside of the capsule, which is clearly a fisheye lens, shows it's curved.
I got your question. Okay. No need of repeating.
Okay, then answer the question. Which one is correct? There's three answers. Which one is correct?
Yeah, but I have to
Which one's
explain.
correct?
I cannot.
Which one is correct?
No.
You can say I don't know. If you don't know, answer I don't know.
I asked the same entropy question to you, and you said a whole story, and after that you answered it. So I have to answer it in the same way. I will not answer it directly. So first of all, the curvature mocking thing you did, is he a scientist?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Dude, I have no idea what his profession is.
Okay, it does not matter. Okay, you said it does not matter. So the curvature, let's not go into the word, but whatever he has seen a round thing, right? Where the horizon is I don't know.
How do we know? I don't know. Listen, I have no idea what he's seen. For all I know,
Every
for all I know, he said, check this out, brother. Check this out. For all I know, he said that because that's what he knew people were expecting to hear. I have no idea what he actually saw.
He could have actually just been referring to the horizon itself, whether it appears flat or not, because in the idea of someone that thinks they live on a globe, that represents the Earth's curvature.
Yeah, exactly.
You see the same distance in all directions. I used to get the same effect when I would stand at a big peninsula and I could see a huge section of the ocean, and it would look flat when I would look straight out, but when I would pan my head around, like over the whole distance, it kind of looked like a big, like circular disc-looking thing, right? Because you can see the same distance in all directions.
Yeah, that's because of the. I know that fact.
If you commit a 360-degree rotation to where the angle of view and the distance is equal in all directions, it would appear to you to be a circle because your head's making a circle. So you could then say, "Oh, I saw a circle."
Yeah, I know that.
Right. So since we can't know what he actually saw, we could take that evidence and just put it in the trash can where it belongs.
No, that's not. I was not talking about the curvature. I was just confirming, like, that if any shape has to exist, so what it could be, because if nobody has
Yeah, no
gone to
problem.
the
So
end.
from his height, he couldn't see the entire Earth, no matter what. Based on the square mileage of the Earth, there's no way he could see the whole Earth. So he's seeing a limit of his vision and his angle, and that would be expressed as a circle. So the entire Earth, if it was a flat plane in the shape of a star, if it was a flat plane in the shape of a puzzle piece, if it was a flat plane in the shape of a hexagon, from his vantage point, based on the square mileage, he would only have an angle to the ground that would cause him to see a circle. That's all he would see. So he was in no position to tell you what the quote-unquote shape of the Earth is.
No, that's what I'm asking to. I was not asking to him.
Right, so his claim about what he saw is irrelevant because we can't validate what he actually saw, and even if he saw a curvature that he thought was curvature, that would be expected because you have a circular field of view, because you have an angular field of view, because your eyeball, that's how your eyeball sees. So he could entirely have seen what appeared to him to be curvature. That doesn't mean the Earth is curved. So on both cases, his testimony of I saw the curve of the Earth doesn't tell you whether the surface is curved or not. So you can take that and just put it in the garbage because it's not a point.
No, I was not. So why I asked this thing? Like, I asked this thing about the for the shape, kind of thing of Earth. Like,
yeah, he couldn't. From his vantage point, he would have no way of being able to tell anyone what the shape of the Earth is. So that being said, so that being said, the question is now reduced to two. So we have two cameras left. His eyes we threw in the garbage because they're unreliable. We now have a camera that's a fisheye lens, clearly, and we now have a camera in the capsule that shows a flat horizon. Which one's correct?
Flat horizon. And still that camera cannot show, because if you turn 360 degree, it will again show the circle thing, right?
All right, perfect. So what we've reduced it to is that the Felix Baumgartner jump, the only reliable witness is the camera showing a flat horizon. Congratulations.
How? Why are you false claiming things? I just simply said.
No, listen. Check it out. We both agreed that the camera outside is a fisheye lens, which is not accurately showing you anything about the shape or structure of the Earth. The only one left is the camera showing a flat horizon. And correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like you said if the Earth was a globe, we would see a flat horizon. Well, if the Earth was flat, we'd see a flat horizon. So now we're just left with we see a flat horizon.
I said, why are you not listening and just constantly talking? I said you have to take a video with that whatever camera you said, because if a human sees 360 degree, you have to take a video and it will show you the same circle kind of view. It will not show.
Okay, let's say that's the case.
What's the photo?
Okay, let's agree that that's the case, and that means that at his altitude.
No, let's agree. Is it correct or not?
At his altitude,
one by one.
according to what you said, then at his altitude, he can't give you any information demonstrating the Earth as a globe, and I would agree with you.
No, wait. Let's go one by one. You said you trust on that flat horizon thing. So it's just from one side view, right? Like a one photo from one side. So you will see
I'll quote two people who are astrophysics, astronomy department directors that curate what's it called? What are those places called where you see the sky in a building? Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's the director of one of the most famous ones in the world. What are those called? Planetariums.
Planetarium.
Thank you. Yeah, so Neil deGrasse Tyson's a planetarium director and an astrophysicist or whatever the heck, astronomer. And he said that from the Felix Baumgartner height, you wouldn't see any curvature. The horizon would look flat. We have another guy, Paul Larson, who also has similar credentials and is a university professor and did a lecture.
I have
in his
already said
university.
that. No need of repeating.
And he said, yeah, hold on, brother. He said, he said that at the height of the ISS, you wouldn't see a curved horizon either. It would look flat.
Why are you why are you repeating the same? When I started my statement, I already mentioned that Neil whatever his name is, and many astrophysicists said that.
Dude, I'm saying, I understand, bro. I'm saying it again because I'm doubling down on the point, not only for your sake, but for the audience's sake. Keep in mind, you're not the only person here.
But yeah.
So yeah, there's people listening. The conversation that me and you are having, there's people listening, and sometimes they like the reiteration of points because it hammers home the point that you have no evidence at any of these points for the globe you believe in. And I would agree, you don't.
Okay, if we are reiterating this, I would also reiterate that you claim from one photo, which is you're just trying to make my answer to that one single photo. You did not
I have no idea, brother. You brought up the Red Bull jump. I was just demonstrating for you and the audience that it has nothing to do with any evidence towards a globe Earth at all.
So why are you forcing me to answer that? The third. Okay, never mind.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. You brought up the Red Bull jump. Why did you bring it up?
No problem. Okay, no problem.
Maybe you brought it up because I secretly paid you to bring it up because I knew it was going to end in the globe Earth having no points at all. And so I sent you a little money in the background because you're a stooge and I'm actually just playing you. Is that what happened, or did you actually have a reason?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Okay, so what do you think then?
Now, Agni, bro, before you go on, the reason why I just said that joke about the money is because some people are listening and they just saw your Red Bull point get destroyed utterly and completely, and they're like, wait a minute, this has to be a setup. There's no way a Glober would come in here and just give points to the flat earther on purpose.
Whatever, whoever listening, I don't know who is listening, but whatever AI overload said that my point was destroyed or something, I did, because I have already told you that I'm not claiming the curvature thing and all, and you're still saying that it is destroyed. I don't know why are you saying that. I've already
so you're not so you're not a globe earther then?
Oh my! Oh, you have to.
So you're a flat earther after all.
Are you a good listener? Because
Fred, he's a flat earther after all.
Oh my God! Why are you just keep repeating the same? Are you a good listener? Because I have already I had already stated those claims before you said, like what Neil did.
All right, so then, so you agree that the Red Bull jump has zero evidence that the Earth is a globe at all, and basically the only evidence it has is a flat horizon sticking out the side.
Flat horizon? No, flat horizon cannot confirm because the third camera angle you just said is just a photo. So if you just turn 360 degree around, you will see a round kind of thing as we concluded.
It's not a photo, dude. It's a video. It's a video.
So the video had so the 360
has him
degree
getting
video?
out of the capsule. Well, no, but it's not just a photo. It's what I'm saying. It's not just a single photo. It's a video.
No, but we together concluded that it has to be a 360 video to confirm because everything will see a round, right? Yes or no?
Well, dude, we're basically agreeing that if you spin in a circle, it's going to look to you like what's out in the distance created an arc of a circle in your field of view. Yeah, that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, that is obvious. That's what I was saying.
Right. So then we would agree that a lot of people who thought they saw the curvature of the Earth actually just saw the curvature of their own vision And because they believe in the curve of the Earth, they then claimed what they saw was the curve of the Earth. But what they actually saw was nothing of the sort. And so they're deluded. They thought they saw the Earth curving because they believe it's a giant ball. So we basically left with what we were talking about earlier with Fordcomp, is that we agree that Globers believe they live on a ball. We agree that Globers believe they experience the Earth as a ball, but they never have.
No.
You're right. They never have. I agree with you. No, they never have. You're right.
Hey.
Correct.
Wait. Oh my god. They stop playing with me.
Well, brother, you can stop me. You can stop me anytime. You can stop me anytime by simply presenting a piece of evidence. Hold on, brother. Just stop me anytime by presenting a piece of evidence or a point that actually demonstrates someone experiencing or seeing the Earth as a globe. If you could do that, then you wouldn't be getting pummeled into oblivion right now.
Someone experiencing, I mean, if I give you the name, you will say it's fraud, so I won't.
No, dude, there's only about 20 people who've allegedly seen the Earth as a globe, dude. Only 20.
Yeah, maybe one
in
is
the history of
Armstrong,
mankind.
and you'll say
there you
he's
go.
a fraud. So yeah, I know you'll say fraud, so I won't name him.
Dude, if he says I saw the Earth as a globe, I mean that's cool. How would I know whether he's saying it's true or not? I'm just supposed to take his word for it.
No, maybe maybe he said liar. So you're saying he said lie, right? You have not seen it through your own eyes, so.
Well, I know this, friend. I know that Bart Sabrell is a documentary filmmaker, and he made a documentary called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon," and he has footage of the Apollo astronauts doing what clearly seems to be faking the picture of the Earth from their alleged cislunar travel to the moon. Okay, so I know that I've seen footage of them apparently faking the images. And so that coupled with other evidences makes me think that, yeah, they are weaving a story.
I posted it for you.
No, but the Discovery, AI overload, the Discovery, there is a series, conspiracy series made on this Apollo 1 mission and how they negated all the conspiracy theories. They have done research. You can watch it on Discovery.
Yeah, cool story. So we got actual footage of the guys, like Neil and those dudes themselves, forging a photo of the alleged Earth as a globe from space. And then you got other people who supposedly debunked the idea, right? Cool. So what do they have on their side that quote unquote proves that these men actually went to the moon and saw what they claim to have seen?
There are proofs, but you'll tell them they are frauds, so I won't.
No, I won't. I'll scrutinize them. You see, that's the difference, dude. If you present an evidence, I'm going to scrutinize it. I'm not just going to dismiss it out of hand.
Okay, the moon rock.
Well, what does that prove?
They have gone to moon.
Yeah, well, no, it just proves they have a rock. To prove it came from the moon would be much more.
It came from the moon. AI, they will have to take to you because you don't agree that.
No, dude. If they gave me the rock, all I'd have in my hands is a rock. Guess what has lots of rock? Guess what? The Earth has lots of rocks. So how do I know this rock came from the moon? How do I know they went to the moon and brought me back a rock? How would I know that? Maybe I could test the rock. Maybe I could test the rock.
Yeah, test the rock. Carbonating,
and then I could find out that the rock is petrified wood. Maybe that's what I could do.
Petrified wood?
Oh, you're not aware of that? You're not aware that the Apollo astronaut missions gave one of their rock to a foreign country, and the foreign country tested the rock, and they found out it was petrified wood? Yeah, that's a problem.
Okay, so that's one case. What about the other countries? Like,
who cares? What were their rocks? What were their
who
rocks?
cares?
Did their
Okay.
rocks when they tested their rocks? Did the test say moon rock guaranteed?
Which
Don't
country?
forget,
Kind of
sorry
like a
to
pregnancy
interject there.
test. Kind of like a pregnancy test where you say you're pregnant or not. You could just test the moon rock and it'll say pregnant moon rock.
Which country
Now-
negated that fact? Can you name the country?
Yeah, Holland. The country was Holland. The president of Holland received the rock from Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, and it turned out to be petrified wood. And then you've got Bill Woods from NASA stating took the rocks from Earth, and they've got a machine that can irradiate the rocks to make them seem they've come from space. Okay, Bill Woods, NASA rocket propulsion engineer, in
Oh, that's
the
interesting.
documentary called "What Happened on the Moon," parts 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, there is
Great
also a
documentary.
documentary covered by the Discovery, and they have negated all the conspiracy theories. They have done some research with astronauts.
Oh, that's
and
great. That's great, Agni. The difference is you're not capable of actually telling us any of those negations. So, did you even watch the documentary?
Yeah, I was, but it was not. I would recommend you to watch if you are sure.
Okay, so you watch this documentary. You watch this documentary. You tell us it negates all the conspiracy theories, but you can't present any of the content. So that means that you're either have a bad memory, they actually didn't disprove anything, or you're not capable of understanding anything they said. Which is it?
Yeah, maybe the second one. No, it's not. Maybe bad memory because I have seen it maybe 2 or 3 years. Maybe I can explain it, but I'll take much time right now.
Well, I mean, look, how could you disprove Jin's claim? Think about it. That
See,
if
I
they
just
claim
remember
certain
the-
radiation. Yeah, but think about it this way: if you say the reason you know it's a moon rock is because it has a certain radiation signature, and then Jin says you can actually force the rock to adopt that radiation signature from technology that exists on Earth. That means that if you had a rock with that radiation signature, how would you know whether it wasn't fiddled with on Earth? See the problem?
Okay, what did you say? Can you say it slowly? Because
Yeah. So Jin said there's machines on Earth that can irradiate a rock to have the same radiation signature that they claim comes from rocks on the moon. So then, if that's the case, how would you know that the rock you have, which gives off a certain signature, came from the moon or came from Earth and was fooled with by a machine? How would you know the difference? The answer is you wouldn't.
yeah, the answer is you wouldn't because you'll just assume
Right.
that.
So then,
they
how?
actually-
Right. Correct. So then, how could you possibly prove that the radiation signature on the rock means it came from the moon? The answer is you could not do it.
No, if both things are same, so how could you prove that they are different? If both things are same,
Yeah, it's your, exactly. Now you're getting it, brother. So now we've rested at the fact that so
No, but
far
then
you
there
have
is-
zero
listen,
evidence.
listen,
You have
there
zero. Everything you've presented so far doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, dude. Not even close.
Why? If both things are same, they can be same, but why not? It can be from moon. I mean,
Yeah, I know, dude. So your answer is if you have two rocks, right, and you have
Yeah.
no idea how they were irradiated because you believe they came from the moon, you just assume they came from the moon. Yeah, we know that's how the globe Earth
Assume.
operates. We know that this is exactly what the globe Earth arguments result in: is you make assumptions, you assume the Earth already is a globe, and then you take that bias and run assumptions, and you end up with the conclusion: I believe the Earth is a globe, therefore I know the Earth is a globe. And that's the globe earther in a nutshell. Anybody disagree? Any flat earther in here disagree that that's the way globe earthers operate? I believe the Earth is a globe, therefore I know the Earth is a globe, therefore the Earth is a globe. Isn't that the way they think?
no, listen.
Yeah.
If somebody has gone
when we
to
press
moon,
them on it. Oh,
and
excuse
he
me. Well, I was asked for a response. Yeah. So when we press them on it, on their claims, it turns out that they have nothing but insinuation or speculation. Right? It doesn't equate to anything empirical. Nothing that we can go and substantiate and will validate as being true.
Okay, so you completely did not prove that they have not gone to moon. So I'll move on then. Because you just said
Oh
that
man.
there are same things. Because you just said that if there are same things, you cannot create the difference. That means you have not gone to the moon. Your statement was this. So it does not prove that they have not gone to moon. It's just a assumption.
Dude, it's dude, it's your burden to prove they did because it's required for your claim, right? That's the point. So you're basically, with what you just said, you just agreed that there's no proof they went to the moon, and I would agree with you.
Wait. First of all, I would like to recommend again that's Discovery Conspiracy Debunking. I mean, Conspiracies Debunking series.
I'm not
It
interested.
has explained.
I'm not interested. Hey, friend, I'm not interested in watching it. I'm not interested in watching it because you haven't told me anything from it of any value that makes me interested. You just named the title.
Okay, no problem. I'll do the hard work. I'll watch it again, and I will. I know you're busy. I'll watch it again, and I'll come maybe next time. So no problem.
Yeah, see if it addresses any of the points we went over.
Yeah. There are many conspiracy.
For example, see if it addresses the angular size differences that are wrong. See if it addresses the parallax problem of the pictures on the moon that prove that the objects which are supposed to be many, many miles away are only 300 feet away. Yeah. See if it answers any of that. See if it answers that a shadow that's passing through a person on a reflection of a visor casts a shadow behind him, but doesn't cast a shadow on his leg. See if it answers that.
I remember what it answered about the flag kind of thing. I think the major conspiracy theories, or the most famous one you could say, and the Van Allen belt, like how they passed this belt, this one, and I guess more 2 or 3. Like the authenticity. But these things were debunked, like how they can happen. And like if you know that Neil Armstrong's, like the first, not Neil Armstrong's, the first, whatever they made, the what we call that, maybe a payload or rocket, whatever they made. So it was destroyed in the first test, and I guess the scientist was dead.
Is he talking about Gus Grissom, Chappie and White in the Apollo? What is it? Apollo 10 or? And they died. They were died in a fire in the capsule. Was it that one?
No, the Apollo 1, like the first mission. Before that, they have tested with some astronauts. The first, I guess.
And they died in the capsule due to a spark and 100% oxygen inside the capsule.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
What about it?
No, that's what I was saying. Like, so many people were saying that if how can it be possible that they have made the successful whatever the payload or the rocket after some astronauts are dead, like it was so fast because of the US-Russia race.
Oh, okay. You mean it was too soon after their death that they went to the moon? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what conspiracy theory was made, but it was also debunked in that
series. Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, I did see that one.
Yeah.
There's another point you might be interested in, and that is a guy by the name of Bill Kaysing. He wrote a book, We Never Went to the Moon. Now, Bill Kaysing worked for the company that made the rockets that they said they used on the Saturn V to go to the moon. Sorry, the engines that made the engines that were put on the rockets, okay? The company is called Rocketdyne, and he watched the rockets when they were being prepared. I keep saying the engines when they were being prepared, and he watched them blow up and explode. That would be the rocket altogether, due to what he called combustion instability. So it would set up a vibration, and the rockets would vibrate and explode whilst they're trying to take off. Or maybe they've taken off, still vibrating and blow up in the air, okay? Then they did a mathematical evaluation of the possibility with the situation as it was then to go to the moon and come back safely, and it was 0.014%. Bill Kaysing. And then he left Rocketdyne because he didn't feel that the company had good ethics. That's why he left the company and then started to write this book on We Never Went to the Moon, purely because a Vietnam vet who was homeless and he gave them a home to live in suggested the idea to Bill Kaysing, because the Vietnam vet was angry that he wasn't getting compensation for his injury, and he realized that that war was an illegal war. And Bill Kaysing, a very nice guy, gave them all 20 Vietnam vets a place to live on his boat, and they gave him the idea to write the book. Okay, so there's Bill Kaysing working for the rocket company, writes a book, We Didn't Go to the Moon. Okay, Bill Kaysing, man of impeccable integrity. A naval officer, by the way. So he was there with, I think, with the Pearl Harbor, or just after that.
Okay.
You know what's funny, Jen, is he said that that this documentary talks about making it through the Van Allen belts and how they surmounted it. Well, why don't they just use that same technique with the Dragon capsule? Why are they testing how to get through the Van Allen belts? Remember that, Jen? Like over the past 5 years. Yeah.
Yeah, that's been a bone of the Artemis missions, because back in, we're 2025, so 2023, March of 2023, Axiom, who were commissioned to make the spacesuits for NASA, for the Artemis, by a young boy of 18 years old. How do the suits protect the astronauts from radiation? And then the announcer, the presenter, said, yes, well, basically, they'd have to go through those belts very quickly, and then the surface of the moon would protect them for the radiation. The surface of the moon. And then failing that, they would have to go underground. So basically, the suits didn't protect them from the radiation, and that's been a bone of contention now. One of the reasons for the delays. They never went anyway, but there you are. Yeah. And like you said, why don't they use the same technology as before? Carry on, mate.
I've got a Reader's Digest encyclopedia thing here from like the 1960s. I think it's 1965. And it talks about a moon base. It's like it's got an entry in it, moon base, right? And it talks about how in the future we'll probably set up bases on the moon, but because of the constant meteorite impacts, right, we'll probably have to establish it underground. I just remembered that when you said that, like, I was thinking, yeah, that's cool, right, whatever.
Yeah, it is ridiculous, you know. And then when you compare the suits of the 1960s missions, right, 1960s to 70s missions, and the most recent ones they've got now, they said that with the Apollo mission ones, they had 90% of nude mobility. Okay, so if you can understand that, yeah, 90% nude mobility. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so as if you had no clothes on, you had that much movement, right? With the new suits, they didn't seem to display that kind of dexterity with the new suits. We know they're not going anyway. And remember, they were supposed to be going to the south side of the moon where it's minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Can they test for those temperatures? Because again, this is where NASA seems to be failing. They never seem to test to destruction. And then from the test of destruction, you build the redundancy from that moment onwards. From that situation onwards, or that stage. They never do that, and yet they just go to the moon with that, you know, with not adequately testing their equipment. That's another thing that we notice, you know.
Well, I'd love to see some astronauts get into a spacesuit and get tested in maybe 10 to the negative 7 torr in their vacuum. See how that goes.
Yeah, that's a good point. And bearing in mind, that's just where the ISS is meant to be, by the way. If they were going to the moon, it's 10 to the minus 11, they've said, and then 10 to the minus 12 on the other side. So, yeah. And again, the biggest vacuum chambers they have on Earth here in Ohio, that's only 10 to the minus 6 torr. So they can't do it, can they? They can't. They can't. They've never tested it. And I think you might remember the astronaut called LeBlanc, who went into a vacuum chamber and then within 1.7 seconds collapsed. He fell backwards, stating that the last thing he could remember was his saliva bubbling on his tongue. Yeah,
there was a breach. There was a breach in his suit, and then there's later on there is footage that it's claimed, like there is footage where they're allegedly placing Neil Armstrong inside their big vacuum chamber with a astronaut suit on, with a spacesuit to test it before he goes to the moon.
Yeah, the only problem with that was that chamber only simulates about 2 miles off the Earth's surface. So you're not in space values yet, are you? You're not even at the Kármán line. See? This is what I mean. They don't test the suits for the environment they're going to, because that's a massive risk you're taking there. That's being very cavalier. Don't you think?
Yeah, but they even have to test just Air Force pilots, right, that are going at very high altitudes. Before in their training programs, they get inside a suit and they get inside a chamber and they depressurize it, and they test, they monitor their heart rate and all their blood pressure and all their vitals and all that while they're in there. They have to be in there for a significant amount of time and experience, a low pressure environment within a suit, etc., etc. This is part of Air Force training that they do.
Yeah, that's right. And not to mention the centrifugal machine that they go into there, and they need that G suit on, because without it, they can sustain up to about maybe 5 or 6 Gs, and they go into G lock. But with the suit, they can get up to 10 Gs. So yeah, they do all those tests. The thing is, NASA didn't do the tests to go to space. They didn't test the equipment because they couldn't. They couldn't replicate what space was like. They couldn't do it. And with that, how could you don't know your suit's going to work? You don't have any. You haven't done the tests. It's all risks. It's all they're taking. And the other one, do you remember?
Pragmatic, Jen, real quick. I think it's more pragmatic than what you're saying. So, for example, let's say you have a movie franchise, right? So, like Avengers 1. And the stars of the show, everybody watched them, and you want to make the second movie. So you actually want your actors and actresses to survive the first movie and not be dead, so you don't have to recast them. So if they actually tested the astronauts in those suits, they'd probably all be dead, and then they couldn't fake the next movie.
That's absolutely right. I'm not going to disagree with that at all. Of course, that's what has to happen, because they're perpetrating a falsehood. So you're absolutely correct. I can't disagree with that.
Well, and there's just no way a flexible suit like that wouldn't blow up like a balloon in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Well, it just depends on the tensile strength, right? So, if it can withstand the inside pressure, then it would just only inflate to a certain amount and then stop.
Well, not according to Scott Henderson, who is an expert on vacuum chambers and that space as well. He belongs to the Apollo Detectives, okay? Scott Henderson. And he did the maths to tell us that the suit would totally be destroyed and the astronaut would die in there. All right? Because basically...
There's only a certain amount that... there's only a certain... so you've only got a certain amount of gas inside something, right? So if it's reached its maximum, right, and then the tensile strength of the material is strong enough to withstand the pressure inside, it's not going to want to expand any further. I mean, it can't, right? Like, so if you added more gas, then probably it would want to inflate more, and there'd be more pressure versus the tensile strength of the material that's containing it.
Okay.
But yeah, I think
let me explain
it's
that.
viable. Like within that paradigm, I think it's viable.
Not really. Well, look at what they said. Yeah, they could only pressure suits to 3.7 psi. Now the experts, Scott Henderson and his colleagues, were saying to us that that's anyone in a suit of only that pressure would die inside because he would expand. Okay, and the astronaut would die in there. The suit would need to be minimum 14.8 or even 7 psi would be, because that's how the body optimate. That's the optimum pressure we have here. Anything less than that would put stress on the human being. Okay. The thing about the suit is it was zips and press studs. Now they're not going to take the psi pressure of a vacuum of space. As the suit begins to expand, the zip would undo, because that's what they had. They didn't have it properly secured with belts, and even then there's still going to be a problem, you know. So they couldn't achieve the required pressure to keep the suit optimal for the astronauts. So the astronauts would have
but Jen, isn't there an example of a guy with a glove in a vacuum chamber, and what happens with the glove is it reaches its maximum tensile strength, pressurized, but then it becomes inarticulate. The guy can no longer move the digits, so he can't use his fingers anymore. So the glove becomes pointless.
Yeah, that was Ralph Renee. That was Ralph Renee in the vacuum glove test. And when it wasn't inflated, or when it wasn't pressurized, should I say, he could pick up little things and had the dexterity. As soon as he flipped the switch and pulled the vacuum, the glove became rigid and he couldn't clench a fist on that. So you're right. Yeah, that's correct. That would be Ralph Renee. And he wrote a book as well, NASA Really Mooned America, or NASA Mooned America, better still. Very good book. You can get it on PDF. You were going to say something.
All I was pointing out is that the only demonstration we have of the glove in the vacuum chamber is that it doesn't work, right?
Yeah. It's not possible. Oh, and that's a very good point, because when I mentioned the pressure that would need it to be 14.7 or less, a little bit less than that, the suit would be so rigid they couldn't move. They can't bend. That was the problem, you see. When they tried to make a suit of that kind of pressure, they were rigid, like the Michelin Man, just rigid. Can't bend their knees, can't bend from the waist. It was just of no use. It's another clue as to how they couldn't have gone.
Yeah,
linen suits, they called them. Go ahead.
Well, it's the opposite of deep sea diving. You have to pressurize those suits to equalize to the outside pressure. And in a vacuum, you'd have to depressurize the suit to equalize. And you can't depressurize it or the human body is going to die.
Yeah, but if you're going into a vacuum, remember that. If you're going into a vacuum, the human body must have constantly around him in his suit 14.7 psi. You can go a little bit lower than that, maybe 14.3 or 14.45, but that's it. That's what you've got to have around you constantly. So you have to have that pressure around you. If you reduce it to like 4 psi, which is what the suit were, in fact, it was 3.7 psi, the human being is going to die in that suit because his body is going to expand in the suit and die.
Yeah, Jen, I'm glad you said all that. But you see, the problem is, Jen, you forgot that the Discovery documentary answers all of these questions. So you lose. I'm sorry.
I guess I best pack my bags up then. Yeah. That's from the Apollo detectives, Scott Henderson. You look up everything they do on vacuums. You've got to go to the Apollo detectives and you go to their playlist. No, not the playlist. You go to the video section and then just scroll back and you look at everything to do with vacuums. And they've done a lot of work. Very informative. I've learned a lot about the vacuums from there. Shock, amazement is what I had as an emotion there as I was learning.
All right. Jen, so what you're telling me is you just volunteered to do a presentation where you have all this stuff curated at the ready and live stream it for about 60 to 90 minutes with Q&A on 24/7 Maine for the benefit of other flat earthers to learn from the knowledge you've gained and the resources and citations you've had. Right? All right, I'm going to schedule you in.
I guess I could do a presentation.
Well, let me ask this question. Do you know how to make a PowerPoint?
Yeah. PowerPoints. Yes, I think.
Well, listen, brother. Were you about to say I only have a cell phone to use?
I was going to say I'm using an old iPad, 2012.
Well, you could do it from that. So there's tools within the Discord platform that allows you to broadcast YouTube videos. So you could actually curate the content, but you could also work with a partner who will be on their computer, and then you could post a link with the timestamp, and they could broadcast it for you. So it's entirely doable. Team effort.
Okay. Well,
keep in mind, Jen, in the flat Earth. Yeah, but keep in mind, brother, in the flat Earth community, we're not all essentially all alone. We have people that are willing to work with us and help us out, right?
Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Yeah, I have been posting some of the material in in the chat and that as we're talking, as you bring it up. I do post some of that stuff, and I thought that might have been sufficient. But yeah, it does require a presentation, doesn't it? Really, yeah, so people can see what happens to like film Mylar in after being exposed to like a 10⁻³ torr vacuum, and what happens to the film and the results of the photographs taken. Because it's very, very explosive evidence that they put forward. Yeah, I'll think about that and see if I can get myself together to do that. Yeah, I like the idea. I'm up for it.
Can I just ask a quick question about the pressure and the suit thing?
Oh yeah, you go ahead, please.
Did you say, just correct me if I'm wrong, did you say we can't survive in pressure lower than like 14 point something?
Yeah, for the human being to be optimal, as according to the experts here, they've said that anyone who is in a spacesuit at like 3.7 psi, that's what it was. That astronaut would have been dead in his suit because his body would have expanded. Okay, would have expanded at 3.7 psi.
So, what's the pressure at the top of Everest?
I'm not sure what that is. I don't know what the pressure is up there. But remember, they do have oxygen supplied so they can breathe well. And it's not a vacuum up there, is it? Hang on, up there's not a vacuum, is it?
No, but that's what I was wondering about the pressure required to sustain human life.
Well, it's not sustainable.
The body not expanding. Like people have been to the top of Everest and not exploded.
Right, but they don't. They want the astronauts. They want the astronauts to be able to operate for extended periods of time without suffering too much stress. Right, so they're not going to put them into an environment which they will not be optimal. Right.
Yeah, exactly. And 3.7.
Pretty hard.
5.41 psi. So it's above that limit that Jin said.
4.5 psi.
5.41 is what I got just doing a search.
I got 4.5, but yeah, I mean it's a long shot from the 14 point whatever. At sea level.
Yeah, but if you're talking about going into space, they've said the vacuum would kill them because the body would continue to expand. That's what they said. The suit has
but not
to be.
If the suit's pressurized, surely.
Yeah, if the suit's pressurized to sea level pressure, or as close to that as they can, then
we can
the body will be okay.
If we can survive at the top of Everest, 4.5. Then that's not the case, is it? The pressurized suit is going to keep you alive, and we can clearly survive at much lower pressures than sea level.
It's a good thing.
Well, that's great. That's great. That's great. So you have a hypothetical. Now, where's the demonstration? A test of such a suit? They don't exist. In fact, when you test the suit, hold on, bro. When you test the suit, people have been in the chambers with the suits, and people who have put gloves inside chambers. The gloves become inarticulate, which means you can't move your fingers.
Yeah,
and then the other guy, his tongue started to boil. So I mean, there's no successful test of these spacesuits anywhere.
So the PSI in the glove test is too high. That's the point, and that's why it's a lower PSI.
It was only 4 PSI, wasn't it? Though 4 PSI. That's all that was. 4 PSI.
What?
And you
Dude,
had no dexterity.
The glove test comes from the ambient pressure, dude, of the surrounding atmosphere. So it's 14.7 at ground level where he did the test. What do you think? He cut his arm off?
Yeah. So
he cut his arm off and isolated his arm from the atmosphere. I mean, get real, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's.
Yeah. Oh, whoa! You are saying he cut his arm off? Wow.
No. Listen.
That's commitment.
14 psi, 14.7 psi is 1 atmosphere. That's way too high for it to be articulated. That's what we're saying. But it wasn't 14. It was 3. And therefore, it is articulable at that pressure.
Right. So you're saying they pressurize. You're saying they pressurize the spacesuits to 3.7 psi.
Well, that's what they said.
That's what they said. Yeah, 3.7
Wow, it would have been hard for them to breathe.
Well, not if you're piping in oxygen.
I mean, dude, that's great and all. That's great and all. Where's the demonstration of that? Where's the test demonstration?
I've no idea. I'm just questioning the.
Here's the answer. Nowhere. There's the answer.
The human body can't survive at lower pressures, whereas it demonstrably can.
No. Has to come with the elephant in the room.
Hold on, we get altitude sickness. Why is that?
Well, because we haven't trained for high altitude, and you astronauts go through a shit ton of physical training to go to space.
So we can survive at any pressure if we just train hard enough.
Well, maybe not any pressure, but certainly the pressure that we're talking about.
No, you don't have an example of the 3.7 pressure. You only have the high altitude pressure of Everest, so you still need an example, dude.
Well,
right?
I mean, all I was doing was questioning the fact that we can survive well beyond 14, which was what you guys said before. Jin, was it? Yeah. But that was all I was saying. I was questioning that because I thought that to be false, and then I looked it up and just.
It's actually not though. What happens is this: the suit. When you're going into the vacuum of space here, if you can get there, not that anyone has done, but what they've said was the suit begins to expand. And we did have that astronaut to vacuum chamber only like at 2 miles off the Earth's surface. That was a simulation. Okay. And within 1.7 seconds, he was out cold because the suit started to expand and the hose that connected the air supply to the suit disconnected. And that was just like simulating 2 miles off the Earth's surface. So if that happens at that level, you're not even in space yet. You're not going to make it. By the time you get to the moon, you'd be dead in your suit anyway, because it would have expanded.
But that's just one failed test.
Well, one failed test, and they didn't improve on that, did they?
Hey, Jin. Where's the successful test?
That's right. That's what I'm saying. They didn't improve on that.
Oh, so the only evidence you have of any of this is one failed test. Yeah, where's the evidence of the successful tests?
Well, all of the successful space missions, but obviously you don't believe they happen, so that's
no, dude. They need a successful test. Hey, before you send somebody into that environment, you need a successful test first, right?
Well, I was gonna question that as well, actually, because health and safety back in the 60s was hardly fucking top notch, was it? We were having fires in nuclear reactors, having guys going inside the reactor, knocking the rods out with scaffolding poles.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Travelling in and out of radiation belts without a care in the world back in the 60s and the 70s, weren't we?
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know. I thought by the 60s,
We look up the
British
wind
standard
scale
of-
fire.
Okay, I thought back in the 60s, British standard of health and safety was on every wall in the school, in an office. It had to be. It was you could read it. And the Crown Health and Safety laws. It was a standard. So I disagree
You think
with
they
you,
adhered
sir.
to that?
I disagree with you. I remember.
So
as I
how
was
did they
growing
put
up,
out the wind scale fire?
in the schools, the health and safety standard laws. So they weren't blasé with health and safety standard in
Yeah,
Britain.
no, that
in
we're
Britain.
not talking about a school, are we?
Well, we're talking about health and safety laws. Was what we're talking about.
Yeah, but not in a
And there's
school.
still a high standard now in Britain today, more so than in the 60s.
Well, yes, agreed. But back then, we had plenty of fatalities on construction sites and
human error,
dangerous
obviously.
environment.
Forgive me, but we're well off into the weeds now. I don't even know
Yeah,
where
I
we are.
know. Yeah. So basically, look, the suits couldn't have worked. NASA never tested the suits to destruction, and when it did fail, they didn't improve upon that by conducting more tests. The lunar excursion, the LEM, the lunar excursion module. The simulator was called the Bedstead because that's what it looked like. Yeah, Neil Armstrong and no astronauts successfully operated that machine, that contraption. Okay, and with that saying that, how could you then go to the moon? Right, this is what the experts, when they're scrutinizing it, said. How could they then get into a rocket, go to the moon, and operate that thing without having successfully done it on Earth? You're going to an environment you've never been before. And you're going to do it 6 times and not have a mistake once, but yet you never got it right here on Earth once.
Well, they did have mistakes. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to look into it further, but yeah, they've
They didn't
clearly
have any mistakes.
demonstrated.
The missions went smooth as a whistle, although Apollo 11 had to change its landing area because that's just created drama, but that's what they said, and they were down to the last very second of fuel as they landed. More drama, keep it going, but I don't know. We can't go up there. We don't have that technology at all, and the environment, the way it's been described, is impossible.
How so?
I mean, what do you say about the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA? They said NASA would have needed 2 meters thick, that's 6 feet thick of shielding just to contend with the cosmic ray particles. Right? NASA never had 6 feet of shielding anywhere on that space capsule or rocket. But that's what would have been required.
Wasn't it claimed to be like so thin that you could have easily poked your hole through it? They had to be careful.
Yeah, that was the lunar excursion module. Yeah, the LEM. Yeah, that would have been the LEM. So thin that you couldn't drop anything sharp because it would have gone right through it. According to Bill Woods, the NASA rocket propulsion engineer, he said they had to have pressure at very low pressure, so less than 10 psi. He said any higher than that, it would have ripped. It was like tin foil, wasn't it? The skin.
Yeah, because there's nothing in space apart from a few.
But there's a vacuum there, you see. There's a vacuum. 10 to the minus 11 torr. So you don't want to be in a spacecraft that's thin, that if you pop the hole, you're dead. Come on.
Well, you're not instantly dead. That's not how depressurization works.
You're dead, aren't you? You're going to be
No.
dying in there. You're going to die in there. You're not going to survive it. You will be a
Why
dead
not?
man.
You put a pinprick hole in with a pressure differential like that, and you could seal it with a piece of paper.
I'm afraid I will not be accepted. I'll have to see that demonstrated.
Okay.
I've seen a mobile phone. The afterwards mobile phone in a 10 to the it was meant to be 10 to the minus 3. They couldn't pull the 10 to the minus 3 due to all the outgassing going on from all the stuff that was in that little chamber. Yeah, but the mobile phone blew up less than 24 hours, and that was just 10 to the minus 1 torr. A mobile phone blew up because the battery expanded on the inside and popped the whole thing out. Bang. Okay.
does that relate to depressurization?
Well, it shows you that we can't.
Shows you how a
equipment
battery
that we make can't. Equipment that we make can't survive it.
What?
Well, a mobile phone designed to operate on Earth can't survive in that environment. Doesn't therefore follow that we cannot make equipment that can.
Excuse me. This is a modern mobile phone versus 1960s big batteries, massive, very flimsy lem that you could poke it with your finger. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't, just because one thing reacts in one way doesn't mean that it's impossible to have something that could react in a different way.
It actually means it's impossible. Nothing man-made can survive the vacuum of space. Nothing. Outgassing phenomena will kill anything you put in there.
How do you know that?
Again, I've got this from the expert known as Scott Henderson, who has created charts that show us at what level certain materials outgas at. And all the materials that they would have used supposedly to go to the moon was on that chart. And there's no way. Everything outgasses. There's no chance. Outgassing is happening right now where you are. But because we've got air around us, it's dramatically slowed down. So things take years to degrade, like rubber and stuff like that. But when you remove the air, it's dramatically accelerated.
Entropy increase.
Yeah, thank you. Things want to separate, you see. That's what the outgassing is. Things gas off.
Yeah, I know what outgassing is.
Okay, well then if you know that, then you know it's not possible to go to space. Nothing man-made can survive it. Nothing.
How do weather balloons get up so high if nothing can survive at that?
They only go
24
miles up. 24 miles up, mate. That's all they're doing.
Yeah, they're not in the vacuum, they're balloons.
Yeah,
they're still gonna off gas because the pressure is significantly less than on Earth.
They're not going to. Yeah, they're going to outgas. Yeah, but they're not going to outgas at such a rate where they crash down. Although there have been some that have crashed down to Earth. Brazil had a few that went down into people's gardens. A famous Samsung satellite, that came crashing down. It was still beeping and working. The helium balloon attached to it, so they do crash down.
Hey, Rich, do you like the footage I put in the side chat? Looks pretty good, pretty legit.
I mean, I've no idea. It could be anything.
It was official NASA footage.
Right.
Do you like it?
I mean, what does? It's fine.
Doesn't ring any bells. Doesn't ring any alarm bells. No red flags go up. Nothing. It just looks how you would expect.
I don't know what to expect. I've not studied it.
Yeah. You wouldn't question this footage? It looks pretty legit. Nothing to worry about here.
Can you just get to your point at some time in the future?
It looks so freaking fake, bro. I have no idea how anyone in their right mind that isn't brainwashed cannot even just look at this footage and say, okay, that footage looks completely ridiculous and fake, right? It doesn't prove it is, but obviously it looks absolutely laughable and ridiculous. Like I just like to post it and see people that are like NASA fanboys, like pretend that it is. Well, what's wrong with that? Anyway, continue, bro.
I don't know what that proves.
It proves that the brainwashing is like they could just show you anything, bro, and you would just lap it up. They could tell you it rains diamonds on Uranus, and you'd be like, "Of course it does."
I didn't.
Why wouldn't it?
Lap it up, did I?
You don't think it? You kind of did.
Did I?
What's wrong with that? You were like, "Yeah, what's wrong with that?"
I didn't say.
I wouldn't know what to expect.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I'm pretty sure you.
How is that lapping it up?
It could be real. It looks pretty.
I didn't say that either.
Yes, bro. It's recorded.
Play it back. I didn't say those words.
I'm pretty sure. What's wrong with that? I'm pretty sure you said that.
I didn't. There's some serious projecting going on here.
Projecting?
Yeah.
Do you think this footage looks pretty fake or not?
I mean, it doesn't look like anything I've seen before, which is kind of what you would expect from space.
There we go.
I don't
There we
know.
go. That's all I need to see.
I don't know what it
That's
should
fine,
look
bro.
like.
Yeah, so yeah, it could look like this.
What would you say it ought to look like?
It shouldn't look like little like sort of paper mache looking miniature models, kind of like moving around or awkwardly shaking and having like sporadic movements, and just look completely ridiculous and fake that no one in their right mind could possibly buy into it. Right? It shouldn't look like that.
Something from Thunderbirds.
Why could
worse than Thunderbirds, bro? Worse than Thunderbirds.
But yeah, so because we can make better looking, more accurate models than you can see in this footage, therefore it must be fake.
Yeah, that's what I said.
logic.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's exactly
No,
what I didn't say.
No, I'm asking.
Bro, the footage
what
looks
is your logic?
ridiculously fake, and you don't agree.
Yeah, well, I don't agree. I
That's
don't
just
agree
my
that
opinion.
that proves
You don't agree that it
is.
looks. I didn't say that. I said it doesn't prove it's fake. I said it looks ridiculously fake to me. And I was seeing what your opinion on it, and you don't think it looks ridiculously fake. And that was your answer. So okay, noted. Carry on.
Good point.
Yeah. Would you? Sorry. Yeah. Would you be interested in watching 3 videos at your leisure, at home, wherever you are, at your leisure? Not now. They're not long. They're only like 2 of them are 5 minutes each, and the other one's like a minute and a few seconds each. It's about vacuum chambers, okay? And they subject what household goods, the stuff that you have at home, and you see what happens to them in a vacuum chamber. And the vacuum chamber is only 10 to the -1 torr, so it's what's considered to be a very soft vacuum indeed, a weak vacuum, okay? If you're interested, I'll post them in the side chat, okay? And they're really these 2 videos. It's an education on what happens to things in a vacuum. A really good eye opener, okay?
People have put things in vacuum chambers and they have not exploded. Like that has happened. There are materials that exist that can survive a vacuum chamber.
I can agree that they don't explode, but they do begin to outgas or off-gas or degas. Yeah, that definitely happens depending on the torr value. So 10 to the -1 torr value, like I said, the mobile phone battery just under 24 hours expanded to the point where it exploded. The mobile phone was rendered useless. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Did
just
they
10.
have any mobile phones up there in the 60s? I don't think they did.
What I'm trying to say to you is that's 10 to the -1 torr. Listen to the torr value first. The torr value is weak. That's 10 to the -1. Now, if you're going to go to the moon, and take your mobile phone up there, for example, it will be done. That will be done in minutes. 10 to the -11 torr is not. That's a harsh vacuum. They call that one harsh.
So what's the projected off-gas rate of the materials that NASA claim they use in space, and the predicted?
They didn't even test for that. I don't know, because they didn't test for it. So I don't know.
They must tell people the sort of materials that they're using.
Oh yeah, Mylar was one of them. Yeah, that doesn't fare well in a vacuum. In off-gas, aluminium in your language. In British, sorry. Oh, in American language. That's what they used, and various other materials. All of them outgas.
But with a predicted failure rate of what in a vacuum?
Well, in the vacuum of space, nothing can survive. So that's going to be a 100% failure rate. Nothing can survive. We don't have anything we can make. Because this is what they've tested here on Earth. The what do they call them? The Apollo detectives. They've done their due diligence and checked certain materials, and they do outgas. Okay, everything. There is nothing that won't outgas. Nothing. If it's made of molecules, if it's put together by molecules, polymers and alloys and that, it's going to outgas. Nothing is avoiding. Nothing is outgas proof. Nothing.
Well, I mean, fundamentally, that's not strictly true, is it? Because if you've got no gas as part of something, and then it's not gonna. There's no gas to come out of it, but like that's going down to real fundamental particle level, and I get what you're saying.
Well, we could go there if you like and just destroy outer space for you completely. Yeah, Jedi's been waiting to get in on that. I know he has.
Yeah, go on, Jedi.
No, you're all right. You're fine. I always jump in. I'm doing my best to let everybody else have a go. Just keep going.
Yeah,
but you're not wrong.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Like we're at, so sorry. We're at a stage right now in the conversation where we've accepted that Earth is a ball in space, and now we're just simply challenging the idea that men from the ball in outer space, the Earth ball in outer space, went to the moon, another ball, solid ball in outer space. Right. That's what all we're doing right now.
Yeah.
Because you don't necessarily need to be a flat earther to deny the moon landings, right? But if you'd like to be there, right, have a look at that image that I posted at 32 past the hour in the side chat. Do you see anything wrong with that? Just off the bat, just first glance, do you see anything wrong? That's a reflection on the astronaut's visor, right?
Oh yeah.
I can't see. It's just all pixels to me. I don't know whether the resolution's fucked for me or what, but
you don't see it. You don't see.
I've literally just got a super pixelated image. I can't really tell what any of it is. We've got a vague shape of a spacesuit, but I can't. And the lander, I can't make.
You can see. You can see, right? Yeah, but you can see.
Well, I can see. I think genuinely think that this image is somehow degraded when you've posted it, because I can't see for call. You posted link if you
really
like the original or something. Yeah, it's just
really. What if I repost it? Because it looks fine for me. Does it look fine for everybody else?
Yeah, it's fine.
So what am I looking at specifically?
Well, okay. You see the shadow of the lander leg? That's going towards the astronaut.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Is it meeting his body, his feet, his legs?
Appears to be.
How's it continuing on beneath him without passing over his body?
Well, it looks like the spacesuit is like just washing out. Everything is just pure white. The sensor hasn't picked up anything because it's just.
That makes it worse, man. That would make the shadow even more prominent on his body. Shadows don't do that. Shadows continue up along any object that's in their path.
Well, it depends what the camera's capable of capturing, though.
It was capable of capturing everything else about it, right?
No. Like there's a difference between the angle of the whatever he stood on versus him pointed straight at the sensor. The reflection, any reflection is going to bounce straight.
Bro, you can see that his his feet is literally standing on the shadow.
Yeah, but that's because that's a totally different angle. So there's not going to be any.
It won't matter what angle it's from. If he's standing on the shadow, that shadow would continue up his leg along his body.
How do reflections work?
And continue along the other side.
How do reflections work?
It doesn't matter. This is a shadow, bro. The shadow can't just suddenly work. The shadows work differently on the moon. You go and stand in front of a shadow and get it to pass beneath you without continuing up your body.
They work differently based on what the surface is and the angle of the surface is at. That's how.
Right. Yeah. They work differently on the moon.
No, not on the moon. They work differently.
You go and replicate this.
Anywhere.
Replicate it for me. Show me how this can be done. Show me how this is possible.
Well, you have a highly reflective surface at near
Replicate it.
Well,
go and replicate it.
Plenty of people.
I'd love to see you try and replicate it.
Well, I will if you really want me to try.
It's literally impossible.
I don't believe that it is.
Yeah, it is. You will not get a shadow to not be cast upon your body if you're standing in it.
Well, you will if you're
and then continue on behind you.
Material. Yeah, because the thing behind him is a totally different angle.
Bro, this sounds like a cope to me, man. Because
No, it's not a
you
cope.
cannot.
Look, if you walked up to him and looked at him from a different angle, not straight on, you would see the shadow. The fact that it's straight on, those pixels are just plain bright white. The sensor has blown out. It is incapable
No, bro,
of
it's
capturing
not going to matter.
anything.
If there's a shadow on his body, you will see it from any angle. It's
Why?
literally impossible
No,
to
it's
not see the shadow on a
This is a
person if they're
camera.
standing in a freaking shadow,
This
bro.
is a camera in the 60s.
Okay, go and replicate it. Go and replicate it.
Yeah, I mean, I will. I'll try.
Yeah,
But I'm sure
you
there's
won't be
plenty of
able to.
explanations for it already.
Yeah, there is none, bro. If he's standing in a shadow, it'll be on him. It's just as
Well, that's
simple
what I'm
as
saying.
that.
The shadow is on him, but the camera cannot pick it up because the pixels are blown out to pure white, i.e. the sensor has gone, I have no information for this because it's too bright. I can't see anything.
No,
So it doesn't
okay.
matter that his foot should have a
Cool story,
slightly
bro.
grey line through it because there's so much reflection coming off the suit because of the angle the camera's pointed at. And it's a really fucking old camera. Like, this is just basic physics, man.
Basic physics. Oh my god.
It is.
Well, like guys, who
Secondary
believes
school physics shit.
Wait. Who believes that the Earth is flat like this?
Me.
Yeah, me.
No belief
You-
required. Absolutely not a belief.
Okay, guys. How many of you like believes that the Earth is flat, like, or think that the Earth is flat? How many?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
A bunch, bro. Millions.
Okay, I have an idea, guys. What if you collect money, like all of you together, and build a rocket, and then go
Why
to
would I do
space, and then
You didn't do that.
Sorry. You literally just said, why don't you guys build a wardrobe and go to Narnia and talk to a lion?
It's about
For example, like, you can, for example, you can go and take a trip to go to the space and see yourself. You know.
No, you can't go to a place that doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
What do you mean it doesn't exist?
Vacuums require containers. Sorry, hold on.
I have another idea.
Vacuums require containers, don't they? We've been talking about vacuums for ages. In this container, when we take out the gas, we can have this described as a vacuum, ultra high vacuum, 10 to the negative, whatever. But we need the container there because if we don't have it's like you want to talk through me, dude. I'll sit down.
I'm sorry for cutting you off. I have another idea. It's better and it's more cheaper. So one of you get like a camera, which is gonna be like a GoPro or something, and the other one get a helium balloon, like the weather one, and just launch it, and you will see yourself. Because
Okay, so what if we've done that and the Earth presents itself as a flat plane extended into the distance?
Even you guys, like, I believe with you, but until then, I guess all of the evidence that we have until now, all of the videos that shows, like the Earth from
It's uploading.
just like
It'll be uploaded in 30 seconds.
Why wasn't the balloon good enough? All I said was, we've done that, and it's flat and horizontal, and then you just started preaching about other stuff.
This plane, basically, that you're having like a video of, it's not flying in a high, like that high.
120,000 feet. We did exactly what you just suggested. This was your idea. We just happened to have already done it. Videos in the side chat.
Can you see videos that show the opposite?
Okay, so we've got two different claims from up high that the curvature of the Earth appears to be there, and other times it doesn't appear to be there. The horizon's horizontal. So how are we going to verify and determine which image is true? I feel like we need some countdown music or something. How do we verify which image is true?
The only way to verify if this image is true or not, you yourself, you're the one who do the experiment. Like, I want you yourself to do it. Don't just wait for a YouTuber or a video from internet to do it, and you just watch and be like, "Oh, see, it's flat. Oh my god!" No, I want you to do it. You yourself.
Okay, very quickly, because 2 points I want to bring up. One, did you go up in the sky and verify that that was the curvature of the Earth that's presented in these images?
Mostly all of the evidence that we have until today, all of it
That really was a simple yes or no.
No, I didn't.
I'll ask again.
Did you do this too?
I'll ask again. Have you gone up very high to take these images?
I said no. I said no.
Okay, cool. Awesome stuff. So you haven't done that. So what else can we do to confirm the surface description of the Earth? How it's appeared to be seen in the sky? What else can we do? Yeah, we can go up there and have a look for ourselves, but we might have to take into consideration the lens that we're using, because we understand lenses distort horizontal lines. But what else can we do?
We don't need a lens if you're just gonna go on a trip for like yourself, you know. Like if you're just gonna go on a trip yourself. There's like some like companies that does like traveling to space.
I know. All I'm going to see from a hot air balloon, let's say I can get to 125,000 feet, for example, and I just turn around, I'm going to see a horizon as a circle around me. No part of it is going to be higher or lower than the other when I turn around. I can literally measure the decrease of the horizon from my eye level, and that will be the same measured angle the whole way round. So I can measure the horizon from altitude, and it will be a circle around me horizontally with no part higher or lower.
Why can't you see to the end of the Earth?
You cannot measure anything that big with your eyes, because all of that, everything, you cannot measure it. You cannot see it.
Excuse me. Do you know what a dip correction is?
Yeah, I know. But I can explain.
So that would be a measurement from the decrease in angle downwards from your eye level towards the horizon. A dip correction from one level to another. This is what we measure at altitude, right? I've just explained it very briefly, that if you were to turn around and measure the dip of the horizon from your eye level, it will be the same degree of dip. So it will not be measured to have one part higher or lower than the other. It will just be a circle around the observer.
So why can't we see more than 3 point whatever miles?
That's the angular resolution limit of the human eye, I presume you're talking about. If you got optics, you can see further. It's also going to depend on the atmospheric conditions of the day. Check your local weather report for visibility.
So how far away is the sun then?
I don't know how far away the sun is, dude. What the hell?
We can only.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, bro. Nobody said you can't see things greater than 3.1 mile distance, dude. Nobody said.
Oh, sorry. I thought that's what was just said.
No, it's not like that. Oh my god, how can I explain it?
No, do you hold on, friend? Hold on, bro. I want to bring in a point of interjection.
I'm with you.
Yeah, okay. So check this out. On the previous point, you said you should go up high and don't use a lens, use your eyes. Eyes are a lens. You then said that with your eyes, you can't judge these dimensions. So you basically said that if you go up with your eyes, you can't trust what you see. So what?
I meant it was like... No, listen. You didn't understand what I meant by this. You cannot measure like the Earth if you're not like far enough from it, because basically once you are in the Earth was this like big, like the Earth is so big as we know. So you cannot just measure it by eyes, like when you are inside of it, like already, or not like far enough. So you need to get
right. We agree. So how far away do you have to be? Do you know the answer?
Actually, by what the science by what the science said, like they basically you have to be like, wait, let me check because I don't remember.
Yeah, I'll give you a hint. It's somewhere between 700 and 1,200 miles away, depending on how you do your formulas.
Over 50,000 feet.
Nobody, hold on, brother, hold on. I'm telling you that's what it is. So the people that are even in the ISS aren't far enough away. So nobody's been ever far enough away except for the alleged Apollo astronauts. So if Jedi goes up really high at 120,000 feet, he's not going to see anything that's going to do anything for anybody.
Where are you getting that number? Just out of interest. 700 miles, did you say? Something like
Yeah, you got to be a certain percentage of the diameter away so that your field of view is greater than Jedi's explanation to you that if the horizon is an equivalent drop angle and an equivalent distance, it's going to just show up as a straight line in your field of view.
So sorry, where did you get that number from? The 700 miles?
It's a fraction of the radius, dude.
Right. So, but if it's flat, it doesn't have a radius.
That's the point, dude. Is if you're a certain height above a ball that you claim you live on, the horizon's going to be the same distance and the same drop angle, 360 degrees around you. That means there's no differential information. That means it's going to appear to you as a straight line. That's what Jedi was trying to explain to you. You have to be very, very far away. Hundreds upon hundreds of miles away, dude. Not just 120,000 feet, dude.
Okay, so how does that disprove a globe?
Dude, it disproves your premise that if Jedi just sent up a camera on a balloon, that it would tell him the answer.
I didn't say that, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, see, Jedi understood and tried to explain to you that at those altitudes, because the drop angles and the distances are equivalent, that you're going to end up with whatever's happening being an optical effect, because it's certainly not the geometry, because there's no differential geometry.
So how do you explain the when you can see the curvature in terms of things disappearing over the horizon?
See, yeah, but we don't even have to answer that question because nobody's seeing curvature, dude. What you just said is I can't see the bottom of something, therefore I'm seeing curvature. That's not equal.
Well, how else?
You're inferring curvature. No. See, there you go. You just admitted to everyone listening that you didn't see curvature.
No, I'm asking you how you explain it. On a flat Earth model, how do you explain that?
How do I explain what?
The fact that we see things dropping off the curvature of the Earth, or
no. See your problem, dude. Think about what you just said. If the Earth is flat, how do I see things drop off the curvature of the Earth? How does that even make sense?
Because I don't have the language to describe it.
I know you don't. I know you don't. No. Stop for a second and learn. Stop for a second and learn something.
Well, I'm trying.
Your admission, just listen, your admission that you don't have the language to describe what you're seeing shows that you have a predisposition to use language that you've been told is occurring.
No,
You've never witnessed anything. Pay attention. No, I didn't, dude. You put them in your own mouth.
No. So I don't have the language to explain how it works on a flat Earth, is what I say.
Pay attention.
I'm trying, but you're not saying anything.
No, dude, stop interrupting. Thanks. So if somebody says to me, I see a boat travel away from me, it's decreasing in its angular size, and at a certain range, sometimes the bottom disappears. That is not the same as them saying, I saw it go over the curve of the Earth. I saw it go over the curve of the Earth is a story about what's happening. It's not what you see with your eyes.
Sounds like a distinction without a difference, but I
dude. I'm a professionally credentialed art teacher, and we actually have to teach kids this. Okay, it's called draw what you see, not what you know. We have to go through these exercises with kids to get them to understand the dimensional relationships of the image they're looking at versus claims of three-dimensional claims that they think is going on. Which is one of the reasons why kids have a problem with foreshortening and perspective effects, especially on human beings, where the arms and the legs are completely disproportionate, because the kid knows that my arms are the same length. This arm and this arm are the same length, and they try to draw them the same length, and without perspective effects. So we have to teach them, no, that's not how we see. We see in perspective. We don't see in literal dimensionality.
Okay, so how does that then explain what when we see the bottom of a boat disappearing? First.
Okay, you finally accurately described the phenomenon you're claiming. You said when we see the bottom disappear, that is the accurate of what you see with your eyes. You don't see it go over a curve. You infer it's a curve in your mind. Do we agree?
Well, no, because I want to hear your explanation. I don't have an explanation.
Do we agree that you accurately described what you see? Yes or no?
We see the bottom of the boat disappear first, yes.
Okay, so that's all you have. So you're asking is how does the bottom of something not be seen by an optic? It's basically what you're asking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very simple. It entered a relationship relative to the optic at an angle in which all of the light incoming can't be resolved. Problem solved. The end.
Basically, if you go higher, like for example, on a building, and you will see the bottom again. So I don't know what you're talking about at this point.
Right, and so what you've done is you've changed the angles. You changed the angular relationship, correct? The answer is yes. It's obvious.
Yeah.
So you haven't demonstrated any curve of the Earth, dude. You've just explained that if you change your angle to something, that the resolving angles of the available light changed. Like, no duh, that's obvious. Everyone knows that.
Light travels in a straight line, so how's it not resolvable?
Okay, that's great. So if light travels in a straight line, okay, you agree? Is that your claim?
In the same medium.
Yeah.
Oh, in the same medium, light travels in a straight line. Okay. So then you concede the Earth is flat. Good for you.
Well, no, because if the Earth was flat,
well, yes,
and you look,
if the Earth was flat and light travels in a straight line, then we would be able to see things that supersede the globe geometry. We have hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of examples, not only sightings of long distance objects that are beyond the globe geometry, but also laser tests. So, do you want to have straight light or not? Because that debunks your globe Earth, brother.
Well, yeah, light does travel in straight lines. We know that. So
right. So then the Earth is flat.
I still haven't got an explanation for why the light is
it's very simple.
unresolvable.
No, it's simple, dude. Light travels in straight. So does light traveling in straight lines, according to you, which proves the Earth is flat? Does light traveling in straight lines mean that you can resolve all available light in your field of view? The answer is no. It doesn't mean that because you have a limit to your optic, dude. Duh.
What's this limit?
Listen, dude. Listen, dude.
0.02.
Dude.
Why does it suddenly happen at the
hold on, friend. Hold on. I just want to point out to the audience. I want to point out to the audience that you just laughed that optics have limits. Wow, dude. What's wrong with you?
Because it doesn't explain anything. This is what I keep saying. You're saying stuff without saying anything.
This is what I was trying to tell you, right?
The horizon is what? Sorry.
The optical resolution limit of the optic, the human eye, right? You're standing at the beach. You have the horizontal plane of the Earth extending out into distance. You notice, right, as it ramps up towards the midpoint of your vision, the angles that you can perceive on that surface get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually your eye can't resolve any more of the surface because your view is too shallow when looking horizontally across it. So the horizon is literally the limitation of the angular resolution of your optic when looking across the surface. The boat that's beyond the horizon, the angular resolution limit of that surface, the boat that is still on that surface, the bottom of that boat is entering that angle as it keeps moving with distance. So the bottom of that boat becomes unresolvable because it's in the same angle that the horizon is. The reason why the top of the boat is appearing to go downwards is that's just perspective. All things with distance reduce in angular size, so it looks like the top of the thing is going downwards. So this is just a function of perspective. There are other things that will cause this. Those will be meteorological or atmospheric conditions that will cause different phenomena like miraging, superior, inferior, looming, stooping, these types of things. But the reason why you can't see the bottom of the boat, just optically speaking, the angle is too small for you to resolve.
But the angle, there isn't an angle because you're saying...
Yeah, hold on. We see everything in relation to angles. It's the angular size reduction with distance, right? It's the reason why things look smaller far away. It's the reason why things above your eye line with distance appear to go downwards even though they're not actually descending in altitude. And it's the reason why the floor below your eye line appears to ramp upwards towards the midpoint of your view. That's all just perspective, dude. If we're making observations, we must speak about perspective.
Okay, so flip it on its head then. How come you can see from the crow's nest of of a ship, of a tall ship, you can see the shore before you can on deck?
Because what do you think's happened here when you've increased your angle and you are further away from the object you are trying to resolve? Right, you're further away from it. You can increase your field of view because your angle is now bigger to the surface you are trying to resolve. When you're low to the ground, the angle becomes very, very narrow very, very quickly. The higher you go, the angle extends outwards so you can perceive further.
So
funny thing is, brother, you could test this for yourself right now. Go get a checker and chessboard and turn it at 0 degrees to your eye, so you're looking straight down it. You can't resolve any of the squares. Start to rotate it angularly a little bit, and all of a sudden the squares will become resolvable. Or raise your head above it, the squares will become resolvable. Does that mean that the checkerboard is a globe? The answer is no, of course not. It means that your angle of approach to the surface has changed. That's all it means.
It's just the scale doesn't marry up.
That's great and all, dude. That's great and all. The problem is the scale does marry up if you actually map the angles out. In fact, we have a video where one of our esteemed colleagues did it all for you with GeoGebra and explains it in less than 6 minutes. And he shows you the angles. And you can watch them with your own 2 eyes and see the angular relationship between objects in the distance and someone looking out over a horizontal plane. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pop that video for you. It's like 6 minutes and then 2 minutes of demonstration.
I'm still not seeing how you can say the difference in angle.
Yeah, it's very simple, dude.
Makes that difference.
It's so simple, dude. Yeah. I know you can't see it because you can't imagine it because you think that this phenomenon is only conducive with a globe. The problem is it can be demonstrated on flat surfaces, and you can draw it out geometrically, and you can look at it and see that it makes perfect sense. In fact, not only here, check this out. Not only does it make sense, it cannot be otherwise.
I posted the video for you, AI. You don't have to look for it, mate.
Nice one.
Yes, when you watch that video and you see the triangles that he draws, you'll see that your assumptions about how these triangles map out into your field of view that you had when you were a glober, thinking about it from a globe perspective, are actually false, and that the actual angles show that a portion of the bottom of something and part of the sky and part of the ground is all going to be within an angle packet of all the light coming towards you from that angle is falling below the optical resolution limit of your optic, and therefore you cannot see it. In other words, it'd be invisible.
So am I getting this right? Beyond a certain distance, we can't see anything.
No. I mean, yeah, eventually, depending on the size of the object, with distance, it's going to eventually be too far away for you to see. Yeah, there's going to be a limit to how far you can see an object. Yeah. No, do you want to be a little bit more specific, though?
Well, do you deny camouflage? Do you think camouflage doesn't exist?
I've no idea how that is anything to do with what I'm about to ask, but whatever.
What do you think? Does camouflage increase or decrease the distance that you can't see something?
No, that's about tricking your eye into seeing different things.
Yeah, because why? How does that work? How does that work? Based off distance or not distance?
No, it doesn't work off distance. It works off the fact that you cut up different shapes and trick the brain into thinking that it's seeing something different.
Off distance.
No, it's
From
nothing to do with
further away, the pattern will blend into just the pattern of the background.
It doesn't need to be distance, though.
Obviously, yeah. It like distance helps, but that's not how camouflage works.
So you're not denying? Are you denying camouflage or not denying camouflage? Then?
Camouflage exists, but it's nothing to do with distance.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, let's get off that crackpot theory. The thing that I was going to ask was, like, what's in the sky?
Yeah, hold on a second here. Here's camouflage by the Army. Distance-dependent camouflage blending. So this is something that I just waiting for you to say something completely scientifically literate so you could show that you really do not know what you're talking about. That even things scaled short, near to far, you have no idea what you're looking at. You don't, like you said earlier, you don't have the verbiage, the understanding to articulate these ideas. So you want other people to do things you won't do yourself, like build a rocket ship and blast into outer space. Do a GoFundMe.
Right.
So here, read this.
Can
and
we
come back
move
when you're
on
smarter.
from Gotcha Guy and get back to what I was actually going to ask?
Not gotcha. It's just letting you know that you do not know how this stuff works.
Right, fabulous. So let me ask a question and I can educate myself. Thanks. Like, what is in the sky according to you guys? Like, and how far away?
Nothing to do with the topic. We're talking about the Earth, not the sky.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I asked. How far away?
Completely irrelevant.
How far away can you see stuff? And if we're saying that at a certain distance things become invisible,
nobody said that.
How far?
Nobody said that.
Well, what? Correct me then. What is what?
Okay, right
what
here. Let me read the article. The part here I showed you. Distance dependent pattern blending. Camouflage patterns, especially those with smaller details, micropatterns, become increasingly difficult to resolve at the distance between the observer and the camouflaged object.
Yeah, increasingly difficult.
Distance helped. We said
based on
it
distance.
helped. No, it doesn't actually. It just distance help to be more not being like, how can I say it? Like, it helps to be more like camouflaged, like so not like to
but why? Well, look, that's great and all. We're glossing over the point of why.
Right here,
things that are further away become harder to see. Why is that the case? There's a specific physical reason.
Let me got that right here. It's right here in summary. Camouflage levels the effects of distance and visual perception by carefully designing patterns and color combinations. It can either blend seamlessly into the background at certain distances or disrupt the viewer's ability to perceive the true shape and depth of an object, ultimately hindering detection. You look up at the sky, you're like, you've camouflaged the ground from your own view. You're not even looking the right way.
Right. So I'll give you all a hint since you're struggling to find the answer. The answer is the angular relationships to the object compared to what you can perceive with your optic and the available angles of light that are incoming to the optic. So the further away you get changes the angles of propagation from the top of the object to the bottom of the object, right? Because you don't see in like an infinite straight lines, you see in angles, right?
Well, I mean, light can travel for as far as you need it to.
It doesn't matter, dude, how far light travels. It matters what your optic can resolve. Let me ask this question. If you take a can of paint and it's white, right? And you pour 3 other cans of paint that are black, do you get white or do you get a different color?
A different color?
Exactly. So if you have 4 pieces of color information forced into the same pixel, let's say, that pixel can only show you one value. So you could have an entire skyscraper of color information represented at an angle that can only be rendered as one value in the optic. And therefore, you're only going to see that entire skyscraper as, let's say, a dark blue because it's being occluded by the atmosphere above it and below it. And you wouldn't even be able to tell the difference between the atmosphere above it and below it. It's just going to all look blue.
Still not sure how that describes the horizon or what we see in the sky.
Hey, here, I'll help you out, friend. You're never going to understand by us telling you. Go watch the video because you're clearly not an auditory learner.
Yeah, watch the video. It's really good.
I actually am by all the tests, but okay. We're talking about the angular one.
Yeah, the one that I posted earlier. Yeah.
Right, I'll go and have a look at it. In the meantime, I'd love to know how the
The sky
Like I
works?
said,
You want to know how the sky works?
Yeah, I'd love to know how the sky works. But you can move on. I'll go watch the video. I'll be back in a bit.
Well, yeah. Now, keep in mind, in their own worldview, the stars are supposedly hundreds of thousands, if not millions of miles across. And so to say, how come I can see something that's 25,000 times bigger further than I could see something that's 25,000 times smaller? Like, how does letting that come out of your mouth even make sense if you're saying you're a rational thinker? I could see something bigger much further than I could see something smaller. Duh.
I know. It boggles the mind sometimes, doesn't it?
Well, we know the answer. The answer is because they've been programmed to think that this phenomenon is exclusive to a globe Earth, to the point of excluding any other explanation. That when they're presented with the fact that this would happen regardless of the shape of the Earth, and that it's purely can happen by the physics of light and optics alone, they have a mental breakdown. Because guess what? If it was true that the Earth was a globe, then both of these things must be happening, correct? It must be. If it's true that the Earth is a globe, then things disappearing from the bottom up would be true, and things disappearing from the bottom up would be true, both geometrically and optically. But the problem is that the globe earthers always exclude the optical part in favor of the geometry part. Because they don't want to concede that their one fail-safe experiential alleged proof is actually not exclusive to a globe, because that would harm their worldview.
Yeah. Good stuff. That was an enjoyable conversation. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, me too. That was good. Excellent. I did post some videos of the zooming in on the horizon and that, so you could have a look, but he's gone. I was going to tell him, but he went before I could tell him.
He'll be back.
Yeah, if nobody's seen that video that Indio did, you need to go watch it. It's required reading for all flat earthers. So if you haven't watched it by the end of the week, which is now, then I'm going to have to pull your flat earth card.
Yeah, you've got like COB today.
Well, I know, because, wait a minute. It depends on whether you consider Saturday or Sunday the end of the week, I guess, and where you live.
Yeah, I've always been one that Sunday is the end and Monday is the first day.
Yeah, that's how I feel. It just feels that way to me.
That's how I have my calendar set up too.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like Sunday is the end of your freedom, and then Monday you have to start being a work slave.
There's like some things, like some tasks that if I get done before Sunday, then it counts as a week prior.
Dude, you know what changes your life, bro? It's 3-day weekends. Holy crap. 3-day weekends is like gold, bro. If I was king of America, I would make 3-day weekends mandatory. At least 1 week out of the month. And then every quarter I'd have 4-day weekends mandatory. And that wouldn't even involve any of the holidays. We'd still keep all the holidays.
British Prime Minister job's going to be vacant soon, man. You can apply for that.
Yeah, and then I'd have 10-hour shifts. Absolutely. I'd then have 10-hour shifts. It would. Well, here's what it would do. It would force 10-hour shifts to be the average standard rather than 8-hour shifts. And that way you can get 5 days of work done in 4 days and then have more time off to actually enjoy with your family rather than gaining an extra couple hours every day that you don't even do anything with because you can't do anything with those hours. You can't really go to the movies. You can't take your family somewhere nice. You can't go to the beach. Basically, all you can do with that time is sit in your house and watch TV and listen to your family complain that they're not doing anything. So just spend those extra hours at work making your money and then spend your money on the long weekends.
AI for president.
CB showing us the flat horizon.
King of America, not president.
Have we got another self-declared king on the horizon? Oh, for fuck's sake, really?
Oh man. If I owned a company, I would convert to that almost immediately, and then I'd have people pick altered schedules so that we could still have competitive staffing during Fridays, which other businesses have staffing, right? So people could pick their off shift, like whether they're getting the weekend Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or whether they're getting it Saturday, Sunday, Monday, right? So some people would essentially never work Mondays, and some people would never work Fridays, but everyone in my employ would have 3-day weekends all the frickin' time. And let me tell you, they'd be so happy.
Such a gracious leader.
Yeah, they had that when one of the first jobs I had worked at a lumberyard. It was like a weird schedule where it alternated what weekend you had off, but then you would. I'm trying to think how it worked out. So you'd have, say if you worked Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then you'd have so Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off, and then you'd go into Saturday. No, that didn't seem right either. Like it really weird. But you worked 12 hours, so it was like I was trying. Like it was really great. It was hard to know when you worked though. That's the only problem. It's like, do I work today or I got today off? You know. They had this alternating thing where like you worked for 3 days, had 2 days off, worked for 4 days, had like back and forth like that. Because they just didn't want to have to deal with shift changes. They just wanted people to show up and you were there the whole day. Like you knew exactly what was expected, what trucks, what deliveries were late, who's picking up, who's receiving, where our temporary storage is at, where's
Yep.
all that stuff was already there, and no one had to. There wasn't anyone to onboard when someone came on late or whatever. I mean, there were like part-time people, but part-time people didn't really have a lot to do with that. They mostly like were other things, that were task-related stuff.
It helps out too because you get to do all of your work side logistics that you have to do from home in a less amount of days. So, for example, if you have shorter shifts over more days, you have to do more trips to work. You have to do more changes of clothes. You have to do more preparations. You have to do more downtiming. And when you can focus all of that into a shorter time span, then the rest of the time span is free from doing those things, and you can focus on yourself and your family. It's just awesome.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, it was like one of those. It was just a little bit confusing on like keeping track. But all you had to do was just find a system that worked for you, and that was it. It's like rail had workers do the same type of thing.
I'm pretty sure the 5-day work week is synergized with the industrial complex and the schools being an offloading for raising your kids. It's basically why it exists. So that we can end up with kids that don't know that things that are big, that are far away, are harder to see than things that are small, that are closer.
Yeah, or like camouflage utilizes distance.
Well, part of the reason is because they predispose the industrial complex era education system away from the arts and more towards sciences and practicality. And they forego an entire portion of existence in favor of those other things because those other things serve the machine more than they serve humanity. And so they could care less whether you're versed in the arts or understand perspective or anything of value in that regard. Which is why, like when you do any type of art, professional art, like teaching and stuff, you're actually taught that you have to negotiate in any of the venues you're going to work in to constantly fight for the value of your subject matter. Otherwise, they're just going to run you over and turn your art class into essentially, like a study hall for the other subjects. So it's like, yeah, you're going to have 45 kids in your art class. Wait a minute, I thought 1:25 is the optimal teacher-student ratio. And they're like, oh, no, it's not for, these kids aren't going to be learning art. They're just going to be spending that time studying math so that we can get our money from the government for passing the test.
It's like where they tell you they won't we're not going to teach to the test, and then all of a sudden when they got the dumb kids in the study hall, okay, answer for number 1 is A, you know, number 2 is C. Okay, like,
dude, my education series professor was very honest. He said, look, because of all of these laws and logistics and political reasons, you spend almost 3/4 of the year teaching the children for the test. That's basically what it is. 180 days, he said, approximately 180 days are spent, and he graphed it out with, like certain curriculums and all this, and he proved it to us. Like using a school as an example, he said 180 of the days out of the whatever, like 200 and something days are teaching to the test. And then the rest is subject matter efficacy and actually teaching the content. The rest is just repetitious. We need you to pass the test because we need the money from the Fed so we can afford to have our jobs next year.
I mean, not to go into like gender issues and stuff, but that you see some of the decisions that were made with Title IX.
Oh yeah. Those are actually very interesting decisions because there was actually an epidemic of boys' sports programs being shut down on certain schools because they didn't have enough girls that were interested in the sports program. So because they didn't have equal representation demographically, the schools were actually forced to shut down their sports programs altogether. Otherwise, they would lose federal funding. And so they said, okay, no more sports for anybody. So it's kind of a different vibe now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did have one Glober over the past month. Can't remember his name though. And he understood the optical thing and that it would have to happen regardless of what the shape of the Earth was. Because he actually said it without being prompted. He was actually talking in response to another Glober who was kind of just talking out their ass. He's like, yeah, but because of this and this would have to happen regardless. And I was like, wow, dude. But then he went down some other track of where, like, I can't remember the claim, but it's some crazy claim. I was like, dude, how can you be so rational on this part, but then on this part you just lose your mind?
In the school test, you go, what is the shape of the Earth? A, globe. B, flat. C, Earth is not water. D, water is not Earth. F, none of the above.
Pickle. It would be like Earth is a globe, Earth is a flat, Earth is water, and then like pickle. It's like one answer that's right, one answer that's the opposite of right, and then two just bizarre, incoherent. Like, who would pick these two answers? Like, it isn't even related. Like the math quiz, like the math test would be like 2 + 2 equals, there'll be 4, -4, like a button, like just a picture of a button, and then a question mark.
And this question will give you enough points to either go to college or be nobody for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I mean, they talk about like people joining the military, and they look at ASVAB scores and how ASVAB has dropped like some 15 points since like the global war on terror, since like 2001. And they're like, all these kids have high school degrees. What also happened at the same time? Was it Common Core? Did that roll out? So you think all these kids being taught with Common Core suddenly can't pass the ASVAB?
Just make it dumber. They'll pass it. Just give the answers within the test.
So within the past week, there was one kid we gave the optics video to, and he was supposed to come back and talk about it, and I haven't seen him since. So I hope this other kid comes back and is like, oh, I'd like to actually talk about this rather than I need to go call my therapist because the Earth's not a globe.
There was this Brazilian guy. There was the Brazilian guy the other day, and about you were talking about this last guy about you cannot resolve light across the medium or whatever to a certain point. And he was saying that it seemed he works with towers, communication towers in Brazil. And he was saying that there is attenuation also with communications within the medium. So, but still, that he agreed that those towers are, many of them are like line of sight. That it wouldn't make sense on the globe. So he was getting the point and agreeing about, you won't be able to see certain things to a certain distance because attenuation of the light and a lot of other variables. A lot of the globers think the only variable is because Earth globe, curvature of the Earth. That's why you cannot see stuff anymore. But that's not the real answer. That's not just the only variable. Earth globe. That's why you cannot see stuff. Why do they jump from all of the conditions of the air? They jump everything and come to the conclusion that it has to be because Earth globe. That's the only reason. And it's like that for many things.
Yeah, sometimes, bro, it's so hard to even get a guy to admit that what he's actually seeing is supposedly a boat going out in the distance and the bottom disappearing. Like, it's hard for them to even say that's what I see. They always try to charge it with language. How can a boat go over the curvature if the Earth is flat? Be like, well, what do you mean? Well, I saw a boat go out in the distance on the ocean and it went over the curvature. How could that work if the Earth was flat? And I go, wait a minute, what did you really see? And it takes like minutes and minutes and minutes and pulling blood from a stone to get him to say, oh yeah, actually all I saw was a boat decreasing in its angular size, going down in my field of view, and then maybe I saw the bottom become unresolvable. That's what I actually saw. I didn't actually see it go over any curvature. I'm just claiming that it went over curvature with charged language.
They're basically saying, I already crossed the bridge, even though I haven't built the bridge yet, or I haven't gotten the materials or the schematics for the bridge, and I'm here sitting in front of my computer, and I already crossed the bridge. I haven't made it there yet. I don't know. It's like they haven't put one on one, two and two together, any of the pieces to come to that conclusion, but that's the conclusion that they got for some reason. It's like in a test. I got it correct. I selected A for shape of Earth, globe. When the question was why do boats disappear from my view across the water, I selected B because Earth is globe, and I got it correct. The teacher said it's correct. That's what it has to be. Cannot be anything else.
That guy watching the video is still on the call.
I don't know. I'm not sure if I got his name. Check. So Rick Smith. Is he still here then?
Maybe. I think I got to pull some stills from the video that are pretty self-explanatory, like maybe 3 shots. And that way we don't have to send them away to watch it. That'd be too hard of a task. If they go watch it and we can't talk to them anymore, then we've lost the conversation.
Well, a lot of times you go do some research about something and you want to search something in the search engines, but then you get this preview of something else and you click on the preview and you get sidetracked into something else.
No, bro, it's more simple than that. What he did was he went to watch the video, right? He opened up his computer, went to Google, and said Flat Earth Optics video debunked, and then pressed search.
No, bro. Google already heard him talking about this stuff. So once he went to click on the app, there was already previews of debunks already in front of his face.
Right, and an advertisement for Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Bro, that's what I'm eating. Just kidding. Chicken.
Dude, that was wild. This one day I was talking to somebody. Like, this is the first time that happened to me. I was talking to somebody about I wanted to get some Taco Bell or whatever. And then completely unrelated, I opened up my program to do something, and there was all these Taco Bell ads. I'm like, you little boy, you were listening to me.
Yep. Buy one, get one free. That's exactly what I was thinking. Is the phone reading my mind?
Yeah, there's so many things that's happened to me like over the years. Like probably the worst one was like years ago. I'm talking about like 10, 15 years ago. No, maybe not that long. It was quite some time ago. Like this is like where I decided to get rid of Facebook because so yeah, maybe this was, I don't know, okay, whatever. So I went to help my uncle move, and like he was going to move into assisted living, and I was going to help him pack up his stuff. And when I got to his apartment, he had all these ships in the bottle, like 100 of them, maybe not quite 100, like a lot. Okay, like more. I mean, more than you just count. It was like 5 or 6. I mean, there was like his life's work, like his hobby was making these ships in the bottle. And like the first day was just talking about all these ships in the bottle, like how much they're worth, like how to create them, where he got them, which companies used to make the kits, how to do it, the tips and tricks he learned over the years about how to make them. Like, I mean, it was like just hours and hours of him breaking down this elaborate hobby that spanned, like a half a century, like 50 years of doing ships in the bottle. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to come back tomorrow because we really didn't get much packing done. And what do you want to keep? What do you want to sell? I mean, if you want to get rid of these, how much are they worth to you? Is there something you want to do with them instead? I mean, is there? Do you want to like store it or whatever? And I go, we didn't get a lot of packing done. I come home and fire up my Facebook, and the first huge ad on there is ships in the bottle. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me! How? Like, how is that possible? Like they just like somehow like my phone had heard me like ships in the bottle, ships in the bottle, ships in the bottle. He's looking to buy ships in the bottle.
It's just a coincidence. Come on, don't be a conspiracy tard.
No, that was the worst one. I'm saying there are so many of examples of this. Like I had never searched ships in the bottle. There was no browser history. I wasn't on my phone, like Googling shit. It was just like me and him talking.
It's true. I know. I've seen that happening. But the example that you gave is a pretty obvious one. They're targeting you.
I've seen it happen with the TV.
I know.
We're talking box TVs. Yeah.
Yeah, some random shit you're just talking about, like your neighbor, about like, I want to get a leaf blower, but I really don't like them because the nag high battery and it never really charges right. And by the time you want to get a new one, the company doesn't have it. And also you go inside the house, you'll flip on the TV commercial for leaf blowers. You're like, what the fuck?
Right. Yep.
And that was me talking about how I don't want to get an electrical leaf blower. I would get like a gas one or something, or a plug-in, They're trying to sell you shit you don't want.
That's actually it's called, you said it the other day, Destiny Manifested or something like that.
Yeah, that's what people like, the anti-conspiracy theorist will say that they're just by chance. There's just a chance that you talked about leaf blowers and then a leaf blower commercial came on. It could have been anything. It just happened to be those two things were talked about at the same time. But all the other times you talked about stuff that didn't happen, you didn't take note of it. You only took note of it when the stars aligned. And like, there's a lot of fucking stars aligned in this motherfucker. Like, this seems like this happens a lot.
There's an amazing amount of personal accounts of synchronicities, coincidences that just are mind blowing. I've got a book on it, and like this, for example, there's this one, right? This young guy is in an accident, right, on a motorcycle, and the dude one of the ambulance officers, the ambulance officer turns up, right? And like they patch him up, take him to hospital, whatever, and then like on the same date, like 10 years later or something, the dude that was the ambulance officer that took him to hospital was on a motorcycle accident at the same location, came off his bike, right, and crashed and was required an ambulance. And the dude that turned up was the young guy he'd serviced 10 years before, right, and who had inspired him to become an ambulance officer. Like, it was just insane, right? Just weird shit like that, right? People with the same names just like randomly meeting each other, like from countries apart and ending up in the same place, and there's all sorts of weird stuff, man. Like, it's like, I don't know, it makes you wonder, like, is it random or is there some sort of design to it? Is there something going on behind the scenes? But like, yeah, this is metaphysical shit, I guess. But yeah, it's so interesting. I love that stuff. I love it. Yeah, it happened here. And there's a commune nearby me, right? So there was this guy living there, and then this other dude turned up. He was from like Canada or something, right? And then this other guy turned up from Sydney to live there at this commune, and they both shared the same birth date and both had the first and last names, and they both were unaware of each other's existence, right? It's crazy.
You say he's from Canada?
Yeah, he actually died now. He died in a he's dead now. Sorry, he died in a light aircraft accident. It was I think it was like a really miniaturized. It was like one of them hang glider things with an engine. Yeah, and he got caught in a really bad wind and pummeled to his death.
I was gonna say something funny, but not anymore after you said that.
Oh, sorry, I ruined your joke.
Something, people.
There he is. Addies.
Hey, Cyclone.
What's up, DJ?
What's going on? Hey, I was thinking about starting an event, seeing there's no other events running. What do you
event
think?
Time? Yeah, I think so. What other event titles were we working with? No one's been to space. Space doesn't exist. Have you seen the curve?
We did a gravity
Flat's
one
not a
already.
shape. You did
Flat's-
Flat's not a shape.
Yeah, that was a good one actually. Is Over Fences in here? Over Fences is awesome.
Over Fences is our resident event clickbait title name generator.
Over Fences is listening. Hola. All right, it's up to you, Over Fences.
Something with distance and objects get smaller with distance or something like that's been the kind of the recurring theme today.
Pilots treat the Earth as flat. That's maybe too
Pilots know. It's got to be like a little bit triggering, so they have to click in to see what's going on.
Globe quest.
Space-time does not exist.
Pressure's on, Over Fences.
Outer space is only between the empty space between your ears.
Yeah, the only thing in space is your imagination. I don't know. No, it's maybe a bit weak. Yeah, see, we've got Bennett in the chat.
Yeah.
Unmuted. Bennett. What's up, Bennett? Do you know that the Earth is flat yet? Or are you still on the globe? Who else? Gemy? Gemy just joined. What's up, Gemy? Gemsy, you've got competition.
What's up, man?
How you doing, brother?
I'm good.
What brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
I think my internet is lagging. Wait a second.
Okay, no problem. Dang, satellites. How about science proves flat Earth? That'll piss them off.
I kind of like that. All right.
Yeah, that's a good one. Science proves things, or science proves flat Earth.
Let's do that.
Oh shit! Don't let Quantum see that one.
I was going to say that's going to even piss off the flat earthers.
You don't know what fucking science is.
You don't fucking know science, fucking idiot.
Exclamation point or question mark at the end.
Full
Pickle
stop.
emoji.
Oh, clever.
You
Yeah.
can't put emojis. Exclamation point or question
The
mark.
question mark. I like the question mark.
Yeah, yeah.
No. I put full stop. It's a statement. We're triggering them.
Oh, period then. Okay, period. Just
science proofs flat
Question
earth.
mark is better. Come on, bro. Oh, put both. You can put both.
Nah, because then it's like a question. We want them to think it's a challenge. They're going to come in and be like, what are you talking about? Science proofs flat earth.
3 exclamation points.
Yeah, that'll work too. Whatever's going to rustle the most jimmies.
All right.
We're looking for the ultimate Jimmy Rustler. There's going to be points per week for who comes up with the most triggering events that results in the most traction. And we should keep them in mind. We should remember how they do because we can use them on other servers. And multiple times, I suppose. Because it's always a revolving audience, isn't it? It's always new people.
Yeah.
At this place anyway, because there's so many people. It's like 25, 30,000 people online at a time.
you wasn't used to call those like PSAs, right? Public service announcement. You could be like PSA, Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Newsflash, curve not found.
Happened to that Gemmy guy, he just dipped out.
All right, event has started.
Yeah. Should put some alarms around that thing, like wow. Science proofs flat Earth. Look out.
Check out the image that I attached to the event.
Oh, nice. You can pin like a banner image to it.
Yes.
Oh, it changes everything. Look at that. Roll it in. What's up, new people? CY, what's up? Kaku, Mugen, Namor. Bunch of people flying in. You guys interested in the science that proves the flat Earth? You must be. Everybody's talking about it. Don't be the last to know. It's like you didn't start watching Game of Thrones till season 5 or whatever. You don't want that to happen again with reality. You're not going to understand what everyone's talking about at the water cooler. Yeah, look, it's flat, man. And we're off. Okay, Globe Believers, questions, answers, proofs, claims, science. Let's go. The power of science compels you. Give us some science for the globe. Get your lab coat on. Get your protective goggles on. Get your Bunsen burners out. Prove the globe. Ready your test tubes. New people who've joined the chat, don't be shy. Namor, you're unmuted. Namor, what's going on? Interesting name.
Don't be shy now. This is an opportunity for you to practice what you've learned here in the English server, the English hub. You learn and then you practice.
Yeah, learning to construct an argument or a point that you want to convince someone of, that's very useful. It's a good bit of practice. Mm. Does anyone in the chat think the Earth is spinning? How about that? Nice easy one. Are you spinning around? Around and around. Hmm. The Jimmies are unrustled this evening. Interesting. Or someone scared them all away.
We have Joker. Don't know how you pronounce it, but yeah, in the side chat. Not in here, I don't think. No, not in here. He
What's he
failed
saying in
to
the side
prove. Well, he failed to demonstrate to us that you can use gravity to contain gases for a start, and he's talking about hitting us on the head to put us back to normal and things like that. And I've invited him into the VC. Let's see if he takes up the offer.
When science fails, violence is required. I get it.
Welcome in, TT. Hi, TT. We have Kaku. Kaku's not speaking or typing. Be interesting to hear from Kaku in any form.
Kaku.
Oh, I haven't checked out the idiom and the word for today. Did you see the idiom of the day yesterday and the word of the day, Cyclone? It was so apt.
I don't know if I did. What was it?
Yesterday it was on the ball, right? The idiom of the day was on the ball. And word of the day was factoid, meaning an item of unreliable information that is reported and repeated so often that it becomes accepted as a fact.
Ooh. That is quite apt, isn't it?
Yes. Today's word of the day is caricature, drawing or description that makes someone look silly by exaggerating how they look or act. I wonder if you could do that with an object, maybe like what you think the Earth is. Idiom of the day is go down, I think they mean in flames, because it says go down on flames. I'd say go down in flames. That's how I'd say that.
Yeah, it is in flames.
Yeah, fail spectacularly or catastrophically.
Wow.
That's apt.
Pitching these right towards the Glober, don't they?
Yeah.
That's good. I like that. Don't really like factoids because most people would assume that means that it's like a brief fact rather than something commonly accepted as true but isn't. But we could do a few factoids for the globe. Like toilets flush the opposite way in Australia. That would be considered a factoid then, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Hey,
absolutely.
What's up? Someone just say hi.
Hello, welcome in. Ayad Tarak. Sorry, Tarek?
Yeah, Tarek.
Oh,
Tarek.
What's up?
Ayad Tarek.
So,
What brings you by the channel?
I see it. You think that the Earth is flat?
Yes, we know it is.
Mm.
What do you think it is?
How Earth is flat?
Because that's how it measures.
Mm.
Like, if you measure a kitchen table to be flat, then you know it's flat. If you measure yourself to be 5'10", then you're 5'10". If you measure the Earth's surface to be flat, horizontal, not curving, then that's what it is.
I don't think that.
You don't think what?
That Earth is flat.
What if it measures flat though?
You know Burj Khalifa?
Yes.
Say, if you are in Dubai, in Dubai, if
Yes,
you
the
see
sunset.
the sunset, you know this theory?
We know all the arguments. We've heard them all a million times.
That
Yeah.
proves that Earth is not flat.
Nope.
How?
It proves that you can see further if you gain altitude. Because the sun appearing to descend into the horizon is a function of perspective. Do you know what perspective is? You know that word?
No.
Okay. It's like the way we see, the way optics work. So, you ever been in a hotel with a long corridor? You see, if you look down that straight corridor, it looks as if the walls are closing in together towards the end, and it looks like the ceiling and the ground come to a point in the distance. Yeah?
Yeah.
So things optically converge with the vanishing point, which would be the horizon. And that's perspective. So when it comes to the sun setting, that's why we're seeing it appear to descend. And then if you raise an elevation, like you climb the Burj Khalifa, you've opened up that viewing angle so you can resolve, you can see more of that surface. So you can see the sun again, but then eventually it's going to go out of even that range of your view from that altitude. So it'll appear to sink again. So that all occurs on a flat surface.
Oh yeah, I have another theory. Can I tell it to you?
Sure.
I listened to that the moon, the Earth, when light flicked from Earth to the moon. If Earth is flat, the moon will not be like we see now. You will see the middle moon is it's a beer only. Sorry, my English is not very good. I can't explain very well.
That's okay. Take your time.
The reflected light in Earth from the moon, if Earth is flat, we will see middle moon is black. Not the whole moon is lighting. I listened that.
T-Dub, DJ, do you guys know what he's saying?
Moon phases or eclipse?
Moon phases or eclipse. Is that what you're talking about? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone want to take
He's
that?
trying to say. I think he said the light goes from the Earth to the moon.
Light goes from the Earth to the moon. He's talking about eclipses then.
That would make more sense.
He maybe means the shadow of the Earth going on to the moon. Maybe that's what he means.
Yeah, which way is the light traveling? From the moon to the Earth or the Earth to the moon?
Is that what you mean, Ayad?
1 minute, please. I will translate to you. Okay.
تقصد الكسوف ولا أن الضوء من الأرض إلى القمر؟
أيوة، حد بيتكلم عربي ده تمام. أنا سمعت إن لما يعني دلوقتي لما احنا بنشوف القمر بشكلنا دلوقتي، احنا بنشوف الوش بتاع القمر ده كله منور، علشان لما بيجي في حبة ضوء بينعكس من الأرض على القمر، فده بيخلي اللي احنا بنشوف القمر بالشكل ده. لو الأرض مسطحة احنا هنشوف إن في نص القمر هيبقى ضلمة والجانبين بتوعه هيبقوا منورين.
الضوء ولا الظل؟
الظل.
ماشي. Okay. Yeah, so it basically means the shadow, not the light.
Yeah, so he's talking about moon. He's talking about lunar eclipses. No, he's talking so there's a common misconception. There's a common misconception. So the Earth, the lunar phases are not actually claimed to be caused by the Earth's shadow. That's the lunar eclipse only. So maybe advise him on that quickly before we proceed.
ماشي. هو بيقول أن الظل فقط في الكسوف، أما في العادة الهلال وكل هذا غير ظل الأرض.
That's in the globe
وجوه
conception.
القمر غير وجوه الأرض، يعني لا ضوء ولا ظل من الأرض يسبب اختلاف الحجم في القمر، فقط في الكسوف.
انا كان قصدي لما بيحصل كسوف للقمر، الظل على الارض بيبان، القمر دايما بيكون مقوس، فالتقويس ده بيبانش غير لما فعلا الارض تكون مكوره.
ماشي.
I posted a AI overview in the side chat.
So we're moving now. He's moving on to the eclipse part.
Okay, yeah. Well, I was going to say we've got a good thing that we could show him for the eclipse, which shows us that it's not caused by the Earth's shadow, and that would be the Selenelian eclipse, where the sun and the moon are both visible above the horizon at the same time, meaning that they're not in a straight line alignment in the globe concept. Because in the globe concept, you've got a straight line, sun, Earth, then moon in a straight line.
It's supposed to be behind us. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what's causing the shadow cast onto the moon. But in the Selenelian eclipse, which is not too uncommon, both the sun and the moon are visible above the observer's horizon, meaning instead of a straight line, it would be more like a V shape with the Earth at the bottom of the V. And yet, the eclipse occurs on the moon in those positions, and the eclipse, that darkening of the moon, comes from the top down on the moon. Which, even if you're going to say there's some kind of crazy refraction happening with the shadow, you would expect it would have to come up from the bottom, from Earth,
exactly,
and then rise upwards. So this tells us that the eclipse that we're seeing is a phenomena that we can't say is caused by the Earth's shadow. Now, what is causing it, we don't know.
We don't know. Yeah.
So maybe, I don't know if he could understand that or if you need to translate it, but I would let him know that.
Just let him know in the side chat too that I've posted a video and a picture.
I can see the image. Oh yeah, now. Okay, so Ayat, can you see these images? شوف الصور في الشات. آخر واحدة. يعني حالتان في الكسوف.
هنشوفها تمام.
الصورة دي للكسوف، ماشي. طيب الكسوف ده للقمر، ماشي. اللي باليسار يعني بشمالك هو الوضع الحقيقي، والثاني افتراضي على اليمين. What you should have seen, what you saw. ده الواقع. طيب ده حصل في النهار، الشمس طالعة والقمر طالع، والكسوف ده يعني أن الظل ما نعرف، بس غير ظل الأرض، لأن الشمس أمامنا مرتفع، يعني في النهار. يعني الظل من غير الأرض.
طب أنا عندي سؤال تاني، آخر سؤال مثلا، تمام؟ طب لو دلوقتي الأرض مسطحة، إزاي في فرق توقيت ما بين الدول وبعضها؟ ليه مش كل الدول نفس التوقيت؟
يعني بالشمس. So now he's moving on. His question is about the time zones.
Okay. Well, time zones, strictly speaking, are political designations. When we've got like GMT +1, +2, +3, that's agreed between the governments to align commerce, trade, all this kind of thing. If he's asking about day and night, why we have day somewhere and night somewhere else, that's due to the sun's position over the surface of the earth, and it moves over the surface of the earth, and when it moves, it takes its light with it. So when it's above you, it's daytime, and when it moves away, it's nighttime, and it's daytime for wherever it's moved to.
Yeah. يعني فهمت حاجة؟
نص نصكم بس ترجمي معلش.
بالنسبة التوقيت يعني التفاوت بين الساعات شيء سياسي، يعني كل حكومة تغير بعد فترة، يعني مصر غير قبل كم يعني أشهر كده صح؟ السنة دي أول مرة غيروا قدموا ساعة كده. المهم شيء سياسي. أما الفرق بين النهار والليل موضع الشمس. الشمس موجود في مكان ما مظل، غياب الشمس يسبب الليل، لأن الشمس متحركة طبعا، شيء باين يعني معروف أن الشمس تتحرك من السماء من الشرق إلى الغرب. لما تغيب الشمس تأخذ الضوء معها، يعني ما يبقى الضوء كمان يطلع الشمس يغيب والضوء يغيب.
Hello to the new guy. Just give us a minute. We're just translating something for our Arabic friend here.
Yeah, he seems to be digesting the information well so far.
Okay, good. Well, while he's thinking about that, to the new guy who said hello, do you have a question you want to ask? Or does anyone else have a question at this point? Anything they want clarified? Nope. Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
It's
How's
a
it going?
colony.
What's a colony?
Nothing. What do you?
Welcome to the channel. What brings you by the Flat Earth BC? You got questions?
No.
Great.
No.
So you already know.
I don't much understand much English.
That's okay.
Okay.
My English is bad. We can speak at your level. Whatever is easiest.
Basic.
Basic. Okay. I give you basic proof for Flat Earth.
Of a flat earth?
Yeah, basic.
What is a flat earth?
So think about water.
Water?
You know water.
Agua. Water.
Agua. Yep. Water. It is level. Flat. On its surface. You have
I can translate for him. ¿Hablas español? I can translate for him.
You are from? What are you from?
¿Hablas español? Dijiste agua.
I'm from Brazil. Falo pouquinho de espanhol.
You speak Portuguese. Okay.
Where's Miguel when you need him? Where's Miguel?
Okay. Yeah, where's Miguel?
Normalmente entienden algo, pero se entiende
my name is
como hablamos.
Marcelo. My name is Marcelo. What's your name?
Welcome, Marcelo. Okay, we can do it in English, just very basic.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So, water, any body of water, in a cup, a glass, in a
water
bathtub.
In Portuguese is água.
Okay, I'll say agua for your benefit.
Cup, copo, glass, vidro.
How do we say flat in Portuguese?
Plane,
Flat.
isn't it?
Sai flat.
Plano, plano, plano.
Plano.
Plano, eh. Agua plano.
Plano.
Agua plano.
O
Sí, sí.
agua e plano no
Agua e
oceano.
plano.
Plano Nepkis. Plano e Nepkis. São a mesma coisa.
Sim.
Não, plano.
Mas
Não, plano. Perdão,
plano.
perdão.
Yeah, so bathtub, swimming pool, pond,
Nepkis,
lake,
plano.
lake, ocean, plano.
Lago da Lagoa. Lake Ocean.
Él dijo lago, piscina, el mar.
Sand Lake.
Todo plano.
Sand Lake é lago. Sim, lago, oceano.
Okay. So yeah, all these bodies of water at rest, generally horizontal. Okay? So we are told in the mainstream that around 70%, 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Agua. 70% Earth, agua.
70% de la superficie
Da terra é
es agua.
Da
es
terra é água.
Y toda el agua es plana. Toda.
Yep. So 70% of the Earth's surface, flat. And then land, continents, islands, sticking out of the flat water. That's flat Earth.
Okay.
Understand?
Understand. I understand.
Good. So we check for curvature. Go to lake, look for curve. Try to measure curve. Because globe says there must be a curve. But when it's measured, no curve. Plano. So no curve, no ball, no globe.
A terra não lleva curva.
Yeah, no curva. Just plano.
Ok. Onde você...
If you want resources or links, videos,
Where
articles,
did you get that conclusion?
in reality, you can go and do it. You go and test. Any big lake or shoreline, body of water, you go test, line of sight, binoculars, telescope, camera, zoom, and you see how far you can see. And then you compare it to how far you should see according to a globe of a certain size, like they tell us we live on. And that's how you know. It doesn't match. Not correct.
Okay.
We have examples. We can show you examples on video if you would like.
Okay.
We have
But Earth is too big to drum. A conclusion from the ground.
No.
Okay.
Yes, I understand, but no, because they tell us how big the Earth is supposed to be. So we can do the math. They
Okay,
say,
supposed. Supposed. Okay.
So they say 3,959 miles radius of ball Earth. So we can work out how much curve. So we work it out. The math. You see?
I understand.
So over 10 miles.
Oh, yes. I see.
Yeah, you look in text chat, people will post images and things to explain. Yeah, dude, we get it. You don't know why you think the Earth's a globe, so you're just going to make noises.
It's like a pigeon.
Hey, bro, this is Bennett. You guys hit me up earlier. Sorry, I was driving. What's up?
Hey, Bennett, what's up? Not much. We've got a guy from Portugal who's just starting to understand that the Earth isn't a globe. We've got another guy who doesn't want to know that the Earth isn't a globe.
What did you use, Bennett?
What's
so
amazing
who's the guy making noises? Who's the guy making noises? What's his name?
Park Derry.
Bennett.
He's got the Indian sign, yeah.
Can I get one of the mods 24/7 to
I think I got
confirm
him
that?
already.
I was going to speak to him. So okay.
Yeah, what's amazing is the the qualitative difference in this channel, but it's fun. It's different. You getting the communicating is definitely. It's like you have to break it down. English as a second language for some of these folks.
Yeah, a lot of these people aren't native speakers, and that's fine. That's what we're here to accommodate. But when someone's just making random mouth sounds, that's kind of hard to communicate with.
Yeah, that's not a language anybody of us speaks.
Yeah,
it is a language the Globers speak. So
What's the name of the Brazilian guy? What's the username? Do you know?
Marcelo. Marcelo.
Hi.
Marcelo, Mr. Pollo.
Hi.
Parpelotes.
Okay.
Three.
Gemsy, did you just cut out there?
What was that?
I don't know, you cut out for me. Maybe you didn't for anyone else.
Oh, I'm gonna send him a link to the other server and to maybe the Brazilian documentary, so he can probably get.
What are you from? Pisciclone? Where are you from?
I'm from Scotland.
Scotland.
Yes.
You don't seem to have much Scottish accent.
You're from America, Europa, Africa, Asia, Scotland.
Yes.
Scotland fica em América? Scotland fica na Europa?
UK.
Onde fica Scotland?
Scotland is a part of the United Kingdom. United Kingdom is let's say England is a part of United Kingdom as well. It's England, Scotland, and a bit of Ireland. They all speak English like Americans in their own way.
Yeah, we had it first. And don't forget Wales.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah. Okay. But anyway, where are we on? Who's got a question about the Earth or some evidence for the globe Earth?
Okay.
Or Bennett, you jumped in there. You want to say hello? Bennett, what do you mean when you said there's a qualitative difference? What difference in what do you mean?
Bennett. What did you use Bennett? O que significa Bennett? Eu não sei.
Well, Bennett was talking a couple of minutes ago. I was just seeing if he wanted to add something, but no worries.
Calm.
You got questions you want to ask?
preocupações. Questions, warriors. Is Bennett? Okay? É isso?
No, Marcelo, we're asking, do you have any more questions?
Ah, ok. Any more? Ah, você não tem mais questões? No.
Okay.
No.
Well, welcome to the channel. If anyone else has any questions or comments,
Thank you.
You're welcome. Feel free. The floor is open.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
What's her name? It's a clone. Real
What's
name.
my name? I don't give out my real name. It's a secret.
Yes. Okay.
You can call me
Name is secret.
Wolfgang or Cyclone on here.
Belisario is asking about the
Wolfgang.
documentary from the Brazilians.
Wolfgang.
in the text. Go ahead.
What was that, Jamesy?
There's someone tagging you, questioning about the documentary from the Brazilian. So if you can pick in the text, maybe, and ask this question. He's tagging you, Cyclone.
Who's that jumping in and out?
I was going to say, am I getting kicked out of the call? Or is this someone just jumping in and out?
Mr. Pollo Marcelo, direct message me so I can send you the link.
Direct. Okay.
Who's the guy pinging me? What's he asking? And someone on the mod side, go and grab this guy who's jumping in and out.
Hey, James?
Yeah, Jamesy.
Okay.
The other guy's asking, Cyclone, what do you have to say about these claims in this video? I'm not here to argue, but I would like to hear your perspective. It's an old and quite popular, so I suppose you all have seen that. It's about the documentary from the Brazilians.
No, it's not a documentary from Brazilians. It's all Vsauce video. It's rather basic. Their claims that say have some
it's a
points
different
and
one. My bad. It does Vsauce. My bad. I confused the video. Go ahead. My bad.
Well, what claims are made in the video? Or what evidence is presented in the video? Is the guy who posted it in the VC or no?
You... Peraí. Manda no chat. Tem de without chat. Send without chat. Oh, okay.
Hey, Marcelo, are you speaking to us?
Terra convexa, dados técnicos. Okay.
No, just DM me about it, bro. Just DM me about it. Any questions, you can DM me about it. Go ahead about that.
Yeah, just DM Jamesy. And if you don't have any questions right now, just put yourself on mute. Thank you, please. So the guy who was asking questions in text chat, is he in the VC or no?
Come.
Gay. Whoa.
All right. Guess not. Well, for the guy who wants to ask questions about the video, come in the VC and ask me, because I'm not looking at the chat. It's stuck for some reason.
Responder que estou traduzindo.
Hey, Marcelo, put yourself on mute, dude.
I take a while to respond because I translate what Jerry is saying.
That's okay. But while you do that, put yourself on mute, please.
Okay. But while you do that. Mas enquanto você faz isso,
All right, so do we have any questions from anyone?
No.
Okay, not from you, Marcelo, that's fine. You can put yourself on mute. I'm asking if anyone else has any questions. Right, in that case, I'm going to drop on mute for a bit, boys. So, Gemsy, T-Dub, whoever we've got from 24/7, can you guys pick this up? What's left of it?
Yeah, no problem, man. Cheers.
Right,
DJ, see you too.
Nice. All right, well, you guys have a good night, yeah?
All right, take care.
You too, man.
Good night. Interessant.
Fica mug.
Much interessant. Okay.
Marcelo, the video I sent you is about the Brazilians that did test las pruebas, los láseres, las observations. So don't worry about the image, the cartoon that you see. Concentrate on the test that they did, las pruebas, las demostraciones.
Okay. Hi. I am Ed. You remember me?
Anybody else got any questions? Go right ahead. We'll be right here.
Estou assistindo o vídeo. My voice is clear? I have questions.
Yeah, we hear you, Tarek. What's your question?
What is it?
Questions.
I have question.
Okay. What is question?
Okay. If the Earth flat, where is the sun goes? Then we all know the sun is bigger than Earth. I'm going for each. Than Earth.
Sorry, no, that's
Good
a
night.
misconception. Good night.
Good
That's a
night, guys.
Okay,
Bye.
bye.
Am I? That's a misconception that you've got, that the sun is bigger than the earth. Wait, what? How do you know this? But anyway, it's not bigger than the earth, and the sun doesn't go anywhere. It remains above the earth. We can see this in the summer in the north and the south, where the sun is above the horizon for 3 months of the year in one location and 3 months of the year in another location. So it doesn't actually go anywhere. It's always above the surface of the earth.
Then why there is places is dark and places is the sun on it if the earth is flat?
Because the light, the sun, is only able to illuminate a certain portion of the very large surface of the earth. As it moves around.
The sun is bigger than Earth.
So,
1 minute, you tell me the sun is not bigger than Earth?
I'm not making a claim to the size of the sun. You appear to be, but I'm saying to you that without this idea of how big the sun is, we can just base the observation of the sun gives us time known as day, and when it goes away, that's night. That's what we observe, right? When the sun's here, that's daytime. When it's not, that's nighttime, right? Yes, no?
If the sun go away from where?
Sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
You told me is the sun when the sun go away, then
Hello? 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 No? Okay.
Anybody else? Questions?
Sorry. I do apologise. Did I do something wrong?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe they're having technical difficulties. Their internet.
I hope so. Yeah. There's an interesting chat going on in the text chat. That's fun to watch.
Is that still Jocko?
That's Belisarius or whatever it is. Or however it's pronounced, sorry. And Sporadic. But, being as it's gone quiet, is there anybody else in the channel who would like to ask questions to Flat Earthers about why we say the Earth is flat? Or do you want to tell us why you think the Earth is a sphere? Do you want to ask any questions? Do you want to bring up a topic for discussion? If you want to do so, then please introduce yourself. Unmute your mic, say hello. Introduce yourself, like I said, and we can have a conversation. Welcome to the channel. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel on your lovely server, and it's a pleasure to be here. But apart from that, what's been going on, guys? Anything exciting? Flat Lloyd, it's good to see you, man. I hope you're staying well in your very windy part of the world at the moment. So did I say windy? I meant wet and flooded part of the world. So I hope you're staying safe, dude. If anybody doesn't know, there's been some flooding in Texas in the United States. Bit of loss of life and stuff. So if anybody's got any family out there or friends, I hope they're all well.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, same, yeah. Thoughts and prayers going out to those suffering from the flooding. Yeah.
Has anyone heard from Kembo? He's in Texas. Flat Lloyd, have you spoke to Kembo since the flooding?
No, not since the flooding. But a majority of it was actually more like in the hill country, like northeast of where me and Kimbo are at. And it was specifically like a girls' like summer camp, and just really bad.
Damn.
Like got washed away. Yeah, it's been raining a couple days now.
I don't necessarily like bringing up conspiracy theories, especially when we're at work, so to speak. But has anybody ever watched the channel or know of a YouTuber called Richie from Boston? Has anybody ever heard of the guy? RFB2, I think. Yeah. He's he's done some interesting reporting on these particular floods at the moment. It's interesting. I'm just going to say it's interesting. Like I said, I don't necessarily like bringing up conspiracy topics here, but yeah, he's a good lad. He's Richie. He makes me laugh.
I'll have to check that out. I don't think I've ever heard him.
I'll tell you what, I'll go find the video that I'm talking about. I'll drop it in the side chat, and if you want to look at it, you can. I'll go get it for you. Give me a minute.
Thanks, man. I mean, it is almost Sunday. Mud flood watch.
Probably Sunday somewhere. It's Sunday in Australia, isn't it, T-Dub?
Yeah, well, in England, that we were doing.
It's Sunday right where I am right now. It's 2:41 a.m. here.
Yeah, because there was kind of a conspiracy, at least among Texan folk, that during 2021 there was kind of this huge ice storm that came out of nowhere, and it doesn't like ever snow in South Texas, at least since 1985. But yeah, people were saying that the ice wasn't melting, and they were trying to boil it, and it would stay, frozen, and some pretty strange stuff. People trying to put it in the microwave, sparking.
I think I remember something about blue rain. Was that in Texas or was that somewhere else?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, there's clips. I'm sure it was Texas. Either that might have been somewhere else in the States, but also I think in around some parts of the US there was reported these like it rained and the people thought it was like hail or snow, and they went out and it was like little blobs of jelly like substance. Yeah, some really strange things happening over weather phenomena over there.
What are those little like jelly balls, Orbeez?
Yeah, like little globules of like a jelly, like weird jelly like substance. I'll see if I can find the blue rain thing.
Post that video for you, mate. 41 minutes past the hour. Just scroll up a little bit.
Thanks, man.
No worries, dude.
I wish Belisarius had bring this conversation into the VC, but I guess Sporadic's having fun in the side chat.
I'm just asking rather basic questions. I'm not a scientist, so I can't agree with you for a long time.
Yeah, I don't want to hijack what Sporadic's got going with you, so just continue on with Sporadic. Joker is back. Welcome back, Joker. You're no longer text or voice suppressed. You can open up your mic and speak with us if you like. Please do. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Well, since no one is saying anything, then let's ask what kind of government conspiracy do you believe in? Why do you think they're covering? The cover is hiding the truth, and well, let's say not revealing that the Earth is flat. If it's flat, maybe they don't know, as somebody said in the chat. And why hide it? And why spend so much money on the space programs? Why do you think that space program is fake? What's the point of covering up in all points of Earth? Like, we don't have NASA only. A lot of flat earthers say that NASA has been covering up the space program. There's other space companies.
Yeah, I understand. Understand. So I wouldn't say that it's being covered up or hidden because you can't hide it. But they can try and convince people that their natural experience of reality, right, that being of Earth being a motionless plane, is false, right? So that's what they've done. They've convinced people that when they see the flat Earth, it looks flat, yeah, but it's not really. It's just so big that it looks flat. And that it is moving, but you can't sense it, okay? So that's, they've just convinced people of that. Now, as far as space programs go, all right, so you're going to get a lot of different responses, but for the most part, we can be sure, like certain, that they're not telling the truth, because when we do observe the Earth to be flat, but we also measure it that way and we use it that way, right? Particularly the surface of liquid when it's at rest just indicates to us that it's proof that the Earth can't be a sphere, right? Now, as far as why they would be doing that, well, there's lots of different reasons we could potentially give you, right? But short of asking them, right, we couldn't tell you with any certainty why, but we can definitely know that they are not telling the truth when they present to you imagery and claim that they've been to a place in the sky where they've been able to film the Earth. Right?
With that, I can kind of agree. First of all, NASA photographs can be photoshopped, and they've been doing that to show a more beautiful imagery than it actually is. And well, it can't be fake, of course, but why fake everything? Like, you